problem, Ann. Thank you. There we go.
Thank you, Ann. I respect you as a moderator. I will be succinct. Many of the people on politically correct hate America and they want Iran to have nuclear weapons. That's why the people in the politically correct room were in favor of letting Iran build nuclear weapons. Now, I don't criticize open about wanting America to be nuked. It's their prerogative. I only object when they come here and say, no, we didn't want Iran to have nukes. Iran wasn't enriching uranium. What I'm simply saying, and I'll lay on my plane here, Ann, once the independent labs analyze that material, they will prove the people in politically correct are liars. Iran was enriching nuclear weapons. Iran was close to having nuclear weapons. And all the progressives and leftists who say it's not true, they'll be proven wrong before the election. I'm fucking done.
No, and I didn't mean to move you down. I appreciate your voice. There was just 3 people that were off mic, and so I just moved everyone. So my apologies. Mel, did you want to respond?
No, I was just basically telling to Snoopy what that is talking about because we were not talking about that. So I'm just trying to think, where did that come from? Did somebody say that, or why did he bring that up? That's my point, my question to him. But he kept on, you know how he does.
It did come out randomly. I don't know. We were on the subject.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was like, did someone say that? So can you let us finish the conversation first, and then you could change the conversation after we're done?
Go ahead, and I'll continue that conversation. It was good, though. It was gone.
Hi, it's me.
I didn't notice you on stage, and
you can't notice anything. Come on, bro.
I can notice anything.
Because listen, I wasn't looking at my phone.
De här som har kärnvapen eller hur högt uranium som faktiskt finns där. För att om vi får tillräckligt högt uranium för kärnkraft så skulle vi vilja veta det. Och hur länge har egentligen Europa och USA vetat att de har funnits? För vi har alla, vi har alla vetat det här. Så snälla bara förklara för mig.
Yeah, she's speaking Norwegian. What the hell? I thought it was an AI bot.
No, she's speaking Swedish.
She's speaking a native language. From Korea University.
Yeah. So hold on. Let me just say this to Mel real quick. I appreciate the exchange we had today. And thank you for having a nice conversation. I do appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I was asking about
Who's ML and me?
ML. Hey, ML, can you tell me if politically correct is open right now? It is. Alright, let me tell you something. Those people, I don't know what the hell is wrong with them. I was in that room probably like a week, I don't know, like maybe 2 weeks ago. In the room, maybe if you were, you could like verify this. But I was, and everybody, when Trump had just announced that we were going to be blockade, and he asked me a question. He said, "So what happens if one of these commercial tankers decided to try and get past the U.S. blockade?" And I said, well, it's simple. The United States would interdict them. They would board their ship. They would seize their ship. And the whole room went crazy. This guy's crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The United States is going to board a ship. God. What are they, pirates? And then General Kane came out on Thursday, okay, in the press conference with Secretary of War Hegseth. And he said, if they try and challenge and trespass our blockade, we will do maneuvers, we will halt their ship, we will mount and board their ship, we'll seize the vessel. Now we're going to do ML because I can't see what's going on. I can't see you guys or anything. Now that the blockade is over, And Trump's strategy worked. And now the Strait of Hormuz is back open. I want you to go over there and tell them that their antics and their pretentiousness and their thinking that they're so intelligent, they continue to prove themselves wrong over and over and over again. They're so sure of themselves. They're so confident in their ignorance that they think that they know how the world works. And daily we learn that they don't have a fucking clue. The only thing they have to themselves is the ability to try and peer pressure each other into laying prostrate before the moderators. They have no relevance. They seek validation from each other. They are in their own cocoon, and they're not very intelligent. Can you take that information back to me?
TC, the gall of you to think that I'm gonna carry your water for you is fucking astounding. The point that they block you because you fucking incorrigible, bro. You want to quit on when to stop. You the one. You basically explain the fact that everybody. You think you joke your own cock, bro. You stroke your own self. You think you're right about everything, and you would argue a point to infinity just to prove that you're right. And I think that's why they got tired of you. I wasn't there because obviously as a military member, I know that if you have a blockade, that if a ship decides to pass, you would probably fire across them or block. That's the whole purpose of a blockade, and that's what we do. We intake.
I know, but
So anybody,
all of us blocked out.
but you guys are asking me a question. I don't have any of you blocked.
I know, but
I don't block people.
But I'm saying, yeah. It's not even heat. It's like lukewarm and.
People in that room that already carry my water, by virtue of the fact that they try and dispute me and refute me, they naturally carry my water when I'm proven correct. It's not about whether I'm blocked or not. I don't give a damn about being blocked. But what I do give a damn about is showing up in their faces and putting a big middle finger up in their face when they're wrong. I love that shit.
Why?
For this. Because it happens so often. It happens so often. And it's a high. Because they're so stupid. They're so it's like watching a throw a temper tantrum because he can't have his blankie. And
But that's what you're doing now, TC. TC, that's what you're doing now.
What? Throw a temper tantrum. It's fun to watch. It's hilarious. We watch over and over and over again how these people that think they know everything are proven wrong constantly.
Especially
And they have no shame with their ignorance.
See, you brought receipts. That's why they kicked you out, because you brought receipts, and that's the experience.
Snoopy, you don't even know what he's talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, and now you should stop
Snoopy, you
interrupting.
don't know what he's talking about. So why?
You have been on the mic a little bit longer than other people in this room, so let me to finish, okay? My experience in that room is...
I'm pulling a TC right now.
Why don't you leave if you don't want to share the mic, ML? My experience in that room is very simple. There's an eloquent person who says how Muslims are killing Christians in Nigeria, and all he complains about is Muslims killing Christians. And I say, I feel terrible that the Muslims are killing Christians. Maybe America should close its borders to those people. He says, no, you have to let them into America. I was like, well, you just said the Muslims are killing Christians. You don't want them killing Christians, and why do you want them in America? Do you want them to kill Christians in America? And he wouldn't answer that question. I think there's a double standard. Every single person that complains about the genocides in Africa wants to let the killers come to America, and I question that.
Are you sure you're done here?
Yes, I am.
Let me tell you, if you guys got gripe with it, correct? Message the people or meet them in another room. Create a room and they block y'all for a reason. I'm not gonna disturb their peace to bring water for somebody else that was blocked.
Freedom. Where's the free speech?
Man, come on now. For me, man, you know I don't block anybody.
I'm serious.
Huh?
I don't block anybody. I mean, I did that back last night with my first block in a long time. But I don't block anybody either. I know you're not blocking, but they are, right?
Well, that's the I tell other people who to block, unblock. I don't have that power, and I don't have that right either.
Okay.
Because it's their ability to exercise their who they want to listen to, who they want to interact with. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
That's true. And so we have to pick our spaces carefully, and we have to know when we're in echo chambers, and when we can have critical thinking, open spaces with Socratic dialogue, which thank you for letting me know that that's not a place
Yeah, so that's the idea. That's kind of where I want this place to be. As much as people hate Trump, there's one thing that he seems to always let people do is let people speak. You know what I mean? Just let them speak, get their shit out. You know, whatever it is, and then sort it out later. You know. Minus the quiet piggy part. I gotta throw that in there.
Well, yeah, and the reason why Matt and Beaver decided to have host rooms every day is because all of us have been to the audience and politically correct, and they've tried to engage with them, and were removed, muted, kicked out, blocked, and I mean it's been going on for at least a year, and so I'm glad that they decided to just open up their own rooms, and I appreciate Emil that you did come over here and talk with us. I mean, we do look at the Beaver, but it is nice to hear opposition, so I appreciate that. But Emil, you know that they don't want to hear our voices, and they want their echo chamber, and that's it. And they want to use us as props, and they're so.
And they can be honest about it, that's all. I mean, their newsroom, that's fine. They can just roll with that. They just want all to talk about their news. And, I'm not being critical, because I'm clearly not over there, doing my little business. But I'm just saying, obviously, people can have choices. That's true. I just wanted to be transparent, obviously, about, what they're doing. If they just want to talk amongst themselves, then just let everybody else know so we don't have to go there. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is,
Huh? In my telegram, after I had asked her to just find echo chamber, a month later she goes, huh?
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Huh? Yeah, oh, by the way, Danny, you might have missed it. A bunch of politically correct came in for the first time in years. I don't know, an hour ago it was. Yeah, we had First Lady, we had Lisa, we had Divine, and a bunch of people in the goo. So they did show up, but it's just kind of
we don't agree on many things. When she hosts her own rooms, she does let us come up and speak. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking about the same Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa, yeah.
I mean, not that. I mean, she at least lets us talk. Right? Or not?
To let us get our stuff off, I mean, I feel like we do that here with any opposition. Let everybody just do it, and then we kind of work through it. And if they are being jerks, then they can't move on. Or they can stay around and have a discussion.
No, I think what is the main reason that they don't want our voices heard? Emma?
Yeah, I told you guys that I can't answer that question.
I'm asking you, what would
maybe
you think that the reason is?
I don't know. Maybe they got tired of you guys that tap dancing for Trump. I don't know.
So you think, or not you personally, but maybe you do, that we can't be critical of Trump. Bima, you're not a Trump supporter. Have you found that we have been critical of some
more than half of my stage half the time at night is people critical of Trump. Would that be fair to say? So what's happening? There's this thinking that Trump supporters are just tap dancing for Trump. I think you guys completely got it wrong.
Whenever me, Matt, Fever, Vima, we go up on the stage, we always offer like a criticism of Trump first, so that we, you know what, I agree with this, and then go into other things. But they don't. Even if we say that we agree with them on something, they have an issue with it too.
I've ever seen, minus ban at most, any criticism of Biden ever, not once. And I listened to thousands of hours on your side. I don't think I've ever heard any of you folks criticize Biden, minus ban. Is that not a fair statement?
Yeah, because we didn't like a lot of stuff Biden did. We thought Biden would have gotten out of the race. We thought Biden was weak. We thought Biden shouldn't have picked Merrick Garland as the Attorney General. We thought Biden should have really prosecuted Trump. He didn't. So don't say there's no criticism for Biden.
Mel, you do, I guess. Matt, when you agree, like, Mel.
Yeah, I might have picked the wrong, I didn't say him personally, but ML does, I think. But I think a majority on that stage, I've never heard them criticize Biden for the most part. I know there's been critiques of Kamala a little bit just because of how bad that went down. But I think for the most part, I don't think I've ever heard your room go through a whole session like we do with Trump and explain what we think is going wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Because Biden is not for president. When Biden was president, he got critiqued.
Not that again. Yeah, you can't do that.
Not with Trump. And you know
About
that
Trump.
every news channel.
It's reversed though.
Yeah. Like, we're always going to talk
Because
about Trump,
Trump
that's
sells.
fine. But, we can't just forget about the past 4 years of Biden's presidency. I mean, that was, a horrible era. COVID and...
Really?
Are you?
That was a digital time.
Then don't
Hey,
start.
Matt, are you guys smoking something right now?
I wish I was.
Can I smoke whatever you're smoking?
No,
right
I'm
now?
talking to Mel.
Okay. All right. They asked the hell a couple questions. So,
You guys are funny.
okay, man?
What?
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Who, me or ML?
No, ML. So, ML, do you think under Biden administration, do you think allowing as many people across our borders was a good thing?
Well, it was the law.
What was the law?
I don't listen. As someone who's done a refugee settlement and knows the law, is that Biden put the law there, so he had to process asylum seekers. It should have taken advantage of our law, but it was that they changed the law, but it was the law of the land, and that's where I stand. I don't I think America's. A lot of the people who came to America, we need more immigrants now than ever before, because we're not producing enough babies. You know what problem we have right now? Try to go out there and find daycare for a newborn, and you can see how difficult it is. Because all the daycare centers that is closed down, partly because during COVID all of them closed down, but because increasing birth rate, there's not a demand for daycare, so there's a contraction of daycare centers. Daycare centers closed down over the last couple of years, right? Because not having babies. And if the American economy continue to be a consumer-driven economy, we need people to spend money, and we need more people coming into America. We don't want it less people.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand. You said it was the law for people to seek asylum across the southern border for the 4 years that Biden was here. This was the law. So all these people from the world decided to come to the southern border of the United States seeking asylum. That's to make sure I understand. Then you said, which is very interesting, that because they I understand you correctly. You're saying that the illegal people cross the border, because everyone did not go to a point of entry to come to the United States. A lot of them just cross over to the United States. Okay, millions of people crossed over, did not go to a point of entry. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand. That there are some asylum seekers, but the majority of people are not asylum seekers.
So I was very specific when I said asylum seekers, because you said let. That's the only people Biden could let come in. Biden didn't let Biden didn't say, oh, illegals come across, illegals, but people cross the border and come into America. Biden didn't have a policy about that. So when you say that, that's not being entirely truthful, because he didn't have a policy that says, hey, we have an open door policy, you could just cross into America and stay. That never happened. So what I can say is that the law of the land states that we, as America, we take asylum seekers on an annual basis, and that if you reach the American border, you have the right to seek asylum. Isn't that the law of the land? Edward?
Yeah, no. You said it's a law in the books based on how we have interpreted it.
No, it's based on the line that we have a system, we have a quota system based on the United Nations agreement we have, where we take refugees, and also we take the amount of asylum seekers access.
We don't have to take every refugee. We have the right to vet.
Yes, so there's a number. Okay, there's a number of refugees.
Correct, but we can take it from a random country that we want to, or we can say no country. So we have the right to decide where that number comes from, the sources, countries, which. So I mean, you're right, but there's context to it, right? It's not like they say you have to take, Colombia. Also, we have the right to vet them. So if someone gives a refugee claim and they say, I'm running from Colombia because, of gangs, it's like, well, it's a democratic nation. Should I take you in, or should I take the guy who's running from Iran? I'd probably take the guy from Iran because he's definitely got a legitimate claim for refugee status than somebody who says, well, economically, I can't prosper in my country, so I'm coming to yours. Like, and that's clear in how that's run. So you got to be clear that, yes, there's a certain number that we should take in, but it doesn't say where. Oh, the hero is here. What's up, hero?
A rare day I'm here.
Good to hear you. I don't need to be in this room if the hero's here. He knows he can answer any question.
That's it.
Not the female version, the male version. Thank you. Sorry, Hannah.
Did you ask him something?
No, I was just bringing that point up is that, when people talk about illegal immigration, what do I go on?
I remember I was very general in my response. I was talking to the holistic refugee slash what's the term? Asylum seekers. So the problem what I'm saying is that yes, there is a law, but nobody's ever said let's change the law or let's I think Trump has reduced the number of a couple of years. During his first term, I think Trump had dropped the number. And yes, America does have the right of refusal to say who they want to come from, but I think the point here being asylum is literally different. If you qualify under the asylum rules, then you can seek asylum in America, whereas America haven't. But what I'm saying is that
the important piece is the rules. The rules are not defined. Those are set by the administration and who's doing it. So, saying that I'm running from a gang in Colombia, well, you'd say, well, did you report it to your local police? No, I didn't. Did you report it to your country? No, I didn't. But I'm scared. And then Biden says, okay, come on in. And then Trump goes, well, why don't you go to your country first? Report it to them and go, I don't want to. My dream's been to be in America, whatever. Okay, right? So how that's very important, Emily. You got to be honest. You're usually pretty, though you're slanting your views, you're pretty honest. The interpretation of that is the biggest problem in this. Because if you're saying in a Latin American country from like Colombia or even Mexico or any of these places, and you're running from a permit, then there's a major problem because most of those countries are democratic, and so you're just lying basically, but we're letting you. And that means that if we are saying, hey, there's a gang in Chicago that's after me, and I go to UK and say, hey, I'm claiming refugee, UK's gonna say, fuck you, man, you're from America, it's a democratic nation, report it over there, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, but we're saying that Biden didn't tell those people to come, but those people knew they had a window. I know, but
He would allow that because his interpretation was very liberal to say anyone who just puts a claim in, I'm pretty much going to allow you.
I know. I think you remember the Biden administration that doesn't justify the claim. You have to go through a legal system. The legal system does. A jury system.
But they didn't do that.
Member of the administration, right? So the magistrate.
Yes, but there's still all judges are. Federal judges are.
Federal judges are part of the judiciary branch.
Yeah.
But immigration judges aren't. They're part of the executive.
Immigration judges are not part of the. Are they part of the executive?
Magistrates and stuff who handle immigration are all.
They're part of the executive branch. Yes, that's correct.
So since they're part of the executive branch, the president and their policy can say, if the guy claims that he's running from a gang, let him in. Let him in, it's okay, let him in. And so you gotta understand, it's the policies of Joe Biden. Joe Biden gaslit America, which you won't admit, and said, the president can't solve this border issue. It's only Congress that can do it. And then within a week of Trump taking over,
has control over immigration. The courts do not have control over immigration. The president can stop immigration, what have you. So yes, that's exactly.
And the previous guy said, and his vice president tell everyone that he couldn't do it because he didn't want it, right? He said he couldn't do it, and he had a guy who has only had 4 years in elected office versus a guy who had whatever years in elected office, and one guy with a law degree and the other one without a law degree who on day one signed an executive order and closed the border, and now the border's closed. And when he was there, it was wide open, and the president can do it, but he tried to tell everyone only Congress can do it, which is wrong.
Was it Rule 42 that when Biden got in there that he actually moved, and then he also took the app, the CDP, I think CDP.
Yeah, he created a CBP app to give temporary status to Haitian Americans. Also, the thing, he got rid of an issue with Romania and Mexico calling it racist. The court told him to put it back in, and then he cited it in his thing. We created Romania and Mexico to protect the border. Gaslighting.
Yeah.
I mean, and ML will be like, oh well, it was Biden who created Romania and Mexico. No, it was actually Trump that did, and actually it was ranked that it actually.
Why did you say I said that? I never said that. Don't put statements in my.
I know. I said
don't say I will say that. You can't say that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I would never say Naveen is going to say that because I don't know what Naveen's going to say.
Right.
So you
okay. Fair enough. You're right. I apologize.
So ML, did he repeal that particular Title 42 to remain in Mexico? Did the Biden administration repeal that?
I do not know. You guys are more up to date on what's on the
Okay. Look it up.
No, I wasn't tracking the immigration review.
Okay.
Yeah, like you guys were. That was one of your stuff.
Fair. So he did repeal that, and actually it's proven, and you can look it up. Even Kamala Harris was asked this by Brett Baer. By repealing that, 3 people came into this country that went and killed Americans. And she asked, do you believe that your policies or your administration's policies caused this, and that you owe anything to those parents whose kids were killed by those illegal immigrants? She said no. And she didn't want to apologize, didn't want to say that they did anything wrong to cause that. I mean, and it was their administration that decided to remove the Romanian Mexicans. It's not like they came in and it just happened. And hey, this happened and we have to look at it. They went in and said, oh, this is a racist policy because some leftists told them, oh, it's Romania, Mexico, it's racist. So they just arbitrarily wrote it off, and then a court told them to put it back in. But by then it was too late.
But you guys are stuck on that. Like, that was a major. You guys won the election on that stuff because you scaremongered everybody believing that
I hear you sometimes, but hear that. You know that America's supposed to be safe. And are you?
America's never been safe.
Hold on.
Which neighborhood do you live in?
Okay. I did not say America is safe. I said it's supposed to be safe. In us allowing people to come across our borders, because right now, and correct me if I'm wrong about since you were in the military, do you believe that there are people who crossed our border, whether they're asylum seekers or refugees or whatever, that want to come and do harm to our country? Do you believe that?
Trust me, there are criminals in all shapes and forms, and yes, but the majority of illegals who come to America do not commit crime because they don't want to be, guess what? They don't want to be in contact with law enforcement, so they don't commit crimes. So yes, there's always a
Crossing
probability.
the border illegally.
Okay, yes, it's a crime. Okay, we will not argue that point. But we're talking about after the fact.
Why are you not arguing the point? No. Why arguing the point that they can't illegal?
No, because I'm telling you, the one act of crossing the border doesn't dictate that those people are gonna, that the whole intent was that insinuation of a crime spree, that they're gonna be involved in multiple crimes. The data doesn't support that argument. That's my point.
ML is right on this from, if you take a larger, but the data is misleading, right? So the difference is this, right? The United States, and this is what ML, I would love to hear your view on this. Would you agree with this, that the United States has a record somewhere, and the states have records of who their citizens and their people are? The people came here legally and all that stuff. Would you agree that, the state knows who's here, who's in their state, right?
They don't know.
And their backgrounds?
They don't.
No, they don't. So you're saying when they give a driver's license to someone, they don't know who that person is. Got it. Okay.
Okay, that's different.
No, I said, so whoever's a resident of a state, whoever's a resident, the states know who their people are because people are born in that state. They have mailing addresses. So the state knows who the people are. The federal government knows who the people are. When you bring in someone, and I'll give you an example. This is a problem that Kamala Harris was supposed to solve. And I was actually optimistic when I heard it, and I know Joe's not gonna like me saying this, but I was really optimistic when I heard she's gonna solve the root cause, because I many times on this app that the root cause problem is the fact that these South American countries don't vet their people. So I'll give you an example. Someone comes to the border and says, my name is Jose Jimenez, just hypothetically, okay? My name is Jose Jimenez, and where are you from? I'm from Colombia. Okay. Hey, Colombia, we have a guy named Jose Jimenez here. Yeah, we have a guy, Jose, okay, yeah, that's our guy. Okay, great. Is it really Jose Jimenez? No one knows. Why? Because they're not using E-Verify. They're not using systems to document who their people are.
Naveen, that's majority of the world, Naveen.
Well, no, hold on. See, when people come here, hold on, ML, I'm not done. When people come legally, what happens? They have to do an interview with the United States Embassy. And so when they do the interview with the United States Embassy, the burden is on that person to prove who they are and provide the data to the United States government. And the United States government has the ability to research that person. I have friends who come on all different visas, okay, and they come here illegally. When someone comes illegally, they don't, that data is not there. So the problem is the person can lie on who they are, come under. So now the reason I say that is you don't know if that person committed a crime or not. You don't know if that person is a criminal in their home country. So the unknown is the biggest problem. I'll tell you this, ML. Are you a person who will leave your door wide open every single night? No, I'm sure you lock the door. Why? Because even though you know all your neighbors, hey, you never know if there's somebody there. So if that mindset is yours, if you're a person who leaves your door wide open, hey, no problem. I doubt you do. Why? Because our mindset is, hey, we need to make sure we know who the people are around us. I'm not going to bring my daughter to a place, even in the United States, where I don't know the people. I check out the place beforehand, make sure it's good, talk to some of the people. I don't just say randomly, yeah, go here. We are that type of people in this country. So when you bring in someone and you don't know their background and you don't have a record on their history, where they were born and all this stuff, they're just giving you random details but say, I'm seeking asylum. That is a vetting crisis. That's a problem. And Trump hasn't solved the vetting crisis. He's just stopped the whole thing. So to be fair, Trump hasn't solved the problem, right? That problem will be there for the next president because Congress has to solve that problem. Has to say, hey, we need to do better vetting. We need to, if we're giving money to these countries, they need to prove to us that they're using E-Verify for their people because we're giving them this money, right? They need to make sure we know who their citizens are. They can't lie to us or give us wrong information on their people if they're crossing the border. And it's also on the burden of the illegal person who's here to have that detail, but we don't know. So that's why you're deporting people to countries where you don't know where they're from, unless they're already criminals or known criminals. Very important. But legal people, legal immigrants, we know all about them because they have to apply for a visa through the United States Embassy. Very important.
Hey, David, you know that majority of people who stay in this country illegally are people who flew in on a visa, not people who crossed the border.
Yeah, I know. So people, and those people are okay. You know why? They've already been vetted. They came here and they overstayed the visa, but they were already vetted at one. Hold on, they were already vetted at one point. So I think we need a new category for that, because would you agree those people are already vetted versus a guy who crosses the border and wasn't vetted because there's no way to go back and verify his data with the country? Yeah. So the people came here on a visitor visa. You know that. You came here on a visitor visa. What happened? I mean, this is the biggest scam. It's harder to solve, but it's a bigger scam. Someone goes in here or whatever, applies for a visitor visa. They have to show they have a certain amount in their bank account. Embassy's due diligence is to speak to local officials. Who is this guy? Does he really live at the location he is? Show me some bills on where you are. And then sometimes they deny the visitor visa because they go, hey, it looks like you're trying to immigrate to America. Like, that's ridiculous. What, why are you going to... So all of that process happens. So when they overstay their visa, that's wrong. But at least we know who those people are. And we can hold the country accountable also, saying this is your person. This is your citizen here, right? They need to, they're still lost in this country and they can still have problems, but it's important to understand the difference. So those are I call those vetted illegal immigrants because they've already been vetted. I'm talking about the ones that aren't vetted, which are the ones who actually commit the crimes in this, and not all of them, but some of them commit crimes. And it sounds like you're saying, well, but
It's a very small minority of that.
no,
It's less than 1%.
no. You're taking 1% of overall illegals, which include the vetted people. Okay, that's very important. That's what I'm saying. Data is great that you bring.
Yes, but it's still 1% of the entire population.
That's what you're doing. 1% of the entire.
Yeah, but I am
which
still
includes
correct.
vetted.
Yeah, and even if you extrapolate the ones who came on visa and compare it to the illegal ones, it's pretty a low percentage.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a larger percentage of the ones who.
What's the number to be?
It'll be closer to about 5 to 6%, which is still low, but it's not 1%.
Okay, and comparative to the native born population.
Yeah, but that's different. Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think if somebody had a criminal...
He's a bitch. Fuck Trump. Black lives.
Okay, great. So, Emil, do you think that an American criminal, okay, suppose Ted Bundy were there, and he fled to UK, right? Would you blame America? I would, by the way, if they went to UK let them in, right? That's a criminal, and he commits a crime. The probability of him committing a UK is going to be a lot higher. I just watched the Ted Bundy documentary, that's why I mentioned it. But, so you say, okay, well, you let it into the country, but if 1,000 come in and one commits a crime, that's still bad, because you say, holy shit, how did this guy get in? And we have to solve the problem.
Hold on. So I just pulled the data that you asked me to pull, ML. So annual crime involvement, roughly 7 to 10 million arrests occur per year in the U.S. That's just arrests. That's not even convictions. That's just arrests. Out of the total population of 330 million U.S. citizens, I made sure to adjust for U.S. citizens, not non-citizens. That works out to about 2 to 3% per year. 2 to 3% of the population arrested per year. 2 to 3%. So, based on the numbers you guys just discussed, it sounds like actually illegal immigrants actually commit a higher disproportionate amount of the crime compared to U.S. citizens. Based on those numbers.
That's amazing, Emil.
No, that is not true. No, the point that you could extrapolate from that data, not having the entirety of the other population set. You saying that because this data says one thing, that means the other data says another. based off this data, and that's not wrong. You cannot just do cross flow of data. So the point is that if you bring up that's one. So you said an 81 population commits crime at what rate? At
7
30.
to 10 million arrests. That's not even convictions. That's just arrests.
Okay.
7
and then,
to 10 million arrests.
and now illegal immigrants or whatever you want to call them.
Well, you said yourself it's about 1%.
No, I said that. Naveen said that. I asked Naveen what's the number.
That's what I thought I heard you say.
I said it's 1% of all illegals. Okay, I said it's a low number. Yes, it's a pretty low number. So TC, if you could bring up that number, because my hands are dirty. If you could bring up that number, then we could have a.
What do you want me to ask? What percentage of the illegal immigrant population commits crime?
Yes, commits crime, and what is the total? And what is the total? Because remember, it's an estimation of the total population because we don't know. So therefore, it's data point that you cannot extrapolate correctly because you don't know how many illegals in America because they're undocumented.
Correct.
You guys
Yes, that's the point. Yes.
Based on what?
Right. It's going to be skewed because of what King said. Basically, there's gotaways and then there's known gotaways. And the ones that we don't know that got away, that are committing a crime, which we find out all the time, that this person wasn't in any type of database or any type of data system. He was apprehended and so now we're getting the details on it.
Thank you, TC. But there's something important that, as moderator, you missed, and I defer to you as moderator. The fact is, even if an illegal commits no crime ever, the effect of illegals is to push down the wages of American high school dropouts and to push up rents. And our friends, such as ML, deny the law supply and demand. I've heard them demand that the illegals be allowed to stay, and I have receipts that prove. If you deport, please allow me to finish. Please allow me to finish. If you deport every single illegal in America, no exceptions, what it means is rents will go down. If you're a renter, you benefit. And second of all, if you have a relative who is stupid, who dropped out of high school, if you have a high school dropout male as a relative, his wages will go way up. Men in America, American citizens who drop out of high school, they compete directly with illegals. So ML's policy of allowing illegals to stay, it fucks everyone with rents and it hurts your relatives that are stupid. And I'm done saying every.
Look, I want to follow up on this. It would be great if our politicians actually debated the stats that ML and King were debating, but realistically, that shit actually matters to the debate other than trying to convince voters one way or the other. Realistically, the elephant in the room is it's really like any other political issue, it's all about the politics and how it plays effect. The Democrats were clearly attempting to swell up their population in their states to increase their count in the House, so they had more clout come the presidential election, more clout in the House. It's all about the politics. And likewise, for Republicans as well. Look, I'm a heritage American. My family's been here for 400 years. It doesn't serve me any purpose to support immigrants that come here. On average, 3 generations will vote Democrat after their families arrive. Now, not all of them, but the majority of them. And it actually goes against my interests of this country. And if people do retain the right, no matter what what any type of internet might be out there, the people retain the right in this country to elect leadership that will put restrictions on immigration. And we need to deport all illegals, and we need to have a moratorium on immigration for a decade.
Well, how many kids do you have?
And now it's clear that you're not a heritage American, okay? So I understand.
How do you know what I am? Joe, how do you know what I am?
And we don't share a political
Joe, but Joe,
so clearly, it's in your interest. It's in your interest to want to have. Hold on. It's in your interest to have illegals come in this country because, on average, they support your political causes and they go against mine. And that's really what the argument.
So you talk about that Black Americans are not heritage Americans.
I wish that
answer the question. What evidence do you have?
It's clear that Black Americans Americans are also heritage Americans. They have families
So
that
how
have been
comes
here
I'm not a
for
heritage American?
100 years.
Joe, hold on. Yeah, exactly. No, hold on. No, hold on, Ben. No, hold on, Ben. No, Joe, what information do you have about me to make a heritage American? Joe.
I've already made my statements. I don't have to.
Oh no, because listen, you made a statement that's factually incorrect, not knowing who I am.
Yeah. Your accent just doesn't give me the idea that your family's been here for 400 years.
Okay, so hold on, Joe. Hold on, Ben. You can go next. So Joe, do you know about the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Yeah, they're a territory. I do.
And are we American citizens?
Well, you've been adopted into.
No. That's not what I asked you.
But it doesn't argue your.
That's not what I asked you. Answer a question, bro.
Yeah, listen real carefully. It doesn't mean that you hold the same interests that I do, that my family's been here for 400
That's bullshit,
years.
Joe.
And
So
many black
Joe, have you bled for America? Joe, have you bled for America? Joe, have you bled for America?
What is that? That's just a platitude. What is that?
Have you served majority of your life? Have you bled for America? Have you gone to war for America?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so how the fuck you could tell me about what it is to be American? And let me tell you something about me, Joe.
I have the right.
Where's my Joe?
Opinion.
Joe, shut the fuck up. Let me go because you got me irritated now because racist people like you who say this bullshit. Because the fact you say that because I have an accent, not taking account that people from the U.S. Virgin Islands have accents, and the fact you don't know where motherfucker my father. Joe, where's my father from? Joe, my father's been in America longer than your fucking family. Dad's family.
No, they haven't.
Hold on.
My family came over in the Virginia
Shut
Company.
the fuck up. My dad's family has been in Louisiana before Louisiana fucking purchased. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, my family came through the Virginia Company. We came through Jamestown.
Bro, the point is that you are this fucking heritage America. If you love America, you would have fucking bled for her. You bled for America, motherfucker.
It's
You
my
can say
opinion.
whatever you want to say. You never bled for
You
America.
can disagree with it. You can hold those opinions
No,
against mine.
you don't deserve the right to be more American. There's no fucking.
You want to take away
What
the
is
right
it
to
on
be
your
an
birth
American.
certificate? What is it on your birth certificate that tells you that you're more American than somebody else? Make that make fucking
This
sense.
is why leftists want to bring in immigrants, illegal or legal, to swell up the population.
The guy that you worship, Joe, the guy you worship is not even heritage American by your definition.
Exactly. Trump's family just came here.
Because it doesn't refute any of the points I made, because he should.
It does. It nullifies your man. That you made a point to tell me that.
So let me make my point. Look, doesn't refute anything I said. The whole issue that y'all are debating, it'd be great if it really was about the statistics, but it's not. Immigration's really about the politics behind immigration. And that's what I argue. And it's fine about Trump because he shares, at least on this issue, the same political ideas that I have.
We don't say
If we don't
say all heritage Americans.
Let me finish.
Don't say all heritage Americans
I'll let
think
you
like
talk, but you gotta
because they
talk
don't.
too. If we don't have a border, let me talk him out. If we don't have,
That's a funny statement when you guys say that. Because the fact is that we do have a border. There's a line that's drawn, and that Mexico recognized and Canada recognized. We don't have border disputes. So when you say that, doesn't make any sense. But anyway.
I want to move on to there's some new speakers that joined this stage. So is there anybody?
Thank you for passing the mic in. I'm going to say that to me it's not a racial issue at all. I welcome a lot of people that are not white. The people who I hear on Clubhouse who are openly calling for white genocide, and I'll post links, are white leftists. White leftists are the ones who feel so comfortable saying that conservative whites like Joe should be rounded up and killed in a genocide. And so if there were immigrants, please, I'll be very brief here. If there were white people who wanted white genocide, let's say white people from Scandinavia,
receipts did you say are in the chat about what you just said right now?
There's a receipt from a white liberal on Clubhouse who has published articles.
Where is it?
Why don't you let me finish? It's in the room.
Every time you start,
Let me finish,
Don't
man.
be always saying you have receipts that you got a link.
every time you start,
The receipt is it's literally right in the room chat. This is a character on Clubhouse, a hero of leftist whites on Clubhouse, who says that whites like Joe should be killed in a genocide. It's clear as day, and it's in the New York Times. So read the list.
I think at least you just post the receipt. You click on how to.
Then did you click the link?
Well, Joe just told me that I'm less of an American than he is. So I don't have a big. When George never served this
Hold on,
country.
Emel. Okay, Emel, hold on. You and I both know. Clear. Okay. That if you are an American, okay, Joe's not talking to you, right? Now, he made a comment basically, right? So you know, and I know that there's other people who have not been what we would consider American soil for their whole existence. Okay? So don't take that personal. Just say, you know what? I know who I am. You don't have to fight that. I think we would have all been for us to know that you serve the country. I think you serve the country. But at the same time, just because someone had a civic opinion, what you and I may think, doesn't mean that you or Joe are entirely wrong. Because I believe in clarity over. I'm clear you an American, and I'm clear Joe. Did you say that?
and I'm an American too. I hope you guys know this.
Okay, then I got it. It's the bit. That's the beauty. That's the beauty. No, this is the beauty. But see, y'all, being American is not this is not it doesn't do justice. It has nothing to do with you wrong. That's not the ideal of the country because we have issues. Self-evident. And I would ask any of them to tell me the truth if you actually hold self-evident, not your ethnic. But do you believe in the American way of living? Life, liberty, and equality. Not because if you believe in the way our documents actually say that we are to be as a
I never denied ML or Ben were Americans. I just said politically we share different interests. And I was highlighting clearly why they support immigrants and illegal immigrants swelling up our population, much like the Democrats do. It's because of politics. It's not about how much crime they commit or how many murders they've done. I mean, all that would be, I wish our politicians debated this issue like ML and King were debating it. However, this issue in Washington isn't debated that way. I mean, clearly Republicans sided just this week, 10 Republicans in the House sided with Democrats to extend the Haitians' status for the next 3 years. The purpose why? Is because they want the cheap labor. They want the cheap workforce from those districts. Those districts are pressured by the power brokers in those areas to cheap labor. So this issue, if we want to debate it, we got to debate it on the political side, not about all these statistics. Statistics, I wish the murder rate and the crime rate came into effect to debate in Washington. But y'all were just having the debate that voters have over an issue that it doesn't really play a factor in the actual decision making over this issue. I hope that was clear.
What is our tax dollars being spent on? So I have 4 links that prove that our tax dollars are being used to give trans surgeries to illegals. I have 4 links that prove it. So basically what the Democrats are doing is they are saying if you are an illegal immigrant, if you snuck into America and you want your penis cut off, American taxpayers will pay $60,000 for it. And why are Democrats paying for trans surgery? Because the people who are most likely to vote Democrat are trans. If you actually survey trans people, more than 90% vote Democrat. So it is in the best interest of ML and the best interest of the Democratic Party to encourage as many trannies as possible. And I have links that prove it on them.
Where are the links? Again, where are the?
Yeah, I just heard the claim that the Democrats or immigrants
count the statistics, macro. We all know that.
No, come on, Joe.
It is. It is.
No.
How come it simultaneously, if Biden deported the most illegals from coming into our country or that were in our country, then how does he also have the most illegals that came into our country in the span of 4 years?
But how does that negate the point that I made? Is that
Yeah. So it's a net loss. Like what you're looking at it as. Well, you look at it as a net positive. I look at it as a net loss. So if he turned this many away from the border, let's say 30 million were trying to get in, and he only let 20 million in. But hell, he turned 10 million of them around and wouldn't let 10 million of them in. So look, he's tough on immigration. But he let 2/3 of them come into the country illegally. But we know it. They had an app set up. You can't deny that. What y'all let this do is you smash the statistics for the you're clearly aligned with them. You caucus with them. It's no question. Okay, so it's clear that the agenda is just to overwhelm the right. And look, we got people on the right that go along with it for their own self-interest, for like cheap labor. Look, the Koch brothers, they'll play both sides of the fence to get their cheap labor out of this. Walmart wants this because every little immigrant, every Jose needs a new pair of shoes, right? Come on. Self-interest. That's what people are actually driven.
No, I would agree with that. I think Democrats, are people virtue signal about, talking about deportation of immigrants being fascism when, it's essentially they are the people who are deporting more people. So I would agree with you that the Democrats are interested in their own self-interest. I mean, that's essentially what Biden did when he continued, construction of the border wall. But to me, though, my point is essentially it still stands is that if the Democrats were in favor of letting anybody come into the country, why would we be deporting so many people?
I think I can answer Necro really because I do respect Necro, and I'll be very succinct. The reason the Democrats deported illegals was in elections. They wanted to campaign to say the border is not open. If the Democrats, and I'll answer Necro succinctly, if the Democrats knew that there would never be an election again, there would not be a single one deported. The Democrats today are constrained by the knowledge that the average voter doesn't want millions and millions of illegals to come in. And that's holding the Democrats back from what they really want. So that's your answer, Nick.
That's fair to say. I mean, but I really just the idea they want people to come in here legally. I think, I mean, I would like to know that, is suggested because the fact that they have policy that don't just I think that that's the same thing as saying that they want more illegal immigrants.
This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, and I will.
Okay, then I'm happy to pass the mic to Alistair in a second. The experiment of letting migrants come in.
I've seen videos.
Hold on, let me finish. It's already been run in Europe. This ML's policy of letting violent migrants from the third world come in, it's been tested in Europe, and I'll post links. The overwhelming majority of gang rapes in immigrants from the third world, the same immigrants that ML demands that are committing mass gang rapes, and it's not in one country, it's in 10. So if anyone is honest and neutral and just Googles what do ML policies do to a country, you don't have to speculate, you can see it, and I'll post a few links, I'm going to the audience.
Yeah, immigrants, one of the things is say that there's a rise in crime among them, but I think it's also been pointed out by Cato, and I know the Cato Institute is a libertarian think tank which positively views immigration, but their studies have shown. Now, I don't know if they're necessarily distinguishing between people who are here legally documented versus people who are non-documented. But I mean, to me, it's like I just think Hannah is.
Big Necro, I'd like to go next. Try to be succinct.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I've gotten what I mean.
the past few days of Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain. So we have Germany, we have Britain, as well as even the Italian Prime Minister now. But the Spanish Prime Minister just recently gave 500,000 African migrants basically amnesty. And it's because the Spanish people hate their leadership, because they are allowing these illegal migrants to come in for their votes. It's the same thing here in America. The Democrats want to destroy the country by allowing millions of more illegal alien refugees from all around the world to pour in to collect their votes. It is a scheme, it is a scam, it is a fraud, and Cash Patel, when he's finished drinking all those beers, partying all the time, maybe he'll do something about it and start arresting politicians. Until we start arresting criminal politicians, nothing will change. Nothing. We need arrests, and we need arrests this year. And Donald Trump has to take his eyes, his gaze, his power, and he needs to refocus within. We need to get to the root. We need to rip this tree up, and we need to chop its roots, which is the Democrat Party. They are criminals, they are fraudsters, they are liars, they are thieves. And until we see arrests, we will never, ever be free of these parasites. These parasites are killing us. They are low IQ, they are weak, they are effeminate, they are brainwashed, they are suicidal. They hate our history, they hate themselves, and they are miserable, horrible, pathetic people who have no intelligence, no courage, no morality, no strength. And I say we crush them, we arrest them, we imprison them, and we put them through the trials and the courts. And if the Democrat judges don't agree and they release, well, then we arrest the Democrat judges. Our police must begin arresting Democrat judges who release murderers back into the streets to kill our people. We must arrest soon and now. We cannot wait. We need massive.
How about the top 1%?
Yeah. I mean, overall, like, I would agree. Democrats are people who mostly are people who want to keep immigration alive as like a wedge issue for the same reason. But I would say the same thing about both parties. But that's why I called the question about whether or not they actually are concerned about whether they want to have immigrants covering the corner as opposed to just keeping it alive as a wedge issue to accuse the other side of xenophobia or racism.
He's insane with the Progressive Movement International Symposium. They call it the Progressive Movement. It's murder. It's abortion. It's black tax reparation fraud. Tax for me. I gotta pay you merely because of the historical conflict of mankind. It's a fraud. It's a hypnosis communication projection shoved down your throat of lies. And if you speak up, you're labeled racist. If you speak up, you're labeled xenophobic. And weak, effeminate men like Necro, who have had sexual with trans people, are part of the problem. This young man needs to become a man. Necro, go join me. Go join the Marines. Go join the Navy. Do something. Be a patriot. Fight and resist this tyranny. These people are traitors. They're liars. They're low IQ. They are gay. They are effeminate. They are traitors. We need to imprison them. We need to arrest them. Their corruption, their frauds, their criminality, and these teacher unions are legal racketeering organizations. Guys like ML are effeminate, low IQ, and they are traitors. ML, you're the problem. Necro, you're the problem. All you people on this app that are basically on here wasting their lives creating propaganda content, you're the problem.
Yeah, I think we should tell the people who are saying that we should go to war with other countries that they should be conscripted. Like Lindsey Graham, he should be conscripted into the draft.
Well, Lindsey Graham was actually a reserve in the Air Force.
Yeah, well, I think he should like the worst thing once he already died.
But his ass was too fat to pass his PT test, so he had to retire.
That's a fair point.
he should. You know, and he's okay with young people dying for his sports. So.
The politicians in there haven't died.
Yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham is like Newt Gingrich, and you know, he's a check.
That's cool. What does he even do?
Sorry, what?
What's he supposed to? Who's that? Lindsey Graham. Even when he said he used to sound very good.
I think that he should not be demanding wars that he himself is not going to fight.
He's too old to fight. So I wouldn't want Lindsey Graham on the front line. Trust me, I wouldn't.
I would neither. No to Lindsey Graham.
Unless you don't.
No, he's hey. No, he's weird. He's weird. He doesn't.
Nope.
He doesn't represent.
I'm a concept the man who looks like a. Is that one of these quote keyboard guys? I'm a cup. You would learn if you saw me in person. They put me where?
He does not represent. Hey, he doesn't represent the masses. That's all.
Who doesn't represent masses? That idiot that was talking there?
Who's that idiot? Who's that guy?
Yeah, I mean, I especially think that he should not be led to the White House after he talked about invading other countries, like to try to establish U.S. criminal.
And we are. So, like it or lump it. Not a white America.
He has to go within. He has to criminal politicians in every major U.S. city by using the FBI and local. And he has to dead police and federal police because the city is going to fire them. So be it. We will create the largest federal criminal police network the world has ever seen, and we will mass deport all the illegal aliens. We won't allow one illegal alien in this fucking country, not one. You'll be here with your legal papers. There's no, I got here, and then we're gonna figure it out. No. If you go to India, if you go to Russia, and you fuck around, you will be put in jail in a slave labor camp for 10 fucking years. In America, we give you housing, we give you credit card, we give you food, we give you daycare, we give you healthcare, we give you everything you need. But not anymore when Donald Trump realizes the scam and the fraud, and he's still funding it because he doesn't know how to cut off the money. Because the Democrat judges keep saying, no, Donald Trump, it is already in legislation. We've got the money. We're taking the money. No, Donald Trump, deploy the police, make arrests. Don't let these Democrat judges get away with it. Make warfare and lawfare your motto, your methodology to conquest in America, because we've been conquested by the liberal left woke progressives. This progressive movement is a fraud. It is a communist socialist scam. So fuck the taxpayers. These people are liars and fraudsters, and use police to make arrests. Nothing will change. We have to advocate for the police making arrests of politicians, using the FBI and lawyers and judges to file RICO charges. These are criminal conspiracies and racketeering. We won't allow it. It's criminality. It's fraud. It's lying. It's scamming. Guys like ML, I won't go serve in the front line with Lindsey Graham. ML here.
So here's an example. I think Sean has me confused with Anne because he keeps talking to Anne and Anne is not talking at all. So the bias, the prejudice, go get it, girl or boy.
She stole $50 million from the county. How the fuck is that even possible? It's because there's nobody's watching. We don't have actuarial scientists, forensic accountants. We don't know what the fuck to do. Fraud is everywhere. And in Chicago, the mayor can take out $1 billion loan to pass it out to his nonprofit scam artist friends. It's all taxation under a different name. It's called the progressive movement. Is really just the we're going to tax you more movement. That's all it really is, folks. It's a fucking fraud. It's a scam. ML, get to the back of the line. Keep complaining.
Well, I'll start complaining when I'm not in a 37% tax bracket anymore. But I'm good. Your bitch ass is the one who's fucking complaining. You the price of gas. You complain about the price of gas right now. So shut up.
So tell me, how does the individual taxpayer have control over the price of gas?
Mentioned gas once, folks. Note that he brings up gas. I didn't bring it up. I said the progressive movement is a taxation.
All he does is
it's
complain.
a scam and it's a fraud. Go ahead, ML. Complain about the gas price. Go ahead.
I don't complain about the gas price because guess what? I don't complain about groceries because guess what? I'm good. I'm allowed to.
Is the government butters your bread? You work in IT in the army or whatever the fuck you did, but you didn't start a business. The government made you wealthy. The government put you just because.
This guy sounds like he's a voice of the government.
You know what my degree? Do you know what my education is?
Relationship. You are a parasite. Go back to the line and complain.
You sound like you're going by the government. Are you a plant?
What? You're
Mr.
not
Young Guy?
bitching.
These good rooms and you take advantage of Ann and Matt Cool's goodwill, but ML, you're the worst of them. You're a double hypocrite and you're a parasite. Say, ooh, I got a 6-figure income. I don't need to worry about my grocery prices. If I was in charge, I'd have you arrested and deported back to your mother country. You're a parasite. And we're going to prevent all parasites from continuing to leach and draw the blood from our beautiful system.
So you're down. You know what's my mother country?
Violence. Like, he's American. Like, you guys need to stop saying that. You're so ridiculous. Like,
My mother country. Listen, I just cleared my lot.
Dumb.
Hey, dumbass, I just cleared my lot.
Political
I was talking about the other guy.
With the echo chamber, Emma. Go back to your safe space and politically correct with all
I'm
your
talking
friends.
about you.
You're just a parasite, Emma. Go back to
I am a parasite. Yes. What else?
Just complain over there, bitch. You're just a complainer.
That's cute. He
Why is that like
admitted,
Donald Trump?
he admitted to being a parasite. Move on.
I know.
Yeah, the U.S. Virgin Islands have only been a territory for about 100 years. So,
It's more than 100 years. More than 100 years.
108 years.
To that, not his mother country. It's some African place on the what?
So I don't know how you're going to take out the white. I don't know how you're going to take out the white blood in me.
No, but ML, we clearly have different political agendas, and that's ultimately what the immigration argument's really all about, is the political agenda. Would you agree?
Nope.
It's not really about how much crime illegals commit or don't commit. Right? You can say those statistics don't really play a factor in the debate about immigration. It's really about politics, right? Would you agree?
It's about who rules and runs and governs them out. We don't want parasites like you ruling over us. We don't want trans social activists ruling over us. We don't want Democrat female criminal lawyers and abortionists
I don't want Republicans running this bitch either.
We don't want black reparation tax socialist communists ruling over us, ML. That's why you gotta get to the Lindsey Graham and keep complaining.
I don't want a Republican playing this either.
Yeah, hold on, Spark. Look, ML, you have a lot to say, but when I ask you very direct questions, you don't
Because
have
I'm working. What was the question? I was away from my phone.
Oh, now you're too busy.
No, I was. That's why sometimes you guys don't hear me.
Making all that American money, right?
I am an American. Which other money do you want me to make? You want me to get paid in euros or pounds? What is it? Or what do you want me to get paid in?
Yeah, but it's not really a flex though to talk about how rich you are. I mean, what's
no, I said I'm not complaining about the price of shit, and I'm good.
What's the cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands? How much do you have to pay for your import tax when you actually have to bring stuff in? The cost of living in our territories is extremely expensive. I'm sure y'all have additional taxes or tariffs, just like Puerto Rico does. And right?
Yes, they do
a
lot of this stuff, but
it's super fucking expensive.
Hold on.
And I would have to guess that the U.S. Virgin Islands are just like Hawaii and Puerto Rico, that most of the money that when you look at it from the countryside, like Hawaii, $4 out of $5 that goes to Hawaii is because of federal money. And I'm sure it's the same for U.S. Virgin Islands, that you don't really have industries that are making tons.
Curious? Do you know? Hold on, Joe. This is where you guys talk, and you guys don't know what to talk about.
So you're telling me that
you know for the last hold on, Joe.
Like the U.S. Virgin Islands don't get any federal
hold on.
That's really to look at.
Joe, we get more tourists to live in
Hawaii.
Islands.
Look, Hawaii gets a lot of tourists.
I think
but $4 out of $5, Hawaii wouldn't exist without the American influence.
That is bullshit.
That's
Hawaii does.
No, that's clear.
Have you ever lived in Hawaii?
Okay, so $4 out of $5 that go to Hawaii comes from federal funds. It's not from the tourism. It's not their largest industry. Federal assistance is their largest industry. Now, it comes through many different forms of federal assistance. A lot of it has to do with
it's the military bases that are there. Pearl Harbor, Fort Camp Smith, Fort Bill.
People in the U.S. Virgin Islands, most of the money, and it doesn't dispute the point that Alistair was making about.
Look,
look, you're little.
Can you be done? Okay, you're done. Okay, let me go now. The point you're making is that the net takers from the federal government are red states. Make that make sense. If you have such brilliant, economic mind. Joe, hold on. If you look at the net takers,
it's
you're gonna realize that
it's the gasoline tax. Okay, 2 more claims. Thank you, ML, for your submission. Wow.
Okay, Alistair.
Incredible.
Alistair. The point here being is that yes, I'm from the U.S. Virgin Islands. I don't live there currently, but I am going to retire back. I go there often because this is home.
Make sure you can never go back. We'll send you back to Westcoast. And we will strip you.
And I will send you back.
We'll make sure you never collect another federal dollar the rest.
Because I'm sure you're not native.
Perfectly correct. I'm going to join your communist infiltrators. Go ahead.
I will have to send you back to Europe.
Send him back to his southern sister.
Go back to Europe because I'm indigenous. And I can tell by your accent you're not a native English speaker now. So take your lies and shove them up your ass, and maybe Lindsey Graham will come and felch them out your butt. I don't know who's here. You can maybe talk some sense to you, ML, because you are so brainwashed, so brain rotted out. I fear that our government giving you even one more pension dollar. I know you got an ex-wife and she cleaned you out. That's the greatest justice. That's what I know, and that's what I like to see, is that when big mouth, big brain, stupid lying communist socialists and progressive faggots like yourself get cleaned out by their ex-wives, that's what really gives me joy in my heart. When I know that your retirement's fucked because your ex-wife got you by your balls, that's real justice. That's real fucking justice. Your ex-wife has your balls in her mouth. Taking your pension, taking your income. Bitch, your wife has your ass, and that gets me joy.
Maybe that's your situation, but my ex-wife don't get.
So really easy to look. Hold on, Spark. Hold on. Really easy to look up. Some only amounts for about 30% of the U.S. Virgin Island PDE. Now, depending on certain years when more federal assistance has to be given at certain times during disasters and stuff like that, federal money is upwards of 40% for the U.S. Virgin Islands. It makes up, almost a majority of the money that goes to the islands where you're from, allegedly.
Yeah, it's wife didn't give me pension. She's fucking balls. And I'm so happy you're from the pop because you're such a know-it-all. Your ex-wife eventually got no witness. And she said, fuck.
And no wonder no woman, hey, Alyssa, do you even have a woman? The way you sound, you don't.
Oh, I got.
You haven't even procreated.
A women, baby. And
You haven't even procreated. A woman who would want to be with you, bro.
ex-wife. You got the balls. So you gotta come in these good rooms and waste people's time. I think you try.
Wow, this guy thinks he's so big.
He thinks he's funny, but he's an idiot.
He's a loser.
I think I'm funny. I know I'm funny. I'm glad your ex-wife ruined your fucking retirement.
You're cringe as hell, you old unk. Oh, that guy he looks to fuck his sister. Alright, it does.
Hi, Machiavelli.
Hi, Annie. What's up?
Was there something you wanted to talk about? I know that you requested to speak, so go ahead.
How are you doing?
Well, this is the President Trump discussion. Thanks everybody for coming. We're talking about Donald Trump, the greatest president who's ever lived in America. He's doing incredible things domestically. He's terraforming America, terraforming the world of all the criminals, all the terrorists, all the blackmailers, the schemers, the scammers from the past 60 years, rectifying history. And many people just don't like history rectified. One support Donald Trump wholeheartedly. I voted for him 3 times. God bless America. Hope every American here has the greatest weekend of their life. And on Monday, we will continue the greatest deportation operation the government of America has ever conducted. Again, it's Operation Deportation, Program Project Deportation. I am complete. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the discussion.
Since we're talking about statistics from the U.S. Virgin Islands, the largest employer of people that work in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the federal government. Near 30% on some years, the federal government is the largest employer for people that work there.
That makes sense. But why? Like, seriously?
Well, we support a lot of these island territories and
Because there's more lies that in the Virgin Islands, you have, as a territory, the police force is mostly U.S. Marshals. You have the Coast Guard. Then you have then you have the military bases.
This strengthens my point that the U.S. Virgin Islands,
Walmart.
not in majority of states. These are particular our island territories and our island states, like Hawaii. And the grander
to survive economically without the federal government's assistance. Yeah, because they can't even afford. They don't have enough of their own economy to afford even having their own police.
You don't understand that.
You know when Joe and ML Diceville go over, I want to tell you something about that.
Yeah, ML, I'll let you have the last word. Go ahead and argue the why U.S. Virgin Islands is such a net benefit for.
It produced me, man. Come on now.
That's what you're gonna leave it on?
I love it. And
also, because of it, Lee said we have some amazing beaches to come and visit. Americans.
I don't want you to visit. Hey, I don't want when I'm relaxing. I want when I'm relaxing on the beach to run into an idiot like you guys. It will disrupt my paradise.
You could use that opportunity to really sell us on. And look, it is beautiful.
But we don't want people from the mainland moving down there.
They clearly want our money.
The sun glitter.
They want our money.
The sun glitter off our bodies.
There's no industry there. I mean,
Listen, I am from the island of St. Croix, and we have like the third or fourth largest oil refinery in the world, and for like 4 decades we had the biggest oil refinery in the world. And we also have an aluminum plant, Mary aluminum plant. What else? Because St. Croix doesn't have
Processing.
Tourism is more St. Thomas and St. John's. If you guys really understood what happens in the territory, but
you can share with us. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, that's a net positive having an oil refinery there.
And we have one of the biggest oil depots. When you talk about the petroleum reserve and all the oil we store, we have one of the biggest ones now in yes.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Because all the oil that comes to America, they have some place to park it if they can't refine it, and they park it in St. Croix. What else? What else do I know?
Yeah, it's just a small blip on what Refinery Row in Louisiana and the east side of Texas does, because that's where the largest bulk of the production comes
yes,
from.
but we have the largest oil refinery in the world for 4 decades.
Largest on what measure? Like
the largest amount of burners, the amount of the processing power,
production.
Yeah, we produce majority of America's jet fuel for 4 decades.
Oh, jet fuel, very specific. Okay.
Because
I don't know that statistic.
Yes, for jet fuel, we produce majority of America's jet fuel.
Okay. Well, good. That's good too.
And gasoline was the cheapest, has always been cheapest in the Virgin Islands.
Usually where it gets produced, it is in Louisiana as well. It's one of the cheapest locations to buy because it's the transport cost, right?
Yes.
So, okay, there's some benefit. And now, what do y'all have to pay in excise tax for when you do imports?
You don't pay any. See, the rules that America has a law that if you're gonna ship it to American states, and you have to use an American flag ship. So basically, we pay more to the mainland to the Virgin Islands because we have to use an American flag carrier, which charges higher rates than say we would get the goods say from China or not.
Tell me this: what's the benefits tax wise? Y'all don't have to pay the same federal tax rates that we do here in mainland.
It's the same. It's the same.
Exactly the same. You don't. No.
From the Virgin Islands.
ML, he's the moderator. No, ML, he's the moderator.
Shut the fuck up, dog. I said.
Okay. It is just tax break. If I bring my business to Puerto Rico, my taxes go all the way to 4%. If you bring a new business to Puerto Rico, especially a professional services business, your federal taxes go to 0, your state taxes go to 0, local taxes go to 0. You negotiate 4% income tax. I'm done speaking. Joe, if you disagree, let me know.
I think it's really easy for me to look up.
Thank you.
We're talking about the Virgin Islands. You bring about talk about Puerto Rico. Go ahead, because we have the same time structure.
Mom, are you there? Hey, I owe an apology. I was doing stuff around the house. I didn't see you come in I would have loved to have your take on the Heritage Foundation documentary. I was so excited when I discovered it yesterday, and then it's free this weekend, so I rushed to do a replay on it this morning. It's the story of Matt Lohmeyer. I had no idea. And apparently he wrote a book 44 or 5 years. Did you know about him before I knew about it? So let me see. I was posting it in this Telegram, and you don't want me to advertise for the Divided We Fall Telegram, do you? Because
You can,
why?
whatever you say.
I just know. Well, so the pros are we have more people in there to discuss ideas. The cons are the trolls will get in, and you're very protective of your property. So I'm just trying to. I'm just like, you're the landlord. I'm the manager of the property. So how are you like you own it? So you think about it and you let me know. And once you start letting me know, I can start advertising it. We have over 100 members in there, but like I said, you prefer quality over quantity. So whatever you want, go.
Thanks for the update. Moderators, put me back in the queue. This is Allison.
So, we just get them. Yeah. So it already has the Heritage Foundation documentary. Wait, hold on. Elon Musk tweeted about it. His post about it has 15 million impressions. Let me see what the Heritage Foundation post has 16 million views. And I get that John Kitover has an agenda and he wants the mic right now. But if anyone wants to talk about the very pivotal and on-point topic of DEI and critical race theory in our military that's corrosive and divisive and racist. I would love to have that conversation with people. The pastor who was segregating the black soldiers, inviting them to special book reviews on Abraham Hindu's crash logic, and alienating the white soldiers needs to be known about. This is important.
Okay, so I'll respond succinctly. Anyone that understands the actions of America's enemies know that America's enemies want nothing more than to have us divided by race. And China and Iran, if you actually if you just go watch the TikToks that China and Iran are giving to our youth, China and Iran are teaching our youth to hate their fellow Americans who are of different races. And so when the U.S. military, and we have a military man here who could speak, when the U.S. military teaches American patriots of one race to hate American patriots of another race, they are serving America's enemies. So shame on everyone that did that.
I see the room we're going in a new thread. I just want to finish up the U.S. Virgin Islands tax benefits that they do get, and then we go down a new thread. Look, it does. U.S. Virgin Islands do have generally a similar tax break as Puerto Rico does. However, they have one thing that's different, which they are very restrictive of mainlanders moving to U.S. Virgin Islands to make a business. But they can get tax breaks up to 90%. They personal tax rate down in some industries down to between 2% and 5% in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So ML's not being truthful when he says it's exactly the same.
Oh.
It's not. Yeah, it's not the same. They actually are. They're not working with the same laws and rules at the federal government tax rules that the rest of us mainland Americans are. And on top of that, they're very restrictive of us moving there to take advantage.
They don't want y'all moving there. That's what. Listen.
Yeah. Clearly,
hey, Joe,
clearly. So,
Joe, you missed one point.
The U.S. Virgin Islands gets to suck money out of America and play by different rules, but they don't have to allow that, and they can restrict Americans from moving there as well to try and take
to access those extra benefits.
No, not only are you
Can I ask
correct,
a
but you're
question real
forgetting one
fast?
thing. No, let me say this very succinctly, Joe, and then you.
Yeah, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
No,
Go ahead.
ML. The other thing that you are dishonest about, ML, is the murder rate in the Virgin Islands. On the Virgin Islands is more than 10 times as high as it is in the U.S. So you should be proud to be an American, but don't you dare be proud to be from that murderous place. I'm done speaking, ML.
So listen,
Damn, bro.
so Joe, there is what you call if you look at the law where we don't charge
Mirror law.
federal.
That's
Yeah,
what I
but
looked at.
yes, but
Why did you withhold that information when I first?
because you just pay, you don't pay state tax. That's about the only thing, depends on what state you're coming from.
No,
But if you're
actually, it's
Hold
the
on.
opposite. The federal taxes you pay directly to what y'all go to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
yes, that's the mirror system. Everybody's
The general fund.
But Joe,
America.
it's identical to the federal taxes.
But it doesn't go to the federal government. It doesn't go into the general fund. Y'all suck money. The U.S. Virgin Islands sucks money out of the federal government. However, they don't pay into it.
Yeah, that's the reality of it. It's essentially ML's philosophy on month, right? And he's self-interested. I'd like to be put back in.
Let's hear it, Alistair. Follow up.
I created a new house. It's called the Progressive Movement or Progressive Movement, and it's my opinion that it's just a tax scam because I'm witnessing it real time here live with our mayor in Chicago, who's going on television and a presser and saying we need to tax the racist white people a black tax for reparation. That tipping is connected to slave when he doesn't even know that it's an acronym, which means to improve performance and service. You should be tipped if you got a great attitude and your customers like you. I recently got a phone call from a baker and he was screaming at me in the voicemail. And I've also come to the conclusion that I might be one of the most annoying people who have ever lived. And I hope one day to have patriotic children who will also become one of the most annoying people who have ever lived, because we need annoying people to question authority, think for ourselves, and stop letting people like ML fill your ears with his waste of time lies. These are all progressive movement lies. The progressive movement doesn't deal with our national deficit. The progressive movement doesn't deal with the fact that we're spending $7 trillion a year, collecting $5 trillion, and we have a $40 trillion mortgage with a $100 billion a month mortgage payment. I'm looking at this from a pragmatic American, patriotic, financial perspective, which is really, we need to talk about the books. People want to talk about political politics and all this bullshit. Wasting time. Let's talk about the books, baby. The books is the true math, as they like to say. And the truth that at your birth and at your death, you'll question whether Clubhouse was worth it. To waste your time with guys like ML. I rest my case. I am complete.
Gotta follow. It's not surprising that ML is as progressive as he is. I mean, the U.S. Virgin Islands did not even become a territory. The famous progressive president we've ever had, Woodrow Wilson, accepted them into the Union. And now we find out how much of a tax they are, how much benefit they get from part of our country where they don't pay into them. However, they extract money out of the general cakes. Do U.S. Virgin Islands do they exactly
we don't have a rigor.
progressive?
He was joking.
He's not. But it makes a lot of sense why ML is so progressive, because he needs dad to.
How about the Republicans? What do they have a role in this? Biden hiding?
Trying to change the conversation, Spark. We're clearly discussing politics right now. ML made a big point about.
Joe was kind enough to say that I wasn't a heritage
I
American.
still hold to that. You're in our family, and that's okay. You're part of our family. I'm not don't share the same interests as I do, and there's a lot of reasons why you don't share the same interests. I mean, based in a island or an island territory that takes money, good, hard working Americans pay don't get to benefit from makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of when the most president in the history of America is adopted y'all to the union. And look, I get it. If I was to sell, when I asked you about sell to us, the reason you want, what you should say is, look, it's a great position for America to hold that spot in that location because it allows, just not me.
We don't want no corruption in our island.
Are we? I mean, I felt that he did in people's pay foundation. I know it's a right-wing think tank, but that doesn't mean it.
The Heritage Foundation.
Heritage Foundation. And that's where I learned about Madison before we became. And Thomas Madison has an excellent lecture about how corrupt and fiscally irresponsible the U.S. government is, and how they are completely infiltrated by special also all the law breaking they do. And Thomas, the only patriot we have is this girl with peaches at a house that he took because he's an MIT graduate and the goddamn Maxine
Thanks to deepest friend today and hopefully
it's just fucking ruining everything. It's a little comical. Oh, she got a phone call.
Who's Jordan Peterson?
It's the great.
He's always greatest people.
Everybody's great for that. Trump's the greatest. Every mediocre person that runs in this circle is the greatest. I don't understand that, the logic in that.
I don't trust any government in the government. They all suck. Democrats suck. Republicans suck. Everybody sucks.
Well, there you go. And do you have like certain private was sharing some new information about Clubhouse?
So much to say now. Anything else to push back with now?
Oh, what? I'm working. Getting one my house.
Extract more money from hardworking Americans, right?
Therapeutic, I like painting, so.
Do you only rent to left wing?
I rent to people with credit. $700 and above credit. I don't go below.
Please.
Is that true?
In Miami?
No.
I never met a MAGA before.
What? You just Joel was just talking. That's a MAGA, right?
We've never,
Oh,
we've
shit.
never met. Yeah, but we've never met. It doesn't refute his point. Never.
Nobody was in a boat.
I am good enough to mod by myself.
We have a good and bad dictator.
No Navy.
Why don't we even start this war in the first place?
I don't care if it's value, I just
I don't know much about this
restating
Iran
it.
war.
Something I understand how much. Close the Strait of Hormuz again. There's reports of several in the strait by. You don't need to be Peter, I haven't said anything about your accent yet. Don't start on my accent. But I tell the name of the countries correctly because that is a diplomatic interference. Cater. I think that intentionally it is being used because all that means is good. You're in tune with it's the internet, and we like to take gas by trolling people, by framing things certain. I see. Thank you for the confirmation. It is the good. It is. It's nice when we can just be genuinely honest about that. We share a played within Clubhouse with the politics that we discuss. And when you get how that is put, you pick up on these certain things that people subtle jabs and troll. I do want to call out Adams. He did last night. Pepe knew you were. I mean, you were telling that for Nichols, bro. I was like, hey, Pepe entertaining, and I don't even think he caught on. Do you know just don't like me? All the other moderators likes me, especially. Don't start begging, Peter. I've already made a rule. I know. I am just protesting. Are you Iranian? Yes, I am Iranian. Protesting here. Only people that have the right to protest can protest in this. To be able to speak of these stages and survive. I spent all belongings to come to Berlin to speak freely and enjoy that. You see that it is like Iraq. Let me ask you, Peter, what is it like living under pure tyranny like the Iranian government? Maybe you could share that. Yes, it is. Because I now Germany and compare each and every law with before. And depressing some meditations to be able to overcome this situation, to be tell my countrymates my experiences later. There is a huge misunderstanding of a lot of issues that is laughable. That's exactly what it is. You consider yourself heritage Persian? Of course I am. I went to education from the first class of primary school to from the ground and your perspective. What necessarily was the turning and what went wrong in Iran? The most turning point during the last 4 years was one of the biggest in my mind was that the replacement of the officials was always based on the
biases and relationships and connections and all the leading the country before the revolution. Accelerated by change of governments like Ahmadinejad, but it was all different. The retire was replaced by Donbasses, and they even know themselves. Um, the previous offshore example, spoken English, and they learned that 50 years ago, because they cannot even, you know, and they just go to universities, take the degree to. You can see for yourself. I am not saying you can see that if they were university to take more salaries and, for example, to take a better promotion. Just the title was important for them, not that you need to accept that title. They wanted to say to family members that I am, for example, instead of being as they achieved. It was not. It was never questioned. What is your achievement as well? Right. I was out of the signal.
Let me just try and paraphrase it to some degree. I might have missed a couple parts, but largely speaks that elevated based on who they know rather than based on you recognized as the thing went wrong. And that's kind of like, when we have America that say, well, it's their turn. Like it was take over the presidency in 2016, right? That there's this it doesn't have where the people don't have any say in it, but it's the party structure or the party power.
They tried to form some kind of parties. However, it was unsuccessful. All as their competitors. And he was a leader, extraordinary power, for example, make them overruled and kick them out of the scene, for example, in 2009. Because of the presidential, because the nominee, it was electing, and the election in 2009, president of the United States, and percentage of people participated in subsidies was going in, leading the country, and for that purpose, the Supreme Leader did not like the other nominee. Think he put the most vote out of that election. This kind of leadership is some kind of old school leadership. For example, when you suggest they played with 3-5-2 during the time. Last defender could have saved the balls that was passed from the other players, because he stays there, he's inside nowadays, but they insist that we need the Supreme Leader.
Hey Joe, and to answer your question about what things go wrong in Iran, I can say like, be tolerant about like they said Shah was a dictator back then, but like was was forcing to stop. It was first of all he was, had the communists like there's four groups like one communist Russia and USSR was forcing in Afghanistan and all those other stuff. After that, there was in Iran actually smart was happening in Iraq. He was trying. He was trying to stop, and then inside the gang, inside of Iran was trying by disagreeing with they want to have a different opinion. So these four things he was trying to stop agenda in U.S. tolerance of the rest of the country that after Shaw left, he was mentioning the world's gonna know, like if you as a stronghold back then, the Arab Spring and all those crazy extreme and other stuff is gonna happen in the Middle East. I see this is the place when it goes wrong.
That was a real good take. It all really pulled it together for me.
On Cuba? If so, why?
Now issue is Iran. I think that Cuba is the other way of the world.
I don't. You're around. That's why I asked.
Yes, I think that a good from Iran, then find a place to the other side, it would be Cuba. Yes, we have really.
I check out, but I'm not sure why. I'm really not sure. And I have family that is in the military that are cryptos. So you're on it.
A lot of people of Cuba like say like they are so open to stop the journey. Exiles basically they're tired to be left alone. Like hopefully we can.
Marco Rubio. Yeah, I agree with him.
Marco has been dreaming of this since he was like a baby. I saw a video. Finally, he's the Secretary of State of the United States, and I think the Pentagon is over Cuba. But yeah, Cuba's next. After they're done with Iran, it's gonna be another. They're probably gonna bomb Iran. Today on a Saturday. It's Sunday here, but it's Sunday in the United States. But I think Cuba's done. It's just a matter of time. It's like the last days of like most of the trash, Joe, and then like he was kicked out. I think that, and they're gonna deal with that. But yeah, there's no Secretary of State. Cuba's done.
I agree, but it didn't seem to be the sentiment of the room, so I want to flush that out.
I don't know what the sentiment of the room is, but you really think a Cuban American that got kicked out from on the Western Hemisphere, and that's why one of the aircraft carriers is still there. And after they get done with Iran, they're gonna go to Cuba, and there's nothing Cuba can do about it. You know, either they make a deal.
It's on the agenda. It's happening. They're already signaling to us that it's going to go down. Trump's done his presidency, you agreed or disagreed with what he did, he in America, but the geopolitics, these groups that have been nuisances for the last 5 decades.
To fire J.D. Vance's. No, he told Vance to fire Tucker Carlson's son in his office. Did you see that?
But that's, Vance and Rubio are a dynamic team, and it's.
What I did see today, and I watched it live, Trump signed some.
It was with Joe Rogan and stuff, right?
He was with Joe Rogan, and they're going to start regulating the pharmaceutical medication that knows someone or knows of someone in your life that has and it is definitely in our country. And to see Donald Trump taking the position to do this. One point general point I want to make about this is you have to understand how our Overton window. It's all about pushing conversations one direction or the other. Trump may not stop income tax for 90% of the Americans. He's got the ball started. While Trump may not solve the addiction, he's the first president in my lifetime to address it. And it's this and then generations that follow him. These issues and areas continue to champion them into the future. And that's really how the system works. It doesn't all get solved in one term, even one generation. And each generation that comes along has different ideas. Some want more regulation, some want less. It's a period of time. So.
Hey, by the way, when you see a service member on the street or whatever, to thank them for their service and really mean it, because right now what's going on with the and all that. And so so if you see anybody on the street or whatever, say, I remember I was at where was I? I was at TJ Maxx, and there was a service member, a black girl, and she had a uniform on, and I thanked her for her service. I said, well, you're welcome, thank you. And it's just
Thanks, I like that. I like that a lot, especially given the documentary that I just watched this morning.
Yeah.
The Heritage Foundation wants the father of the Palestine Courage. In November of 2020, he wrote a letter to his man saying, hey, look, and saying, what's wrong with this picture? After Trump said, well, there were DEI trainings in the military that advice that it cancer, it promotes you to segregate and separate instead of focus on the mission. Fire. I was looking at it. A pastor was inviting, a black pastor was inviting black and critical race. It's a very good documentary, about an hour and 20 minutes long.
What's the name of it, Monica? I love those.
There's a link in the chat. 24 hours. You can watch it on Xbox.
You said you played it on your radio.
Yeah, it should be the last replay on my bio. I pause it every once in a while. Vacation to let people know that I wasn't. You didn't get anything that racist of the stabilization of my fellow Americans. How can you say that? You're denying people the full range of human emotion. Of course, people can be bigoted, can be raised prejudice, no matter what their skin color is. It's a mental illness, not a.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, as they're saying that, it's like in the second level.
And also when the White House.
Wait. It's recognize a single medal on a black soldier until Bill Clinton did it. I think something else like that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I look back to it. They were offered the service, whatever. That's the second highest honor in world because the U.S. won the Second World War. The segregated. It happened in Australia. There was actually a big fight in Brisbane with U.S. soldiers because Australian soldiers were like, why the fuck are you racist to other people? I'm not against the U.S. I love just saying, like, it's just a thing of the past. So you don't get to be upset when black soldiers are like, oh, we had historical terror to us, sort of thing. So like the Heritage Foundation, their boss, I think it was like in February, correct me, because he didn't even stand up against anti-Semitism, for fuck's sake. And it was like,
I don't know what you're talking about,
let me land. It took Bill Clinton 1992 to address the wrongs of the past. Like, how don't you recognize a single black soldier of honor? And then they had to rig the graves and put them in Arlington, where the fallen are arrested. Thank God for them. But, like, I don't understand this big and everything terrible. But the thing is, like, I have to understand why it happened in the first place, you know?
I agree. Correlation with the Heritage Foundation, difference of opinion regarding this. We need to allow the debate.
Then why did they apologize?
Alright, so I want to find out what.
If you're a man, why did they apologize? Go ahead, Mona.
So, it's rare that A-Check and I disagree, so I always am excited because that means he's seeing something that, and I want to pay attention to it. And I put in the chat, let's make.
Monica, it's rare.
I know, but we have a clubhouse friendship that will run disagreement. So in the chat is exactly what that Heritage Foundation apologized for. He apologized in no because of a video he released defending Purple Pulse's friendly October interview with Nick Fuentes. Now, Tucker from pretty much every did refuse to resign. So, people, I can defend Nick Fuentes' right to exist. I can recognize his humanity, saying that his jokes are causing people to hate Jewish folks, and I don't like. So yeah, so that's the scandal that was the Haitian, and I don't think it diminishes the documentary in any way. I invite people to look at the documentary, the link I reposted in the chat. And HF, what do you say to all that?
The I'm fine with the documentary and everything, but maybe it's just like making a comeback or whatever. I think in Trump's first term, they were the ones like, put Amy Coney Barrett in the Supreme Court with her in the court, and Kavanaugh and everything. Like, I'm like,
you wonder.
You know what Trump said? He's like, these people in the Heritage Foundation defeat me, and they gave him justices that are now pretty much liberal. Look, you have to deal with this nonsense now, and it's like foundation to me, it's like an old school liberal type, It's like suspicious of that organization, I could be wrong, Monica, but it's like that organization is fully suspicious, of the agenda they're doing.
Close, but you missed some details on it. So the group to attribute Amy Coney Barrett is a judicial, the Federalist Society. Now this group is great. So this group is a Washington country club group. They're not grassroots, right-wing, populist activists. And counter populist right-wingers positions on economic issues, and oftentimes definitely federal society judges definitely take positions that are more pro-corporation than pro-people. Definitely a blemish on Trump. Now the Heritage Foundation, founded in around 1980, it was with the rise of Reagan. But they did have a realignment after Trump's first term. There were a lot of groups that were resistant of Trump's influence coming into they were one of them. However, in the second term, they helped Trump that were going to work in many of the underling positions throughout the federal government. Because Trump, look, like it or not, when he was elected in 2016, he didn't have an apparatus to get elected. 3,000 people ready to appoint to certain positions, and he didn't. And he wasn't really known in political circles up to that time. And it ended up being he suffered the penalty playing the politics like it needed to be played. One of my biggest complaints about 2016 Trump was that he was not a politician. And that was one of his to many grassroots voters is because he wasn't a politician. I mean, you can't get anything done in Washington, and it showed us if you can't play the game. Well, Trump, between 2021 and 2024, and there is something different about Donald Trump, and I think a lot of people have in them is his ability to forgive people, his ability to people that have stabbed him in the back, and for him to open his arms and bring. He never holds back punching metaphorically in media. Or he'll also be the first one when they start doing his bidding for him, because that's how politics is. He'll bring Tucker Carlson back in the fold, just like he had Joe Rogan at the house today. It was just a couple of weeks ago. Joe Rogan had Leo Vaughn on there. Or Theo Vaughn on, and they were cracking jokes negatively. So it's something there's of these people private face, and we don't necessarily get to always see it.
I think you're 100% right, and I don't think it's like.
Trump has literally got back everybody who did anything to him, one by one. It's a
No, but I'm just.
YouTube it, and they have it written out. Everybody who did some shit last 4 years during the Biden administration, and was done economically, business, corporations, anybody who went against them, knows and has literally went after all of them. That is a fucking lie. He's not a lie. I don't even like the
He needs to arrest more. He needs to arrest more.
I say no, but do y'all side. So I can stop this.
I mean, what does that mean if you
I like Trump.
hold on,
But
BT?
I'm not gonna let him lie and say he ain't went after nobody.
I never said he didn't go after. Hold on, BT. I never said it that he didn't pushes people metaphorically in the media very hard. He also is very forgiving. Can you parse between what I said?
I can parse that, but what I can't parse is you saying unforgiving Trump when he is attacked every.
Clearly. I mean, look at J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was anti-Trump in his first term, and he brought him in as the vice president.
You know what I got?
Oh, I mean, come on. But it's my point stands, right? Oh, look, here's one that I'm not a fan of, but Graham clearly stepped in 2020 and 2021 and through under to now.
I'm asking a question. What, Lady G? I don't get this. Why do they call him that?
Because he's married. He's a 70-year-old.
Because he's gay. So he's a homo.
Yeah, homo.
Oh, fair enough.
He likes cock in his ass. Cock.
Fair enough. I never understand. I just was asking a question. I never understand why.
Have you heard of Donald J. G?
No. I don't know who removed her, but like I never knew why people call him G. So thank you.
A little. I run the ship a little tighter. The vibe was off. I was enjoying the back and forth with BT and UHX, and we don't need to go a troll.
No, fair enough. But all
Whatever that was.
Like 2 days ago, I think also like a trans person. I think she came fit to like swimming or whatever the hell she came. And she came up to Trump and he was going up to the Pope. The Pope is an absolute disgrace, by the way, and I'm saying this as a Catholic. And he was like, she just said some bullshit like Riley. Like, she was like a DeSantis, like person in like 3. And there was like an article about Riley Gay being like, DeSantis is like for women. These people are all fucking grifters, bro. You know? So in 2023,
I agree there.
Yeah, we showed the dissent. And then she realized when DeSantis got no votes in fucking Iowa, she was back on the Trump train.
Yeah, she recreated herself. Yeah. She did. But look, you figures, Riley Gaines, and also the Pope. Let's talk about the Pope. I'm a Catholic as well.
And I'm a Catholic.
Being talked about is the economic benefit that immigration and illegal immigration, especially from South America to the United States of America, the church. I don't know the breakdown, but the Catholic, the donations that go to the Vatican, which I participate in,
I stopped vaccination like a year ago.
I don't give to Catholic charities, but I give to the church for sure. I don't give to Catholic.
I stopped doing it anymore because they're doing terrible things to people.
That's okay, but listen, the Pope is priests are business. organization in the parish. The future of the Catholic Church in America is related to Hispanics populating it. It like it or not, that's what it is. And the United States of America.
About that. That makes a good one.
Well, look, I'll give you what it is. And there's a financial angle to it. It's not just the altruistic angle of Jesus. We need to be like Jesus and let be a neighbor. No, there's an economic issue that the Vatican has in this, because the United States of America in the dollar generates the most wealth. I mean, the donations that come in from South American countries, what they get in the pesos that they give, is not what it is in the value of the dollar that is given to the Catholic Church in donations. So, look, America has a problem with the white culture. They were 100 years ago away from Jesus Christ. It's easy to see. And capture on that the way to swell their pews is with Hispanics, legal or they are the largest driving factor, especially in the church I go to, and I'm in Alabama, that isn't even thought of necessarily as a high destination for immigrants from South America, but we are. And so that's one angle to know about the Catholic Church, that they're, but nothing against the Pope, but he should stay out of American politics.
Yeah, but the thing is about the Pope, Joe, as you know, as a Catholic, no Pope since the 1950s has talked about ex cathedra. You should know about this. No Pope has spoken about, even Pope John Paul II didn't even speak about ex cathedra. He's not infallible. He only is infallible when he speaks about ex cathedra, which means church teachings and everything else like that. So at least Pope getting involved in politics, whatever, at least Pope John Paul II underneath President Ronald Reagan was like, I heard communism is evil. And Pope Leo XII, he was the one that said that. He was the one that, like that. So this Pope, he's trying to talk about politics, and he's not even talking ex cathedra. It's a big fucking problem, and it's causing us pain worldwide. So what? Go to Algeria, one of the biggest anti-Semitic countries in the whole entire, and he says, and the Catholics and everything are combined in communion. What kind of retardation is this we're dealing with, Joe? You have to call out your leaders, everything else like that. He can't go to Algeria and talk this absolute nonsense and talking about Lebanon and talking about Algeria and everything else like that. This Pope is out of line. He's like Francis 2.0.
We should pray for him.
Out, bro. It's ridiculous.
We should pray for him. We should pray for him, Richard.
Bro, even when the Pope is ridiculous, out of line. It's so upsetting and it's so annoying. I actually physically get upset. I feel sick about it when I think about what he wants.
So I actually am telling what I'm missing, because from all the things that I've looked at, I don't think that he did anything wrong.
You gotta be kidding me. He said Islam and the Catholic Church are in communion together. What the hell is that wrong about that?
As we pray for
Oh
them.
my God, I'm sick of praying for people that blow me up.
Wait, hold on. Wait, are we not supposed to pray
I'm
for
not praying for people that are trying to blow me up, and thank you very much.
We are conscribed to.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna pray for people, Joe, that are trying to kill me, bro. Fuck that.
We pray for them to come to Christ, HX.
It's all bullshit, and bro. I'm not praying for people that.
Hold on, HX. He addressed me. Hi, BT.
We don't pray for everybody anymore. We stop that. Exactly. Fuck that bullshit.
We're done.
Okay.
I do, but
What's
some
that?
people don't understand what they know.
Alright.
I even put my enemies in, but I'm different, right? I'm a real Christian from this. A lot of people, you know.
I think that's a few people in here from the South.
I'm not, and you're wrong about this. I'm not gonna pray for people that are trying to fucking kill me. I don't care. If the fuck help me pray for my, I don't want for my enemies. These people are horrible people.
Hey, check the gospels.
No. Don't bring up the gospel to me when it's the seed of Peter. No, this guy inherited the seed of Peter.
Let me read it.
Wait. This guy inherited the seed of Peter. What the hell?
Hey, check, let me read it really quick, okay? Matthew 5:44. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Luke 8. But to you who are listening, I say, love your enemies. Do good to those who hate. Bless those who curse you, who mistreat you. That's from Jesus' sermon, bro.
Yeah, I know, but that's
not the Pope.
Yeah, I know. Look, that's what I'm telling you.
No, but well, you're still. I didn't know you were a Zoomer. I didn't know you were in your 20s. I had.
Do about the joke.
Well, because I had similar ideas when I was younger until I matured and developed a different thing.
Are you trying to say just because I'm in my 20s I'm retarded?
Well, no, not that you're retired. That we go. No, not at all. No, that we go through a natural maturity.
Wisdom we have because we're older, and we
well, yeah.
Your views will change the older you get.
Yeah, maybe, but right now I am the
one of the hardest things to do as a Christian is to get down on your hands and knees and pray for your enemies. And that's forgive them, bro. It is very hard.
Joe, I'm just telling you, maybe you're different, but Joe, I hate my enemies, and I want all my enemies to die a very violent, terrible death. I don't like my enemies.
No, I'm not different.
And you can call me a Zuma or whatever, you know.
It's not a knock on you. It's not a knock on. Trying to relate that when I was in your age bracket, I had not reached and I still struggle with it. I'm not. That's why I go to church. I'm not perfect at this.
What happens, Joe?
Excuse me?
I said, please educate me. What happens? I see that happening.
You have to forgive them, bro. You gotta forgive them. Yeah.
What happens after you forgive your enemies?
Well, you don't. Yeah, it's not to carry around a burden on your shoulders that you have. You have this chip on your shoulder when you carry this animosity towards.
20. You know that variety box you buy with all the different. Goddamn. I know. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so it definitely helps alleviate that burden that you carry from that animosity towards people, and that's what we're working towards is a more peaceful, harmonious life as we age and mature. So I'm still working on it. I'm not perfect. I struggle with it too.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Joe, like, I've listened to you for like 2 years, I think. You're a great guy, fantastic. But it's like, my enemies, I gotta get rid of my enemies, These people are sick people, And I don't understand, how can you forgive? I'm not Jesus Christ.
It's not my teaching. It's Jesus' teaching, bro.
We should not equally yoke to them, so that's another thing. So
I agree. No, I agree with that.
My enemies want to kill. I got in the workplace when I was a combat soldier. You know what? I gotta get rid of my enemies. Like when I was a combat soldier, what the hell did I do? Don't shoot me.
You don't
have
what
to
the
do
hell,
that.
bro?
Joe, he went to the temple and destroyed their idols, like in the like.
Exactly.
So like I get it.
I don't need to be their best friend. I need to not carry that burden on my shoulder. I need to learn to forgive. So I'm not. You only want to people that you're equally. You only want to surround yourself with people you're equally yoked. I 100% agree with that. However, it's your drink. It's like drinking poison.
Yeah, God our God. So and then their God is coming. So.
What do you, A-Check, do you pray for the have not found Jesus Christ?
No, I don't care.
No, well.
I'm being honest. What do you want me to say? I pray for people that haven't found Jesus Christ. I'm telling you the honest truth. That's what I believe.
I can tell you on Good Friday service, I just got up and down about 100 times, up and down on my knees to pray for people that have not found Jesus Christ, for people that rejected Jesus Christ. So I do, and I do pray for the Pope, and I do pray for a lot of people that I don't necessarily align with, and I even pray for Democrats, believe it or not.
But Joe, let me tell you, you know what the first thing we did in South Sudan when we got independence? The first thing we did, we deported every single Muslim in our country. You want to know why, Joe? Because we know we don't want to deal with terrorism, suicide bombings, blowing up, hijacking, everything else like that. And the whole world didn't give a shit because we're not Jewish people. But the first thing my government did, we deported all of them because we don't want these terrorists in our country, Joe. Does that make us terrible Christians, or does that explain this?
Not at all.
I mean, Augustine did the Ignatius thing in other people. We used to be a strong, masculine Catholic people. Pray for all the terrorism and all violence. You can't pray away terrorism, bro. People, bro. You see in all these terrible people. You can pray away murder, bro.
No, you pray for the Spirit to fill them, so these type of actions are not become more prevalent. It's the belief in the Holy Spirit's power.
Yeah, we pray in all things, but that's totally different.
Yes, I can support deporting them while also praying for them. I understand why I can't do both.
Based on their actions, it should be important, not based on their belongings, right?
Their status. If they're here illegally in America, I'm not advocating for their deportation. However, I do have some grievances towards the anchor baby issue that we have, or birth tourism.
But the thing is, Joe, let me tell you something.
But I don't hold it against.
My wife is from Alabama. She's an American South Sudanese woman from Alabama. Yeah. So let's say like she gets pregnant or whatever, my kid automatically become an American just because she's an American.
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? I'm not American.
Where was your child born? What country?
In America. Does that make him an American?
If your child was born in America, he's got a birth certificate, or she?
No, I'm saying if my missus, because we're planning to have children, and she's like, oh, I want to have babies in the United States, so they become an American. And I'm like, how the hell is that fucking legal?
A-check. Try when she's look, I'm gonna tell you what they do. When she gets around closer to her due date, schedule a week visa trip here.
Yeah, but I don't need a visa trip because she's an American citizen herself, so I can just go there whenever I want.
So you get your child, once her and her child's here, then we have what's called a chain migration, where you can then file to be an American citizen because your wife and your child is an American citizen.
But I can already file to become an American citizen, but I'm not doing it just yet because I'm busy. But I can eat.
But you definitely want your child to be born in America.
Joe,
side of it. We have Republicans that they stick their head in the sand and they don't really address anything when they're in power. And then we have Democrats that do address things. However, it's usually an agenda for their own power in what they address it for. So
Republicans are fucking useless. You have the House, the Senate,
Yeah, they
the
are.
White House, and they don't even pass. They can't even pass the Save America Act. You know.
they have been used a long time. But
What's the
it's our own.
update on the Save America? Is it done?
It's got no traction to get past the what is it, the McConnell wing of the Senate. Then one, even if he was to call
John Tony is horrible, and I'm not even American. This
I
guy.
agree. He is horrible. The issue is they don't even have 50 votes to pass it. Here's the idea that we're going to throw out the still going to push it through. We don't even have a simple majority vote. I think it comes up to like 44. Soon to agree. He signed on when he already knew it wouldn't go through, and the Mitch McConnell wing's just holding strong. Lisa Murkowski, it's just slipping my mind right now. But that yeah. Lisa Murkowski, Lisa Murkowski, Tom Tillis, North Carolina, and Mitch McConnell.
Tom Tillis is such a fucking bitch. The only reason he's talking like this is because he are in the Senate.
Yeah, he's out, his clout. So at this period of time, his vote's up for sale, and the corporate wing or the country club wing of the Republican Party is where he caucuses. He's got his given to muck up this situation. That's not how politics works. It's a dirty business.
I can't stand Tom Tillis. And that Senate seat is going to be taken by... Who's that Democrat that is running in North Carolina? That guy never loses elections. He never... Alive.
Right now. But no, it could. Things aren't looking well.
The Democrats are going to win that Senate seat, bro.
Needs to address, and on top of that, he's going to have to employ like ICE, marshals, like the Border Patrol, like DHS officers, to districts that are going to be areas where they'll swing the election and try and prevent illegals from voting in those elections. So be prepared. This big stink, banking on a low turnout, and I have seen where a low turnout can end up being won by the sitting president. We saw this when Obama was in this, where even though Obama...
No, but Obama never won a midterm, ever.
They held on.
President.
They held on to the Senate.
Yeah, but not the House. They always lose.
Not the House. They lost out in 2010 because of the Tea Party rise. And then, though, the big thing was the low turnout. And that also resulted...
But Joe, let's be honest. The only reason George W. Bush won the midterm is because of 9/11 and the war in Iraq. He's the only president since like 95 to win a midterm. No president, not even...
Yeah, here in modern times.
Wait. Let me just... No, I'm just trying to say something quick. Give me 10 seconds, brother. Give me 10 seconds, please. Reagan, he won 49 states and still lost midterms. Which is
okay. But there's that. They definitely in the 20th century, the House from 1954 to 1994. So that spanned a couple different Republican, well, actually three different Republican presidents, four different Republican presidents over that period of time. To the ruling that's about to come up in front of the Supreme Court, where House districts have to be divided out according to racial demographics. Now that's up in the Supreme Court. They're going to rule on it. It does appear that the way. Look, I'll let you finish. Let me finish my point. Okay. Before you jump to the conclusion, it does appear like it's going to get. Will pick up 12 seats just in the Southeast. If they follow through, if those state legislators follow through with pushing through new maps. Law allowed the Democrats to hold on to the House for 40 years in the time frame that you raised. There's a lot of dynamics that can still play out and change over the next few months. However, at the moment, Trump's focus on benefiting enthusiasm at his base.
Yeah, but that's in November. The Supreme Court is not going to overturn that law in the South, especially Amy Coney, her two Haitian kids. That's never going to happen.
Let's make a friendly bet.
All right, if you win, the U.S. Marine Corps, like, just do like.
I live in America. That's expensive. Oh, I got a phone.
Okay, so Richard, Inky, and Cesare, welcome to the stage. Do you guys want to add to the room? Yeah.
All right. Hey, chat. Joe, my one minute. You can also donate to the Marines anytime you want. I'd actually want Joe to lose the bet if you're going to give the Marines $1,000. But maybe a little more reasonable bet would be in ordering.
I love the best.
They saved your life, didn't they?
Yes, they did. And I'm forever thankful. Yeah, I love America. I'll never be okay with that. Wait. They're great people. I love the U.S. Marines. I love the American Armed Forces. These people are like saints. Go ahead, Cesare. I'm done.
Thank you. What about Netanyahu? People say, because if you're open to different dialects, because I'm not American, I'm not even British.
We couldn't have.
Netanyahu is the best prime minister Israel ever had in their entire history.
That's alright. What about different?
What about the dialects?
You mean different opinions, different lenses on topics?
No. I don't want to define who. I define anybody's opinion, seriously. I just want to share mine.
I believe you don't care about anybody's opinion but yours. I do.
No. I'm from the country that. This may be a nice question to hear, actually. If I could make an very originally from. No?
It's from Israel. The accent.
No? No?
Bosnia.
I appreciate your love of censoring your stuff. Where in the world is Waldo?
Anybody knows? Some places in the world they call it Lechia.
Romania.
Lechia Pakistan.
What?
Bro, from Timbuktu. What's your point and contribution to the? You want a cookie? You want a cookie for being intolerant? What's your point? What's your contribution to the content and the topic of the room?
It's a cookie, man. I'm asking to be put in the queue and to be acknowledged that I'm
Okay, so.
What the hell was the fucking point of you saying you're from Poland? Like we give a fuck. What the hell?
Hold on.
He was asking who he was from. So.
Okay, no, he wasn't.
Exactly.
He wanted to have a question. Hold on.
Okay, so I could not hear his response to Monica's question of what his contribution was to the room because everyone else kind of talked over him. So we're going to go back to Cesare. And go ahead. So what was your contribution? Perfect. Nothing?
just checking because somebody just muted me, but never mind. I think people
I'm
enjoyed
to speak, sir, to give you room to speak.
You know, I hold many stages before here on the Clubhouse.
Oh, the
even
hostage?
before.
Yeah, I'm picking up on that.
Oh, sorry.
Terrible.
Sorry.
It's horrible.
Moderators, this is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue and not forgotten. There are other people on this stage. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you.
I'll put him in a straight jacket like he belongs. Good morning, Dima. Good afternoon.
I will suggest you
I'll get you gastric bypass surgery, Monica. If you want to put me in a straight jacket, I'll get gastric bypass surgery. Or you can just not going to Pizza Hut 3 days a week, or Subway, or Chipotle every day. It's up to you, Monica. You got to be your own advocate.
You don't even know what she looks like.
Hold on now. Look. I noticed the man left the room and everyone got out of control. I'm about to leave again. I just came to finish the bet. Walk out, hey, check, I got a phone call. I really did, but I've come back to finish the bet. And then I'll let y'all go. I'll let y'all go to town because I won't be here to listen to it. But here's the friendly bet, okay? 1,000. Okay, depending upon, and let me get the specific name of it so you know what it is. U.S. Supreme Court about to rule on race-based House districts.
Yeah, the one in the southeast. The one who got it knocked down, yeah.
Okay, it's called, here's what it is. I just want to get the right name of it. The key pending case is Louisiana versus Callis, Callais. Could be Callis. Which directly addresses whether states can intentionally create additional majority black districts. Okay, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which they're talking about overturning. Here's the bet, friendly bet, $1,000 if it goes in my favor in the sense of what we've chosen, because, that they do overturn it. They strike that from Rule 2. That I'll donate $1,000 to the Catholic Church. And
Catholic Church, just give it to the veterans. I'm sick of the Catholic Church.
No,
to the immigrants.
We're both Catholics, okay?
I know.
Yeah, look, I thought it'd be good with that. If it happens that they uphold it, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it does not get overturned, that you would donate $1,000 to well, it could be the Catholic Church charities. I want to donate it to the church, not the charities, but maybe you'd rather go to charities.
I want to go to like a veteran organization, something. Not. Right now, I'm being told the Pope, and I'm salty with the Catholic.
I know, and I'm trying to bring you back in, bro, like a good Catholic.
do it, and then I'll send you a screen.
You gotta stop I'd like to join the discussion. Loves to talk for hours on the set, but I'd like not to be forgotten. I will be succinct. I'd like to put me in the queue.
Wait, what's the bet with, like,
Was Harold.
who was it?
He was a Netanyahu.
No, wait. No one time, actually. And I had to pay like $800 organization. I have a screenshot of it. I always honor my bet. And I'll show you.
The bet, $1,000 to the Catholic Church. It ultimately benefits us in the long run.
Yeah, bro. I want to do it anyway, yeah.
All right, cool. Y'all have at it. Now.
Have a great time. My husband have a okay going. Hey, guys. Here, you can buy something.
Hey everybody, this is Mark. I'd like to go back in the queue. I'd like to request 60 seconds of my time.
Sorry, just so we can laugh on me.
Aleister Crowley does not get to speak. Everybody gets to go before Aleister.
Are you oppressing Aleister Crowley, Dima? Good.
That's a problem. You know,
In support of the I'm saying that I'm sending you to the nursery. Okay, come back when there's the begonia.
Oh, I thought you meant infant.
So bad.
Eric, you.
Alright, moderators, I will request again 60 seconds of your precious time that you think is so valuable. I'm requesting 60. The request will be accepted once a begonia has been.
So I bought hydrangeas yesterday.
But I'm just trying to be glad I'm requesting 60 seconds of your.
Please, better my.
What do you say? We're trying to have a conversation, bro. It's cringe as fuck.
I know.
They're really
Conversation, but I can't seem to join the conversation. Therefore, I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. For God's sake, for God's sake, Archie, stop saying cringe, horrible, and tear some new English. Don't want to hold you hostage. Because I don't want to hold you hostage. I will accept 20 seconds. No less. 20 seconds. Okay, Aleister. Of your song. 20 seconds of the song. Succinct, and I will be complete.
Baby, just press the name, hold the count of 3. Okay, just count of 3.
Sound somebody.
I'm gonna put on my underwear and post it up on Instagram.
Yeah.
My ass, and it goes down my knees and up in my shirt.
I would just to invest in the
I'm gonna dox friends in a replay and not delete the replay so they're stressed on Thanksgiving. I love
I don't understand anything.
people who just remain on mute. People cathartic with their grievances against Don Kitover.
I'm a Jew and I control the world and I'm trying to and I want to live everywhere and take
People who want to jump in and be relevant.
you said that, bro. You were supposed to say it. You fucked it up.
Yeah,
What you saying? You fucked it up.
You killed the
I'm not gonna take a different talk so much. I'm gonna say, do you think there's like white flakes near the sides of the mouth or something like moisturize before taking a shower? Do something other than talking to you for 8 a day. I mean, you know, are you trying to do anything productive? I know you're like, is it? Maybe you should. I'm not the I think you need to make sure your personal hygiene's in check before you start talking to hours and say, horrible, Nobody wants to talk. Don't come here with the bullshit.
I just checked.
Pretend to be roasted, nice people, thoughts and words on the
Exactly, but nobody comes to your room.
Wait.
Nobody wants to talk to you. Come Right.
Ashley account, it said Alistair blocked by Monica.
He's not even in the room. He walked out of the room, this little.
Didn't get roasted by Monica being an NA and not be able to sing it, so you run out the room.
Begonia song.
What is the Begonia song? I want to hear the Begonia song.
Like the song, gastric bypass surgery. It was a little something like this.
No. Begonia song or Begonia song or no song?
Dima, what do you think? Would there be to make them less confident? Listening to me with their all in mute.
We're doing 20 seconds of the Begonia song or nothing.
I could make a little Begonia.
Come on. It's his home. Come on, John, get your shit. Honestly, I'm darking that.
King is here. What's up, everyone?
What's going on? The booger. No, it's...
Oh my God. Yes. I don't know.
100%.
So he had to clarify. He felt cornered and sad, so he said, I did not direct the tyrant to speak to Trump. He said, he did not.
I don't forget.
The last real Pope was Pope John Paul II. Every single Pope after John, they're all messed up.
And you know
I don't think Elon is a Catholic.
just like me.
Well, he was a real Pope, you know? These popes are
We need a mute all because there's.
Alright, wait, we're gonna listen to what yes. Cesare? Everybody can hear this. Slightly different.
different, but this is Trump, not Trump, Pope the. Okay, here we go.
I would like to know.
Did you hear what I just said?
The moderator is playing a big deal for us. You're lucky I don't have that.
I don't understand.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please read the room, sir. Wait. Okay, here we go. 50 seconds on Pope.
Narrative that has not been accurate in all of its aspects of the political situation created when on the first day of the trip, the United States made some comments. Much of what has been written since then has been more and commentary trying to interpret what has been said. Just one little example, the talk that I gave at the prayer meeting a couple days ago was prepared 2 weeks ago, well before the president ever commented on myself and on the message of peace that I am promoting. And yet, as it happens, it was looked at if I my interest at all.
Here we go. From the Pope's mouth.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Yeah, wait, I heard it when you said it live. As a good little Catholic kid, I heard it live.
I can't believe this. He should actually cared or listened to the Pope because I never really give a shit about the Pope. And I know he. So it doesn't surprise me.
It's the first American
But
Pope.
yeah, but he's like very. It was surprising me that. Yes, good. Yeah.
The new Pope is so full of shit. It's so.
Moses Trump moves over U.S. blockade and fires on ships. Wait, did this?
So they violated it.
It's the former
And could you
So they violate the terms of conditions. So
who did?
it was open. I read. Hello, who's talking? Okay. Love you, Peter, but chill.
Inside Iran who are too radical. And sorry.
Okay. So I ran the open. So the street was supposed to be open as of this morning, and it was not open.
Maybe somebody should read something and repeat.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Here's
So I'll go.
fishing gun. They attacked the ship. They attacked the storage ship. Price. The Navy was not completely obliterated.
Nice if you could participate in a clear explanation of what happened. For the slower people in the room, like me, I need to understand around with this feeling that something else happened. What was the cause? Why this happened? Mud speaking. Go on.
Okay. Matt, so I wasn't sure what would happen, but if I pin a link, it says it will remove some banner, so I didn't pin a link. What is a banner?
No banner put up, so it should be okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pin this at the top, Bima, and you have a great voice if you want to read it. It's from Brian.
Okay, let's see. Thank you, Anne. Let's see what's going on here. Hopefully we get a nice time, clear understanding of what happened, where the breakdown was. Okay, President Donald Trump said that the United States will not be blackmailed. Military has once again proclaimed that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed and allegedly fired on multiple vessels. Said that many international
international ships have rerouted their traffic to purchase energy from the United States to the Gulf of America rather than the Persian Gulf. The president added that more information about the state of negotiations with Iran would be released. Separately on Saturday, Iran's deputy foreign minister, Saeed Khatibzadeh, agreed to a framework before sitting down again.
Were you be able physically
hold on. There was
any of them?
speaking from the Oval Office that while his administration is having very good conversations with Iran, he said that the Islamist regime was trying to act a little cute. It's like that really followed up. I can just imagine. He said that the Islamist regime was trying to act a little cute, I quote, okay, by attempting to close down the Strait of Hormuz just for the critical waterway. See, I'm not, it's clear. We hope that as soon as we can finalize that said on the sidelines, after a spokesman for the Iranian military announced on Saturday that Tehran would not allow safe passage for the vessels. I'm still not understanding the breakdown. The blockade has seriously wounded the Iranian economy on some oil wells because they're running out of storage. Okay, so we get that. So, Iran claims to have shut the Strait over U.S. naval blockade. So it sounds like there was, what I'm understanding is that there was some sort of U.S. blockade, and so Iran is saying until the blockade is lifted, that they're not going to.
Yeah. I did the another.
Oh, go ahead, Ann.
No, I pinned the most recent, another recent one at the blockade.
Yeah, the blockade has been there for anyone going in doing anything. Then they say now it's closed. Well, yeah, sure, but Trump still has to allow a ship to go in. So it's still, it's not like Iran is still in control of the strait. They're not. They just want to flex like they are. That's all.
That's right.
Oh my God. President Trump also said that it had agreed to suspend its nuclear program and hand over its enriched uranium from its nuclear sites at Esfahan, Fordo, and Natanz the next day or two, saying that the Iranians want to meet. They want to make a deal. I think you'll get it there. So, the American naval blockade imposed on the Iranian-linked considerable pressure on.
Be focused on the wrong thing. Keep it.
Okay. With reports emerging that Iran would only have around 2 weeks of oil production because it was running out of space fuel. Once the tanks are filled, Iran would have to shut down fields. To lift the blockade, the U.S. administration has also rejected the notion of unfreezing billions in seized Iranian funds in exchange for its uranium. Iran could start its nuclear program under any deal with Washington.
Do you really believe? Once, let's say, hypothetically, if the war with Iran is finished, if Israel attack another country, I think, personally, I have nothing to, I like America, but nothing to America, because I do not live there. I think they were in the war, in the conflict, for over thousands of years. They have a conflict with somebody, and they will find the conflict like with
actually that's not the case.
or if it's gonna be Turkey, or if it's gonna be
Because Israel, Saddam, and they haven't had them for over 50 years. They signed a peace treaty with Jordan. They haven't had a war with Jordan since 1994. Every single country, wait. They signed a peace treaty with Israel. They've had no wars. The problem is you have Hezbollah terrorism. Wait. You have problem with terrorism in Israel. If these motherfuckers stop attacking Israel, like, you really think Israel is the problem here? Israel attacked more countries in the entire history since 1947.
The hard question. Where are you from?
To the knees.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, great. That's it.
I have a question. Kingdom, what makes you think that this was less of a misunderstanding than something else? Like, why? A beach that wasn't that should have been something that was.
So if you look at all the things that were reported yesterday, including Trump, and also actually noted Iran said the strait is open, but nowhere in those reports did it say the block from the U.S. stopped. Right? So they said the strait is open, right? And then they kept saying actually the U.S. allowed some ships to go in, and ships went in and came out, but the blockade stayed there. Right? Maybe Iran assumed that, hey, as soon as we said it's open, and we'll still have control, meaning they could shoot down some other ship if they wanted to, or do whatever they wanted to do in that area. And so the blockade just stayed, and actually Trump said, we're staying there, more like support over there until this gets resolved fully, until we sign the deal.
What time are you talking about?
Suddenly said that that the strait is closed, but it doesn't matter if they say it's open or closed because there's a blockade there. So, and that's it, and that's what was.
I tell you something.
It's still squeezing. Okay, so.
Yeah, that was annoying.
If anybody following the crypto market knows that Iranian leaders, they said that they will be trading oil.
Okay, who cares? So
to the crypto market. And look at what the crypto does. It's up. In the last 2 days, went up. And the lesson is, what kind of blockade?
We're talking about, bro. We need to talk about something we're not even talking about.
Listen, what kind of blockade America did?
Talking to you,
He's not having any corvettes who can.
Hey, I just want to let you know, this guy is now the resident expert on everything.
It's
Because
not
he'll talk whether anyone cares, whether anyone cares or not. He's the resident expert, making the key.
So ICK. So they thought they must have assumed that the U.S. was just going to back off.
Right.
And I'm not sure that that's necessarily like I mean, I don't know. I would think that if they were genuine to open the strait, then that's freedom of movement for everybody.
But
so,
They are
moving, and it's not.
Well, yeah, they're controlling it because they were attacked. I mean, if
they say they are, but they know they do not control.
Bima, can you mute him? I just want to finish up.
They don't control. There is no blockade.
If you have to, then I'm gonna have to put you in timeout.
So the point that I'm trying to get across here, that I was explaining to you, is that what happened is they had a discussion. They did it. I think they assumed, but see, and saying it's open or closed. So about 5 days ago, when the blockade started, the United States. Oh my. Okay, there you go. Take action on it. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, this guy thinks he knows everything. You want to tell us the entire world politics, bro? You know everything.
No, don't give him the mic again.
I mean, it's ridiculous. So somebody mute him or move him down for a few minutes until it comes back. It's ridiculous. So, all right. So anyway, Bima, you still there? Still with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. So the point that I was getting at is that about 5 days ago, when Trump announced the blockade, Iran said the strait was open, right? But they would control who goes in and goes out. So they said we're in control. Trump did the blockade. Now he's like, hey, we're in control. Oh, by the way, the ships that you want to get stuff in aren't coming. You're going to be screwed. And so it was like, oh shit, okay. Then Iran announces the strait is open. Trump didn't say the strait is open. Trump says Iran says the strait is open, meaning that he's showing, hey, you guys are saying you have a good intent. He didn't say I'm relenting. And then Iran probably said, okay, well, no, okay. So
honestly, and Bima, I don't know what's going on. Why are y'all letting him interrupt?
He's causing stuff.
It's live. Like, is he cute? Is that why he's not being
No, I was ready to Jarl in the chat. Sorry.
So that's fine. So all I was trying to say is that the blockade was still there. Blockade never relented from the United States, and so now Iranians are saying, okay, well the place closed. Well, okay, and the U.S. saying, well, that's fine. Whether it's open, whether you say it's open or closed, all the ships that come in, and there's a reporting now, the U.S. is boarding some ship that was going to Iran, and there was resources coming in. So the point is that was always the case. The U.S. always had that ability to do it, whether they say it's open or not. So Iran was just flexing, saying, yeah, we're telling you it's closed now because we're back in charge. You're not, but it gives the wrong impression. So even Trump put out a statement saying Iran can say or do whatever they want. They have to control themselves, and they have to say things because they have to show good faith. But in the end, we're working on a deal, and we'll move forward. So it could be just hyperbole. It could be whatever. We'll see what happens. But U.S. blockade is still there.
Yeah, it's still there, and it's blocked in China. That's the big thing.
And it's blocking Iran. And Othello, just to be clear, it's blocking materials and stuff to go into Iran so their people could stop.
Yes, and it's blocking Iran and China, their deals, and I'm sure those are big money deals, big billion-dollar deals. And I see the U.S. is definitely playing chess, basically saying, open it up, right? That's so funny. Open it up, but we're going to control everything.
So I'm gonna pull my inner Jarl out for a second, okay, Jarl? So you can, but why? One point is that you would think that the U.S. would have been smart enough to do this when they're doing their military exercise. They did. Why didn't they do this from the start? They let Iran sell oil and stuff to make enough money while they were bombing the shit. It's almost like they underestimated Iran, which shows bad intel. I'm just being honest. Like that, this blow should have happened. Go in and bomb the shit out of it. And this could have been done.
Yeah, indeed.
You know what I want? I want the U.S. to let Israel now.
And the now
Wait.
I hate to interrupt Akshay, who's on here. Party has one.
No, I want the United States to let Israel wild out with Hezbollah, because Hezbollah has been a problem for so long, and I really want to see my friends in Israel. Every time it's like I think it was Etihad Airways yesterday declared that doing flights back to Israel. Ben Gurion. It's like I want Trump Israel wild out with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is just the worst organization, It's keeping Lebanon it should be, and they need to deal with that because Lebanon used to be a great country. It used to be beautiful, almost perfect. But right now, the jihadists, and I want them to sign a peace treaty. But Lebanon used to be so fantastic. Lebanon, when you meet people are wonderful, beautiful people, especially in cities, and you meet Lebanese people, these people America. And it used to be a beautiful.
Yeah, and it's in Lebanon.
I don't know what type of Christians. I heard that these Christians were slaughtering Lebanese. So I don't know. Christian faction in Lebanon.
About in 1982.
Right. The Christian faction, the Phalanges. Yes, correct.
Phalanges. So
yes, that's what I just.
But Bima, you can bring up the Phalanges, the horrible thing that happened there. Bring up like another.
Don't deflect. I'm saying.
Horrible situation.
Look at my claim. Look at my claim. I agree, but listen to me. And follow my claim. You said that there are these Christians in the region, that these wonderful Christians, and I said I want good these Christians. I heard there's no Christian in any recent amount of I don't know, the last couple hundred that's going to slaughter people. 3 October 7th. El Normo, that's not what history says. Okay, and that's why Israel's own government condemned.
Probably haven't heard of the Civil War.
No, I would never heard the Civil War. But do you know why I wonder why El Normo is this.
No, wait, hold on. No, I really do want to, Bimo, please, for me, I really do want to hear what Norm has to say. You know, my family was from there, and there was, maybe you don't know, in our, because I'm of what happened to my family and everything, and so the Civil War, Norm?
Yeah, the country of Lebanon was created as a refuge for Christians, and the Shiite Muslims, who aren't even from there, savaged them and expelled them. They're mostly gone. And they're backed by control of. They're an occupying militia, again, paid for, trained, funded, armed by Iran. And they expelled the very people who did it. It's absolutely intolerable. And what's happening now is Israel is careening Oracle.
And they're doing a good job because the share in the South, you have now was there for 30 years controlling Hezbollah, and they were killing the two teams. They killed in 1982 a horrible, terrible bombing that happened there. They killed American troops and the French soldiers. Don't. And I think it's like 2000 in Yemen and everything else like that. So it's like these people destroyed Lebanon. And I was like, damn, how was it like to go to Lebanon back in the 70s and 80s? And come and this Lebanon, everybody wanted to go there. Everybody wanted to party there. Because from Lebanon, you can go to Cyprus in less than 45 minutes. And you can fly to Italy in less than 1 hour. Lebanon is actually a fucking country. And this jihad is like terrorists destroyed Lebanon. Now Lebanon is another terrorist country. When they're successful people, they're good people. You meet them in America, you meet them in London, you meet them in Australia. Joe Hockey was the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, fucking Lebanese. Why? So I feel sorry for dealing with this horrible terrorism situation that's going on in I don't like and they deserve better.
Where did the Phalanges?
Phalanges are questioning.
Being a story that was told. Like, I mean, if we're going to go back in history and actually tell the story, the part of being the story that was not told was that there were several massacres in the 70s leading up to
he was talking about in the 80s. There were stickers where Christians were exposed, and in the incident that leading up to that, they actually assassinated the Christian president. So the Phalangist militiamen did enter Palestinian refugee camps. Yes, there were a few, but the majority of militia are actually Palestinians.
So in the 70s, that's like civil war.
In the 70s, they were attacking Christians and slaughtered Christians by the thousands. Yeah. And in the 80s, the Christian president, that's when the Phalangist movement rose up and went in and attacked.
Hold on,
Of course it doesn't. I wouldn't expect it to.
Let the people have a dialogue.
But the thing is, like, they assassinated the prime minister of Lebanon. Lebanon was actually better than Israel in the 70s and 80s. And the problem is, it got so fucked up by these terrorists, Shia group, and everything else. Like, it's the same thing when you go to the United States Fifth Fleet is in Bahrain. When you go to Bahrain, Sunni, it has a Sunni government in charge, and the government there like the Sunni, but the vast majority, 90% of the countries are in fucking Bahrain. When you go to Bahrain, and they have to do that more times to say that they overthrow the people in Bahrain. The terrorists are it's the same problem as Bahrainian people are actually gonna get fucked up and messed up, and it's the same thing with Qatar and everything else. It's a horrible, terrible regime, everything else like that, and we have to work towards that. But Lebanon, what is absolutely criminal. It was the best country in the Middle East. You go to Lebanon now, the dollar sucks. Everything doesn't work. The infrastructure is messed up. It's bullshit. It's up Israel. It's just awful. It's an awful country.
Well, you know, when the group fits a certain agenda that we agree with, but we don't never want to give context to the other side. You know, we like to just start it. Hold on. We like to just start it from when the other side's been attacked. But I just heard Serendipity give great context into a situation, right? You know, so give context on both, on what led up to certain things happening instead of one day.
I don't get that. Go back to my entire argument. My argument, when someone had mentioned Christians, I questioned how Christian. You're not going to the massacre. You're not going to find. I mean, like it's like you would agree to exact argument. The Palestinians were oppressed for however many they were being open air prison. October. Hold on, listen. So it's this. Hold on, Elmo, please. Hold on, Elmo, please. Let me. What do they play? Listen, I'll just move you. You have another 2 minutes. Oh my God. I don't want to. No. I want to finish. This is. You can't. Okay, so we can have this conversation. No problem. Okay, so what does that mean for me? What does that mean for me that we can't have critical thinking because you don't think that people are dying in this work? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we should be just as passionate about one death that should say, oh, well, one person died. Let's be so sensitive about talking about this. So what do you want me to say? So what is your point, Aisha? What is your point? What do you want?
No, move them down.
What are you talking about? I like
Move
people
him down.
to the great human beings. Like, what the hell are you
Speaking over a moderator who was making a point. Move him down.
Now Damon's gone.
Yeah, don't care. She's still a great person. But I'm just saying, don't do that.
I understand you in this, but
No, I'm not.
you have to be a moderator. And he's speaking over a moderator who didn't even finish the point. So that we can you know,
Nobody has an agenda.
we didn't even get to attack her because she didn't even get to finish it.
But hold on.
Okay, so here's the thing. Burden level paycheck. Fast. And I mean, we all need to take a minute like this. But I do want to know, I do want to hear from her because I wanted to hear her side of happened there. But this all started back with, who's that? Oh my God, Layla. Oh my gosh, bye, Layla.
Who do you want to,
Are you still
I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. You know, if they believe that Russia have a better option, you know, than what America has, that they can really understand how if those other countries get control, what the kind of living standard have, you know. They don't understand how America is great, you know. They don't understand how what America is doing. I really don't. I really like look at it in like being objective, you know, and see how politics and do you want to work in a government or in a government that's controlled by China or Russia, to be honest with you. And unfortunately, people here now, they just, it's fun now to be, you know, I don't agree with America. I don't agree with, you know, what these people are saying. But you know what? That's the best government you have right now. If they can prove they're better, they can prove it. But I don't think they proved it, you know? Absolutely not. You see, we have the freedom of choice. We have the freedom of speech. We can talk, we can disagree and agree, and we can have these conversations. Do you think if you were controlled by the governments that you're fighting for, China or Iran or Russia, do you think that you can have these kind of conversations? You will absolutely not have these conversations, you know? So be grateful for what you have right now. Try to fix it, not try to change it. So let's see what the problem is.
So,
that's my point.
If I may, I think it's really interesting. The war has been a success on several fronts, but the way that it has been communicated to us has been kind of capricious. So it gives the media an opportunity to pick on things. For example, the impact on the global economy. Well, that's huge on liberating people, neutralizing terrorist threats among proxy groups, or which are proxy groups. I mean, I think that the way that it's communicated has been the biggest downfall, right? Like if we felt that we knew we got more decisive answers and more consistent messaging, we wouldn't be having these conversations. But we have to remember, looking it through the lens of the media, they're going to pick apart everything. And so that was probably the biggest mistake. But by and large, on several fronts, the war is a success. And it's great in many ways that Israel has an opportunity now to finally neutralize other entities that it wasn't able to do over the past year. So this has given the free world an opportunity to advance in many ways. But the messaging is just terrible, unfortunately.
I agree. I wish that Trump would just say that we were there for oil, not there because we were in fear of them creating nuclear weapons. Because, like, that's why I go back to what Pope Leo had originally said, which, I mean, as a Catholic, I totally agree. And I don't think he said anything wrong. He just called it for what it was. And we all know that. I mean, it's fine. It will benefit America in the end, but we're not there because of the stuff. I mean, the main reason was for oil, right?
Can I answer that to Doctor, please?
Thinking that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, part of the problem is that, when you're saying, it was for oil, I mean, look, there's so many other places you can get oil as well, right? And they have a strong partnership with Saudi Arabia as well.
Well, it was to get
And,
China, not
so,
for China, to starve China.
well, and so that's a different story. It's not for U.S. consumption of oil per se. But, if you look at Venezuela, strategic move, right? You're showing, hey, we're now in control of your supply, China and Russia. And then they flex things. You're an idiot. We're getting it from Iran. Don't worry about it. And
Right.
they said, hey, by the way, I'm here too. They're like, oh shit, you control these two. Where else are we gonna get it from? And then they call Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's like, no, we're not gonna give you. Oh shit. All right. Well, we can't do electric that way. We can't do solar power, right, to power our entire country of billions of people. So what it's done is it's flexed, and he's always said. By the way, he's always been consistent in his past about destroying Iran. I mean, he's talked about it from
Right.
I mean, you've seen all the clips, right? Because of what they've done from a terror perspective and those things. So, I don't know if people should have been surprised necessarily that this was going to happen. I was surprised that this happened after the last year's June thing, and that's what I was surprised about. But yeah, I mean,
Can I make a Trump comment? Can I make a quick Trump comment? Like, as these rooms and everyone's focused on Iran, he was just in my city. He gave a speech, and it was great because we were forgetting some of these domestic policies that were important that he ran on. And, it was all about the birth of the no tax on tips. And he was speaking to the workers. And it's interesting because the Culinary Union, which most of these people are unfortunately forced to be members of, is as liberal and progressive as can be and are against him. And we're trying to spin this speech and his presence as a negative, but the majority of the workers, and as the media went and interviewed people, thrilled about this policy. So I think it's also important as you talk about him, and everyone is poking at him on the foreign policy, to take a look at some of the things he done that did get accomplished. And for jurisdictions that have a lot of tipped employees, this was a big deal. I mean, the other particulars that are happening, and there's problems with respect to the industry, and that's not the fault of Trump. It's the fault of some greedy corporations that decided to charge $90 for a steak in a restaurant and $20 for a bottle of water, and that's a different conversation. But by and large, these employees are very happy with something that he came up with. It was birthed in the place he gave the speech, and I just want to highlight, and maybe other people can also think about what he ran on that is getting accomplished.
So you said something really good.
I can download on this.
One second. I want to answer Abby. Abby, you have a very great question. There's always an elephant in the room, and all right. I mean, she's talking to everyone, but what I gotta answer is...
Actually, Naveen was reacting because he and I dialogued about this. this before, so if you could just hold it, Hussein, I'm not a mod here, but.
Just one second. So basically, there's a point that Abby's bringing up, which I think is really, 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 really important. Abby is saying something I think is vital, is the no tax on tips and these policies. The question that I think should be asked is, Osama was a politician before he became president, right? Joe Biden was in office for 30 years. He was so blah, blah, blah. He was in all this, right? He had all that, right? So you look at it, you say, okay, all of these people, and they never thought of this. They care about they were doing all this stuff, and they never thought, even because they understood that tax is a form of revenue, thought of no other way to do it. But he said, hey, this is what people need. He's also working right now, so people know this, no tax on overtime. That's a huge, huge thing that is going to change this. I don't know if he announced that, Abby, at your at the event, but they're working on that.
They're working on the overtime. It's very big.
And that's going to be a game changer.
And you know, Naveen, we're 1 in 5 employees here are tipped wages. So it's essential. Again, we need people to have disposable wealth. I mean, that's how this industry stays alive.
Inflation.
Oh my God, Hussein, just chill for a second. And again, we have issues because of overinflated, like really inflated pricing with respect to hospitality, and that's another issue. But this is a big deal for tipped employees, and there are other policies where there's success. And as much as everyone wants to shit on, you know, or have issues with some of the foreign policies, you also have to look at what's been accomplished. Now, Hussein, what would you like to ship?
I think our problem is geopolitical agreement. I believe we have very bad agreement right now that is going on. I don't believe. I like what Trump stood for. With Trump, I'm going to stay with Trump. I'm half Jew, and I don't like what Iran does. Absolutely against them. Their government, their persona. I don't like what they do there.
Saying nothing. You were so
yeah, I mean, I wanted to actually talk about the tax policies, and now that people are doing their taxes, what they're seeing.
I'm from Sweden. Well, I'm from Sweden. Now we're facing that as well. Our tax problem is not about.
What?
I'm from Sweden, so.
You're from Sweden, so this is like totally irrelevant. So Hussein, if you could.
So why are you talking? You were jumping in and talk.
Now that also because it's tax day and people were doing their taxes, I mean, as long as we are always focused on the international, if we can focus sometimes on the domestic policies, definitely think about what life would have been like if Harris was in and her tax policies were our taxes.
So Abby, you're saying something really important, and I think there's a larger piece here because I've heard people in the Trump administration talk about this. They want to eliminate income tax, and one of the things they've said is, you know, the reason there's big objection is because a lot of the states overuse, and you could say red states. I'm not talking about red states or blue states. The fact is, the states collect a shit ton of money from people, okay? But they spend it on all these programs, and because they're able to get so much money from the federal government, they're able to justify and say, okay, we can balance our budget. But cuts some of that money going to states saying, hey, you're already collecting all this money. Use your money better, you know, and what are you using it on these programs, and you're overpaying this stuff. You actually can cut some of this. I've actually heard them say that, and, you know, congressmen and senators obviously who represent their states are going nuts, like, hey, you know, we can't cut that, we need to pay them, and, you know, so it's going to be an interesting thing if he actually, I mean, he's not going to win that, you know, both houses in the midterms, but if he can get some of that policy through, that would be a game changer.
Well, it's also interesting that people have done their taxes. I'm curious with some of the incentives, and, you know, no one's talking about that.
You know, one thing that's interesting to me is that I can kind of recognize when I'm a bit brainwashed. So
I'm listening to the mainstream media, MSN or MS Now and CNN, and the the producers putting these segments together are so uh, they're great at their craft, so they can create a narrative. I'm not suggesting that I'm the most critical thinker, but it's hard not to buy into a narrative when I'm listening to it in real time or watching it, right? So what I did was while we were conversing, I put something into ChatGPT and some others, how is the war going? And you get, you know, rocket science, I'm sure many of you have done it, but you get a much more balanced view, but it's hard to reconcile when you listen to just one side or the other, right? So I was thinking about it like getting rid of Hezbollah is like in my lifetime. Well, that was always a thumbs up, right? But the way you listen to the mainstream media, you would almost forget that these are terrorist organizations, and it's very subtle and it creeps up on you. And I can't encourage people enough, and I don't do it enough, to listen, to watch right-wing channels, left-wing channels, if you will. Try coming back to center and becoming more neutral and objective about it, because I listen to my own thoughts and I'm like, fuck, I'm actually believing, that someone...
And guess what? We'll never be the 51st state Donald Trump said it. Guess what? Shout out to Donald Trump. Shout out to Logan Edge. Shout out to Trump. He said, we're not going to be the 51st state. We want to get another culture. Shout out to him. No 51st state, bitches.
I have no idea, but it was that.
I think she's Canadian.
So, anyways, I'm not trying to slide back towards center, but I was thinking during this discourse, when I first came in the room, I'm thinking, damn, we need to stop this or that, call this out, and I'm like, wow, I'm really brainwashed today. I need to recalibrate, and I'm not sure that this is where the media is making so much money and building followings, because they are absolutely brilliant at creating narratives that make you think that this is logical, and these fallacies persist, and yet I'm buying into it myself. So I don't know what I would do without Clubhouse, because I wouldn't actually hear other people challenge what I listen to on the daily basis.
The deal is those, like, with Democrats, they don't have a fucking plan for anything. So all they can do is bitch and complain about Trump, Trump's fuck ups, which he's had quite a few recently. But that's all they have. They don't have any. They don't propose anything that I guess solves anything.
I mean, does anyone have new babies in this room? Because you've got now that new plan for children, that $1,000.
Unfortunately, I use condoms when I rape.
Okay,
so
sorry, Pepe, but just saying. I mean, they're just forgetting all the incentives. That's why I was curious. We're on the heels of filing your taxes, and if people noticed any.
What plan is that from the new deal? What plan is that?
From the big beautiful bill. Do you have if you bought an American car and you took a car loan, you can now deduct the interest on your car loan, which was to incentivize and the auto industry there, as well as giving Americans back a deduction they used to have years ago.
Abby, what do you think about the United States letting him be white into the United States to compete with Ford, Honda, and every single one? Why do they put like restrictions? Cars, good deal or no?
No, I've never seen one of those cars.
You never seen a BYD
See them in
car
Australia?
in your entire life, I mean?
A BYD is the name of the car.
Yeah. It's a
Is it a
BYD
Chinese
car.
car?
It's like an electric car. It's like
Right, but where's it made? Where's it made?
China.
Okay, so, I mean, there's on cars made in Germany, and some of these car manufacturers that are out of the country have eaten the tariffs in their cars. I don't know. I don't know that car, but I think that the incentives for the American car industry are great. And I hope places like where Ann is see their industry start to thrive again.
But the thing is, I mean, President Trump said that if you go visit Australia right now, because you see BYD cars everywhere, everything is electric. Canada had a 100% tariff that I think got elected, and they're going there. They are like accepting like 47,000 cars. The U.S. has 100% tariff on all cars from BYD. They're going to the United States. They want to protect General Motors. They want to protect Ford. They want to protect all your car industries and everything else like that. Even President did that. But never seen a BYD car. I should put in the chat and everything else like that. Because they're everywhere in Australia. Everywhere you go, you're happy.
Maybe I've seen them I don't know what they are. It could very well be. I haven't been to Asia in a number of years, like probably 5 years. So where old? Are they sold all over?
It's all around the world, like in Europe and everything. They're like the competitors to Tesla. So like BYD is a competitor to Tesla. Like my brother has Tesla, he bought a Tesla.
I don't know.
They have BYD in Israel too. BYD is Tesla, Abby. But it's just
It doesn't look like a Tesla. What are you talking about? How does it look like a Tesla? Which Tesla does it? It looks more like a normal car than a
Model
Tesla.
3. It looks like a Model 3, in my opinion. In my opinion.
Well, there are a lot of which one? The BID Celeron, the BID Tank, which BYD are you talking about? There's a lot.
BID Time.
Well, there's a lot of BYDs. But the thing about it is like you only just familiarize yourself with all the Chinese electric vehicles because they're kind of and I'm not saying that because I've driven in multiple countries, and by me, yes, their quality is on par with the Germans right now.
Great cars. I'm not talking about the quality of the cars. I'm just saying, you don't see them.
Yeah, America has to partner with China in order to get access to batteries. Hold on. The same way the Chinese took our manufacturing expertise and they said that if we want to come into China, we have in a 50-50 joint venture. If the Chinese want to come to America, they have to partner with an American on a 50-50 joint venture. I think it's return the technology is time for we start stealing this.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of China, and I hope some. It's a top 10 state, a horrible state, and
I never been to
I just
China.
love the United States. Wait,
Why you never find China?
I'll check. I'll add something to what you're saying. They're the highest in the world of executions, more than all the nations combined. Because people are like trashing some of the Gulf nations. I have this in Gary's chat. Take a look at the executions in China, violent crimes.
About the camps that they have there in China.
The leaders. Yeah.
But they don't speak about how they keep the Muslims.
Because Muslim now because converting the Muslim.
No. How are the Chinese keeping the Muslims compared to the Jews? As you guys Fuck, no, actually, wait a second, the fuck. Imagine if Israel put the Palestinians in camps. What would the world do, Pepe?
Well, I mean, obviously.
Imagine re-education camps.
Well, yeah, people wouldn't like it, obviously.
No, but compared to education camps, why don't you go look at some pictures, how they're keeping them there.
And some of the pictures, and I really don't know how bad it is, but for whatever reason, the Muslim countries are not. They get on China for too much. There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, because people on the West are stupid, they're uneducated, because whatever they're told, and they go spew the fucking verbal diarrhea out of their mouth, and then they fucking act out like they're protecting or saving the whole lot. You're doing to them. Because again, when prior to October 7th, as everybody said, they lived in an open air prison. Do you remember the word open air prison that they've been saying that correct. Let me ask you a question. I don't know what stage you are, but I have pictures and videos of that open air prison of Sleepbaths.
We're in the West. $1 million.
Hold on, Emma. Let's have a super acronym because most states in America do not have oppressed people.
Are you saying West Bank there's a Maybach dealership? Are you saying that?
Did I say West Bank? I said in Gaza.
Okay, so there's a Maybach dealership in Gaza.
There was. I don't think it's still there.
Oh, now there was. You mean
simmer down. During the
I'm just asking you a question.
Hold on. During the open air prison, when you see fucking hotels, fucking beach fronts, fucking Maybach.
Yeah, they got some nice.
All right, we don't need the commentary. Let him finish.
Hold on. Let me ask an open air prison. To be honest, I would live in an open air prison like that. With my country, fucking English we need that means people have the money to spend to buy, right? You wouldn't have a business running or operating if there's no customers. And to have $1 million vehicles, that means there's money. So I don't know what kind of open air prison. You see, when you manifest something hard enough, ML, you get everybody to that open air prison. Now they're gonna live in an open air prison. You manifest something. This is the manifestation. Well, of it.
But I'd say, Rafi, I understand why modify the border around God. But it's still Israel.
Egypt or Israel? Did you see?
Yes, I've seen this. They have like 3 walls there.
The question is, who has a stronger border, Egypt or around them?
Well, I think they have more. I don't know which is more. But they obviously have really large fencing.
The one that would be. Who has a more.
Israel, I'm sure, has a lot more security.
Technology, like infrastructure-wise, cousins that are their fucking cousins because they share even the same fucking last name as them, okay? Because that's what.
So we should make Palestine part of Egypt.
Well, Palestine is part of Egypt and Jordan. Think about it.
It wasn't on Europeans' behalf. The Jews that were pushing for their own land. And the only thing they Americans did, like what's his fucking name? Was it Truman? I forget, but he was. Oh.
Maybe you know what we're talking about. That'd be better.
But he was there. That he was. Yeah, so they were part of overseeing the the Arabs and the Jews partitioning which what
I just said it. I just said a bunch of white men determine where the border would lay.
Using these roads.
Those are bad. Those are bad. Hey.
What's a good? What's a? I'm not. What's
You're making a bad argument.
Give me a good argument. I want you to give me a good argument.
I was just saying up.
Hold on, please.
Rappy. Who you? Rappy. If you want to compare, saying okay, the Chinese don't have control over the Muslims. What happened if
they don't have control?
Hold on. What happened? Make those comparisons is like somebody can simply say when you make that point. Well, the Chinese.
I asked you for a good.
Can you finish? Can I finish? I need to speak now, uninterrupted, and make my point very clear. The point I was saying is that, well, the Chinese are not to kill them, to try to put them into society. Israel wants the Palestinians to be part of Israel. They don't.
Hold on.
Difference.
Now you made a claim.
No, you made plenty of claims uninterrupted. Because I didn't interject while you were making your outlandish claim.
You were fucking
interjecting. You made a couple of bad arguments, and I said the retort and push back against the bad.
Hold on.
But can I go, Pepe?
Main claim, which I would agree, the quote unquote make them. They want to de-Muslimize them and every ethnic differences they have.
So yes, you made a good claim. Yes, they want to
That's what they
defend Israel. Hold on. You can defend Israel. My point is that you make it.
There are Palestinians.
Yes, we know that. That's not the argument you made a while ago.
Hold on, they don't need to be no, I'm talking about within Israel, not within the Gazan borders.
Argument.
No.
And your point about Maybach.
Hold on. The Chinese are not educating them in their society. Educating them.
Now let him finish. Abby, when he was interrupting me, he could go on forever.
Your voice is annoying. Let him finish.
Hold up.
And his voice is so entertaining.
Listen, they're educating them.
You guys show your bias so clearly. It's wild.
Listen, they're re-educating them with fucking around fences.
No one's arguing that point.
Okay, so China's doing a soft form of ethnic cleansing. It's literally cleansing when you strip people of their fucking identity.
Almost, what did it hit? Almost 50,000?
She's in the audience because that was just.
Yeah.
I don't know why
She's European. We don't care what you say right now.
No, I don't care what you. I'm just.
Maybe be yourself. Just be your racist. But my point was that you could make an argument. You could always defend Israel by making an argument in defense of Israel. But when you guys just compare and contrast and try to make a point that, well, what happened if we did that? Blah blah blah. People are just gonna come back and you say, well, let me think about it. Yeah, there's an opportunity for me to hold in what you're saying. The fact that you said that there's a Maybach dealership, for one, there's no longer single Maybach dealerships because Maybach was assumed back into Mercedes. And two, there's no Maybach dealership in Ghana.
His claim was that you have people who live low. They have where you can have a Maybach. I don't think it's. I I don't think it's the best claim because I can counteract, but still.
It's a weak what is your counter? Say, Pepe, life in the West Bank or Gaza is so great that they drive me.
ML.
Which is fucking bullshit.
ML. So what I have the and bank in the Arab area.
And who said I haven't been to the West Bank?
Where they drive.
Who said I haven't been? Because they love Mercedes in that region.
Mercedes, Porsche. Yeah, so tell me about Ramallah. What's in the name to Ramallah when you first go in, since you know all about it?
Ramallah, the nice.
Okay,
is that the
so tell you that there's beautiful apartments, there's beautiful cars.
Yes, they work hard for it. Why do they have beautiful apartments?
So for you to say that it's a disingenuous argument, he says that they have nice cars in these places, is wrong. But some of us have actually seen it. They live very well in that area.
Just say Gaza doesn't,
and they're beautiful.
Even so you guys are judging people by what you guys say.
Don't you judge people by what they drive? Doesn't everyone do that?
No, we don't. You guys do. You guys are judging people the fact
Dr. Jordan, what do you drive?
You guys are doing so great that Israel's oppression of the Palestinians.
I do too. We're like lesbian best friends.
You drive a Subaru? Seriously?
Yeah, we're like lesbians. Me and
I don't give a fuck what you guys
And are you driving an American
car?
car?
The point is that you guys have some weak ass argument.
Hold on, Amel. As a business owner, I'm not gonna go.
I'm a business owner too. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're a horrible business owner because you don't understand how it works. A business.
Tell me how it works. Tell me how business works.
I'll tell you how business works. A business works as long as there's a demand.
Always American cars?
So if you have a product for sale, that's how you succeed.
That has nothing to do with your argument that everybody drives a Maybach in the West Bank, which is a lie.
Drive?
No. It means that the
I
demand.
drive a Mercedes. What else?
I didn't ask you. I asked Matt Cole what he drove.
Matt Cole drives a fucking Volkswagen.
F-150.
Nah, he's a Volkswagen guy. He has a Volkswagen truck.
guy. I knew a truck.
He's a
the problem is though is when you discuss October 7th, like it is arguably, and you could say that you have to have you have to keep them encased in and control their movement out of Gaza because they're a security threat. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like you kind of have to make it prison-like. I mean, that's just reality.
Hey, listen. I was in Israel. I was on a mission to Jordan because we were doing we're rehabbing aircraft for the Afghanistan Air Force, and I had to go to Israel, and then I had to go to Jordan. The point here I was saying
How'd
is
you go to Jordan, ML?
He was in the military.
What?
In the Air
How
Force.
did you go to Jordan? Where did you cross over to Jordan?
We flew into it. We didn't cross. We flew in. We flew in on a C-130.
Out of Tel Aviv to Amman?
Yes.
You didn't cross at the Aqaba crossing?
No, we didn't cross. We flew.
He was in the Air Force. Abby's talked to me about it before. So.
And we flew. And what I found out. Listen, I'm very much, I'm not pro-Palestinian or pro-Israel. I'm neutral in this. All I'm saying, hold on,
Actually, hold on. The military, don't we have a base in fucking Jordan? I mean,
yes, we do. Well, we don't have a base there, but we do have the Jordan. One thing that the Jordanians are good at.
What are you talking about? Jordan is on good terms with the U.S. and they were helping us like in the fight against ISIS and shit. I mean, what do you?
He doesn't understand because he's Australian.
Tel Aviv to Jordan, bro.
Yes, because we
It's
have
a military aircraft. They can fly to places that airlines don't. You fucking moron.
He's stupid. The reason why we flew to Israel because guess what? It was a cargo plane, and we had to go pick shit up in fucking Jordan. We had to drop in Israel to drop up some spare parts for the Patriots, and then we flew into Jordan. And I since the aircraft was going to Jordan, I'm on a ride on it because I needed to go to Jordan. Because Jordan was having aircraft for the Afghanistan military. They have a depot there. So they were rehabbing
old Russian helicopters because they fly at a higher altitude than other helicopters. That's why the Afghans knew how to fly them already. That's why they were rehabbing them in Jordan. Because I did foreign military sales. What else I checked? I've flown into a lot of countries where commercial airlines don't.
Okay, wait, what's your initial point?
No, my point is that you could defend Israel and you could say, but don't make arguments when you guys just compare and contrast to say, oh, we're not as bad as this guys because we didn't do this or we didn't do that. That was my point. I said his argument was a weak one. I said you could defend Israel without making weak ass comparison arguments.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, there's a lot of things.
Those are weak ass rapping, and
I asked, where's the outcry? Why is nobody crying? Why is Israel on your tongue?
When people do cry about the Uyghur genocide.
Hey, Pappy, no be serious.
Anymore.
Let's compare what you hear on Clubhouse. How many rooms start against Israel and how many rooms start against the Uyghur? What is the comparison in your?
Yeah, there's not because it's not a current conflict that's involving our country.
No, it's because dumb people, Pepe.
No, Rafi, because there's no Uyghurs in America. That's why. The Uyghurs, they don't speak English, so they wouldn't come on this app and have rooms. The Palestinians do.
Fucking app either.
There are Palestinians in America. I see them. I hear dumbasses waving their flag all the goddamn time.
I'm gonna speak to our neutral boys. And Pepe knows that it's not the Palestinians that argue for Palestine. It's either a fucking white Western fucking idiot that is a liberal. It's either a black person that's uneducated, or it's some other Arab that's alhamdulillah because they hate Jews. Or somebody got butthurt with a Jew that just tries to cry.
And there you go again with a bad argument.
And then
you're saying because somebody might be for peace that they anti-Jew.
No, because when people's life sucks,
you missed a bad
ML. When people's life sucks, they need somebody to blame, and nobody wants to blame themselves for having a miserable or fucked up their life.
Okay, you're making this about yourself.
The Jews.
I know you're making that.
About the Jews, right?
You guys are talking over each other.
Everybody knows what I do, and everybody knows how.
We don't care what you do.
So I'm telling you, I just know how weak-minded people are, and I say.
And your mind is so strong. Bravo.
Thank you.
I mean, the reality is though, is that we do look at it through like we do look at it, even if we're neutral. I'll be first to admit that Israel thoroughly fucking annoys me for a different reason from the reasons you guys are listing. It has more to do with what we're paying attention on as America and like what we're doing. I just think it's fucking retarded. But beyond that, I mean, we don't. I think October 7th kind of like showed like clear as day how nasty a neighbors they have and what they're willing to do just to everyday people and celebrate it. And I don't know, like what do you do when you have neighbors like that? You definitely don't give in and give them what they want. So it's not as simple as there should just be peace. If Israel didn't respond after October 7th, first of all, I don't see how you could let it go unresponded to. And number two, they had hostages. You had to do something about the hostages. And then number three, it's like if you let them get away with it, then what are they? You're just basically inviting them to do it again and again and again.
Fuck Trump.
Okay, that was helpful. And Pepper, I agree with you, but
okay, you're going to the audience, you stupid fucking Arab.
That the Ottoman Empire and then Hezbollah took over all of Lebanon, and the mainly like Christian region that Lebanon is, they weren't allowed to practice Christianity. They were supposed to conform to Islam, and that was forced upon them.
When?
What?
What are you talking about? When?
I'm talking about what happened, like, from the beginning. It was the Ottoman Empire took over Lebanon,
okay.
And then the French, and then Hezbollah had come in, like, around during the Civil War time, and when we did Lebanon, Syria, did attack Israel. During that time, Hezbollah snuck in and then took over, and there's no Christians left. So
there's
they were
Christians
forced to conform to to Islam or else. So like us like taking over that region back over to what it was, I think that that's right and just.
Who's us?
The Christians are still a huge minority there.
Right, and that's.
And the Muslims don't all get along there either. So Hezbollah's not exactly on good terms with a lot of the Muslims there.
I'm thinking that they're going to restructure the region and they're going to appoint leaders that will bring it back to the Christian values.
I mean, that would be nice and all, but I'm just being realistic. All of the Lebanese Christians have left Lebanon and they tend to do well wherever they're at now. They've been gone for at least a generation. Why would they come back to Lebanon?
They wouldn't, but the point is that the Christians at the time were forced to conform to something that they didn't believe in, or it was off with their heads. So I'm saying, so whether Muslims still are in the region, like it will be only Christianity that would be practiced there.
So you want to straight up like go Crusader style?
No, that's what.
Kick out the Muzzies?
No, they kick the Christians out.
I know. I'm asking, how do you want to rectify it? Make it so that Muslims can't be Muslims anymore?
Well, I don't know. They can leave if they want.
So they can either leave or I don't know, just die.
No, not die.
Okay, then how do you get rid of Muslims if you're not willing to kill them?
They're free to leave.
Okay, but what if they don't want to leave?
Then they will conform to Christianity, which should be amazing.
That's so naive.
Well, you know, you want to talk about the re-education camps, which I posted a link. You know, it's classrooms, there's a damn cafeteria in there. You know, like pink beds, you know.
Yeah, they only start them into death.
You're talking about the Uyghurs? Do you think that it's a summer camp?
No, I don't think that it's a summer camp, but at the same time, they're not getting droned to death.
You guys were talking about Lebanon, but isn't the president of Lebanon Christian?
Yeah, but the president
It's still largely a Christian country.
Were assassinated, or the one that's died out?
It's my understanding the Christians still have like a majority control and power.
Yeah, but the majority, but like Hariri got shot to death by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah started to stage a coup, and the only reason why Lebanon is not like a full Islamic republic is because the state of Israel keeps fucking intervening in our country. Lebanon is not why. You have to make Lebanon great again. Because
it's not why. France also is always willing to intervene. They have those UN peacekeeper troops that are always there. Which really
Hariri was the president. Wait, Hariri was the president of Lebanon. Who shot him to death? It was Hezbollah.
1984, was it? I'll check 83 or 84.
Yeah, they were still fighting. They were still basically in a civil war at that point.
No, but the thing is, like, Lebanon is probably going to go back to a civil war and everything else like that. But the problem is, the only reason that the Israelis are in fucking Lebanon, because they tried to shoot, they shot like, what, was it like 6 rockets when Israel and the United States were attacking Iran and everything else. I don't understand why Hezbollah got involved. You know, they need to
because they're a proxy paramilitary group of Iran. What do you mean, why?
I want them to go away. Like
that's fine.
Terrorist organization.
Most of the Muslims and definitely the Christians in Lebanon don't want Hezbollah there. No.
Exactly. I'm agreeing with you. I want them gone.
But to be realistic, I don't know that the Lebanese military. Okay, they can go to war with Hezbollah, but they would have suffered such great tragedies or casualties on both sides. It's kind of it starts to become like untenable.
Yeah.
And am I wrong on this? Isn't it something constitutionally they always had Christian leader?
Yeah.
In Lebanon?
There is something constitutional about it because they all.
I was asking Anne, who is a Lebanese Christian.
I'm actually still learning.
I cannot answer it because of my knowledge. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, 1 second, doctor. And so,
no.
Abby, did you say that the leader of Lebanon or the president of Lebanon is Christian, or he was assassinated?
time ago assassinated. We were talking about that in the 80s, but the president of Lebanon, I thought, based in their constitution, has to be Maronite, has to be Christian.
The president has to be a Maronite Christian. The Speaker of the House has to be Sunni, and the other one has to be Shia. That's the way the Lebanese constitution works for the demographics. But the president of Lebanon always has to be a Christian. That's just their constitution. A Muslim cannot become president of Lebanon. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, like I said, they had the majority power there.
Yeah, but no, that is right and wrong, because they do have the majority when it comes to some certain things. They absolutely do not when it comes to Hezbollah and how Hezbollah is making sure the
yeah, we were talking about that already before you came in here. We know that they're separate.
No, I was here when you were talking about that, so I heard you talking about that, and you didn't clean one bit of that.
Yes, I did. I said that the military, okay, the Lebanese military, what they're supposed to be doing is getting rid of Hezbollah.
Absolutely. So, okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna be quiet, and I'm going to say yes. There is always. It has to be a Christian. Power. Cool. Okay, so another question, and there's also an element of Greek Orthodox there, as well as the Maronite and other sects in Lebanon.
Yeah, so it says here that it's not written directly in their constitution, but the national pact said the president must be a Maronite Catholic, prime minister must be a Sunni Muslim, speaker must be a Shia Muslim, and then it says after the Lebanese Civil War, it significantly reduced the powers of the Maronite president. It transferred much of the executive authority to the Council of Ministers cabinet, which is led by the Sunni prime minister and must be divided equally between Christians and Muslims. So essentially, basically if there is a Maronite, they're secular, is what AI is saying.
Do you think they're secular?
I'm not there, and so I'm just learning.
No, okay, so because the it's our heritage. That's why we're Maronite Christians are. Yeah.
What doctor? Where are you from? Where's your family from?
Sweden.
Okay, so
Anne is a Lebanese Christian. Do you think it might be interesting to dialogue with her on?
Well, no, I'm curious because Yola. What is your ethnic heritage? So I'm looking at your I just clicked on your Instagram or whatever, and you don't look like a Swede to me. So I'm just curious.
No, they should all be very blonde, right? Well, I'm not blonde, and I have green eyes, so yeah. So more fucked up somewhere in the bloodline. No, but it's actually interesting when you talk about the Maronites and so you are Swedish. You're Swedish heritage. You're Swedish heritage. You're generations of Sweden. Okay, that is correct. That's what he was asking. Yeah. So I really appreciate when you talk about Maronites and the Greek Orthodox because it touches them. It touches themselves. That sounds like FI, but fucking second groups. There's no room for other Christian groups. So yeah, it's interesting. So I would love for you to tell me more about that.
But the thing is, what you're not understanding is the Maronites were the people that were in charge of Lebanon. That's why the president is always a Maronite Christian. That's all. And I'm just trying to say that Hezbollah has no business being there south of it. And in 1975, when the first shot of the bullets were fired in the Lebanese civil war, it was shot by a Palestinian and everything else like that. And I'm just saying, these people they're like a bad hemorrhoid that have to deal with that awful, terrible bullshit that's happening in that country. All I'm just saying is, I want Lebanon to be free again. I don't want them to deal with these horrible people that they're dealing with, you know? I mean, like Sweden, I don't know about Sweden. I'll never go to Sweden because it's too fucking cold for my black ass, you know. But it's like, what the hell? Like, you don't want Lebanon to become great again? Like, I have no reason.
I think most people, including myself, probably the one thing that makes me really dislike Muslims when I speak collectively about them is because particularly what they've done to historic groups of people like the Lebanese.
Exactly.
Now, it does frustrate me with Israel too, though, because it's like here they move into a region of the world where it's common sense they were going to be fucking hated to no end by the people they would have to live around. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. They fight with these fucking people, and then these people, like a bunch of cockroaches, end up going into their neighbors, fucking with Jordan, fucking with Lebanon, even what was it? Kuwait at one point, Egypt, and it's like, you know, it's just everything. And I'm not gonna like say it's like necessarily Israel's fault, but it's just like Jesus. I mean, for fuck's sake, just the amount of shit that even their neighbors have to deal with just because of Israel existing there. And it's just like, I feel really bad for the Lebanese. There's no reason they should have had to deal with this shit.
Pepe, do you know how many Arabs live in Israel? Do you know the population of Israeli Arabs?
It's probably
20% of the country.
Like, what,
2 million.
1.5 million, 2 million? Yeah.
2 million. And they're in the government, as you know, there's a government party, they're in the army, they're in the Supreme Court.
I'm talking about the Palestinians around
Yeah, well, the Palestinians that live in Lebanon were in camps. Same with the ones in Jordan. I mean, that's their lot in their Arab cousins' countries. That, you know, to blame that on Israel, I guess you should have a conversation with the king of Jordan and ask him why they have the life they have in Jordan.
Well, not even that.
No, that's why I brought it up, though, is because it's like they were fleeing into these fucking countries. If I recall correctly, they didn't even go directly from Palestine into Lebanon. They went to Jordan through Syria, then into Lebanon.
You have to understand too, the British Army created an impossible situation in Gaza, man. And they were there for 30 years until the IDF was created in 40 years.
Wait, impossible situation? What country are you talking about? You talking about Gaza, Othello?
Hold on, let me
Well, the
finish.
French controlled Lebanon, so.
Exactly.
I'm talking about Gaza, okay?
Gaza was controlled by Egypt. What are you talking about? Even the Egyptians didn't want Gaza.
Hold on. So the British were in Gaza for 30 years until the IDF was formed in 1948, and that's when the British pulled out. During that 30 years, the British had already started killing, bombing homes, right? They created an impossible situation.
No, that's not true. Because from 1948 till 1967, Gaza was controlled by Egypt. What are you talking about? Give him
Alright, just let him finish. Okay, just let him finish.
But he's wrong, though.
Okay, alright.
So, the British had already started a lot of that bullshit. And I feel so bad for Israel. You know, by the time they had created the IDF, there were already, you know, Islamic militias and
they didn't start it.
What'd you say?
The British didn't start it. Hold on.
No, you're wrong.
Hold on. No, and you're wrong. And you're wrong. I can tell you why. And so you had, first of all, the fucking Ottoman Turks were rolling. What do you think they did to people? They deliberately moved in people to that fucking area. And they would just literally genocide groups of people.
How do you think that they got into Lebanon? Who cares?
The Ottomans?
Yeah. No, the Brits put the Brits
after World War I.
Okay.
And the French, really.
Well,
yeah, so Syria, Transjordan, which included like Syria, I think, and parts of Lebanon. I forget, it was divvied up between France and the UK.
Peak Psycho Accords is what you're thinking of, Pepe.
Norm, will you agree that the British, before the IDF was formed, the British were in the Holy Land, right? Stirring up a lot of ruckus?
No, this is inaccurate. No.
Okay.
So the Ottoman Turk had created this vast
oppressive empire that stretched from their location in Turkey all the way to the gates of Vienna, including places like the former Yugoslavia, and all of the Middle East, including places like Egypt, including all of North Africa. When the Ottoman Turks lost World War I, the League of Nations was formed to ensure that there was never another world war. It was called the War to End All Wars. Of course, there was another one right after that, World War II, but that hadn't happened yet. The League of Nations then said, we want to form nation states rather than empires and let the nation states be ruled by the indigenous people. So that was the job of the British with their mandate to allow the indigenous people to govern themselves in places like all over the Arab Peninsula, Saudi and Kuwait and Oman, Egypt as well, Syria and Lebanon as well. Though Syria and Lebanon were mostly controlled by France. So no, they weren't causing a ruckus. They were trying to return the land to its indigenous people. Those indigenous people included some Arabs and included some Jews.
So why the hell you focus on the past?
So the Jews, well, you mentioned it. We're clarifying the history.
Could you let him finish, lady?
Yeah.
Whoever you are, let him finish.
Let him finish. I'm just giving a little. That's our discussion. So because the Arabs really did not want the Jews there, and they publicly proclaimed their intention to commit genocide against us and push us out. And we were like, well, that isn't going to happen. So when we couldn't get along, the British said, fine, we'll do something we've done before, partition. You guys go over here, and the Jews, and you guys over there, the Arabs. The Jews said, okay, the Arabs said no. Now, this is a technique that's been followed all over the world. The Greeks and the Turks, for example, were separated. Who is unmuted? Doctor, please. Sorry. Dr. Jordan? That's all right. So the Greeks and the Turks were separated because they couldn't get along. The Pakistanis and the Indians were separated because they couldn't get along. The Germans and the Poles were separated because they couldn't get along. This is ethnic strife and partition. So no, I wouldn't say that the British were causing a ruckus. I would say that they were administering a mandate in order to return the land to its indigenous people. And when those indigenous people, the Jews and the Arabs, couldn't get along, they said, fine, so let's separate you guys so you won't have a war. That would be a more accurate way of telling them.
I think you're decorating it a little too much.
What do you mean by that? Which part do you disagree with? Is there any one sentence that I said that you disagree with?
Yes, I think that the British were there mostly on the behalf of the Jewish people.
Not correct, sir. They were there
League of Nations.
Yes. It was the League of Nations, not the Jewish people.
So I think, I just put it in ChatGPT. The British Army occupied Gaza for approximately 30 years, from early November 17th.
Why do you say Gaza? It's the entire mandate, which also included Jordan.
Okay.
So you're separating this 25-mile stretch from the bigger land.
Add 25 miles in there.
What's that?
Okay, we'll say the Holy Land.
Yeah. Which, by the way, also included Jordan.
1917 to May 48. We all know that they captured it from the Ottoman Empire.
No, they didn't really capture it. The Ottoman Empire was defeated, like it surrendered in World War I because they backed the wrong party. They backed the Germans. And the League of Nations, which represented the whole world that was a part of it.
And so they were there for 30 years.
Yeah.
And we all know about the Balfour Declaration.
Yes, that was one thing, as well as all the agreements with the Arabs. People mention the Balfour Declaration, but they don't mention all the deals that the British made with the Arabs for the oil.
Imagine that they never mentioned that for an obvious reason.
And so what I was saying is that during that 30 years that the British Army was there, right, there was already insurrections, there was already bombings, there was already killing.
Not by the British. No.
Yes, by the British.
No,
yes.
sir. No.
Yes, sir.
That is not correct. Who were they bombing?
They orchestrated it.
Yes, sir.
Who were they bombing? They didn't even have bombing then.
But the thing is, Othello, he asked you a simple question. Who were they bombing? Who were the British bombing in those areas in Gaza?
Yeah.
When Saddam?
It's not Gaza. Gaza is a tiny little strip.
Gaza.
I know.
The thing is, Saddam, but no, you know this, and Coco, you know this, you guys know this. When Menachem Begin was signing the peace treaty with Egypt to end their civil war, and everything else. Like, you know what Menachem Begin said? He's like, please take Gaza. And you know what? You know what Saddam said? He said,
No, thank you.
I want nothing to do with Gaza because it's a terrorist hellhole.
They're very violent. Yeah.
Very violent, sick people. That's what that's what Saddam said to Menachem Begin. And Menachem Begin was like, I don't want the state of Israel to control Gaza. I want nothing to do about it.
Yes.
And he came back to Sinai. Sinai is bigger than the state of Israel. The state of Israel is fucking tiny. If you go to the state of Israel, it takes about 4 hours to ride from the top to the bottom of the state of Israel on a fucking bicycle. It's a tiny fucking state, bro.
That's true.
If they really wanted to have a greater Israel, they would have done it a long time fucking ago. And they would have kept the Sinai too while they were at it. So tell them, when you people like you talk about some bullshit about the state of Israel, if Israel, you know, when I grew up, I used to get so pissed off because Israel used to give up land for peace on bullshit and everything else like Israel is a tiny, tiny place.
I'm not talking about Israel.
You can ride it.
I'm not even talking
can
about
ride
the
a
IDF.
bike in like 4 fucking hours, Othello.
We're not talking about Israel, Jews, or the IDF. We're talking
No, but you're talking about Gaza and everything else like that, bro. And it's like Gaza is a tiny place. That's the reason why Menachem Begin wanted to give it to Egypt. And even the Egyptian was smart enough to want Gaza because they know that Gaza is filled with terrorist bullshit. You know? What the hell are you talking about?
So between 1948 and 67, Othello, do you know who was in charge of Gaza? You know what Gaza was a part of? Egypt, right? That's right, yeah. And there was that was after the British were there for 30 years.
Well, the British were there, and the Ottoman Turks were there for 600 years. But what about it?
This is what I was trying to tell you, Othello, is that the Ottoman Turks ruled with an iron fist.
Yes, I understand.
The British, if anything, were there to be more like peacekeepers. It's not. They were not. They were. What else were they doing?
They were decolonizing the land.
Othello, the Jews worked along with the Brits as spies to take out the Ottomans. There was the first underground movements of Jewish, we'll call them, it's called the Nelly, you can learn about them, worked with the British to take out the Ottomans.
Okay.
There was a network, and that, you know, that preceded what ultimately happened in 48, but this would have been in the 20s.
Okay, if anybody wants to know about the forgotten atrocities made by Britain upon the people of Palestine, I posted a BBC documentary. You can check it out in the comments.
Thank you for that. I mean, you're making it very weirdly one-sided. Like, there was an attempt to administer a land. The British did not want to be there. They wanted to, the whole world at this time, Othello, was decolonizing. All the empires fell during this period of the 20th century. The Ottoman Empire, the French Empire, the Spanish Empire had just fallen before it, the British Empire. The age of empire was ending, and it was the rise of nation states. Oh, there was a Prussian Empire. This was all over Europe, all over Africa, all over the Arabian Peninsula, all over the Middle East. These young nations, they were all formed during this time. So to say that the British were committing atrocities is to sort of really focus on one narrow aspect of a global phenomenon of decolonization and returning the land to its indigenous people. And the indigenous people of the land of Israel include Arabs and Jews, also Catholics, also Druze, also Yazidi, also Coptic people, also the Maronite Christians. I mean, there's lots of indigenous people. The Samaritans. You know, I'm going through a whole list. What the British did was they gave an entire, kind of very large land to Jordan, which had never existed before. They took a king from, I believe it was Abdullah from Saudi Arabia, put him in Jordan because the Saudis...
because they lost.
They weren't getting along, yeah. The Saudi Arabs weren't, the Arabs in Saudi Arabia weren't getting along, so they separated the cousins and stuck Abdullah over in Jordan, which has no oil. So it makes it a poor country with no water as well. So that's what Britain was trying to do, was trying to decolonize and fold up its empire because it was no longer seen viable.
I'm sure the initial intentions was that when they decided it in the UK, but when
in the League of Nations.
Yeah, when we're actually
talking about the soldiers, the British soldiers that were actually on the ground in Gaza. They had already started terrorizing them.
Why do you keep saying Gaza?
In the Holy Land, they had already started terrorizing.
Do you understand that Gaza is in the southwest of the country?
Yes.
There's a whole, right, so there's also Jerusalem, there's also Haifa. Gaza is a relatively tiny place. But are you focused on Gaza?
No, I'm not focused on Gaza, I'm focused on the British.
Okay. So the British might get out of there.
Why do you keep bringing it up? Because like even Egypt themselves didn't want Gaza, because the state of Israel was like, yeah, you can take back the Sinai Peninsula and you can take back Gaza. You know what Egypt said underneath Sadat Othello? Egypt was like, I don't want fucking Gaza, and they built 3 fucking walls not to deal with the people in Gaza and everything else like that. What are you talking about? Even the Egyptians didn't want Gaza. You want to know why, Othello? Because Saddam himself said it's terrorism and death that's going to come from Gaza. So what are you talking about? Every time you think of Gaza, it's like so annoying because like you know the truth. And you know the truth better than
the British
us.
were long gone.
The British were long fucking gone. This was like in 1979 under Jimmy Carter. And even Sadat, Menachem Begin told Sadat, you know what he told Sadat? Wait a second, Karina. He told Sadat, take Gaza. And you know what Sadat told Menachem Begin? He's like, I want nothing to do with fucking Gaza because it's all terrorism. So what the hell do you keep bringing up Gaza for?
The hell you talking about? Everything is about Hamas since October 2023.
Yeah, you fucked up in October 2023, yeah.
Yeah.
Othello, do you get Netflix? Othello, do you have Netflix?
What Hamas did.
TV series.
Started it all over again.
Yeah, wireless.
Othello, can you hear me? I put it in the chat. Othello, can you hear me? I put in the chat a TV series called The Beauty Queen of Jerusalem. It's on Netflix. And it basically showcases the time from the 20s up to the early 40s. There's a new season coming out that will go later. But it's about who was living in that territory during that time and the interactions with the British and how those ethnicities dealt with the British and what the British were doing as policing that territory. It's based on a true story of a true family, but you know there's some fictional drama put in there, but it'll give you a taste of the region. You'll also see how the Jews that lived, and this talks about a family that came from Spain, so they're Sephardic Jews, but how they often were in Beirut. I mean, they were back and forth with Beirut, trading supply goods that they would sell in their stores, and there was a very open relationship for the inhabitants then of the region going back and forth. If you get Netflix, it's okay.
There was a huge Jewish community in Damascus. There are many Syrian Jews as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's huge.
So I'm gonna read something for you guys, and then I'm gonna post the article. So we're talking about the British. During their administration of Palestine, 1917 and 1948, the British facilitated the establishment of a Jewish national home, enabling mass Jewish immigration and land acquisition while repressing Palestinian Arab opposition. Policies included violent suppression of revolts, collective punishment like home demolitions, and systematic disempowerment that left thousands of Palestinians homeless and politically fractured. Now listen to this.
Years were this?
This 1917 to 1948.
So wait, hang on. I want to hear more. I want to respond to what I want you to finish, but don't stack up 27 points.
Mute up. Let me get it all out, and then we'll deal with it. Like Bibi said, let me get it all out, and we'll deal with it.
We'll go to 1 point at a time, because I can't deal with 50 points at a time.
Two more sentences.
Hang on. So they were trying.
Two more sentences. That's it. And then you got it. I promise you got it. By the 1930s, nearly 10% of adult Palestinian males were killed, wounded, imprisoned, or exiled by the British. Go ahead.
A Palestinian male is anyone who was living there, so that's Jewish because they were all with passports that said Palestine at that time.
Nice one.
So, no, I mean, that's, you know, that's what their passports, that's what their birth certificates said.
The Palestinians at that time were Jews.
They were Jews. Like, that's what I'm confused what you're saying at the
The British set the table for what's going on right now.
This is not accurate, sir. And let's just say that they're incapable of having a country, which may be true, because it seems as though the mentality of that region is more to be governed by clans and families rather than by nation states. Their nation states do not seem to be working out. So if that's what you mean by setting the table, then yes, the rise of the political organization known as the nation state may be incompatible with the Arab mentality. It's possible. Places like Iraq and Lebanon, they don't seem to work as nations. Syria, all these places are falling to pieces. So maybe it's true. I don't know why you would blame that on the British. They were trying to get out of there. What they wanted was they wanted oil and they wanted not to be involved in Israel because there was just no upside to them. So that, again, they tried to set up an organizational mechanism of governance. And when they saw that the Jews and the Arabs, basically the Jews were willing to live with Arabs and still are. There's 20% Jews, there's 20% Arabs in Israel. The Arabs were not so willing to live with Jews or Christians. And so there were revolts. You mentioned the word revolt. That's the key word there. The British didn't attack them. The Arabs were trying to kick them out. At the same time, in other places like Jordan, by the way, they were aligned with the British because they were trying to set up a monarchy there in Jordan. So to say that, I guess you read from whatever, Wikipedia or something, whatever your source was, it's kind of like cherry-picking one sentence out of a complicated geopolitical piece of history, which involves Jews, Arabs, Druze, D-R-U-S-E, who are still there and they're happy in Israel and serve in the army. Israel protects them. Syrian Christians were also living there. Samaritans, believe it or not, there's those Samaritans in the Bible, they're still there. There are all kinds of ethnic groups there. And unfortunately, they weren't all fighting with the British, but the Arabs were fighting with the British. I think they wanted control. I think they felt that land should be dominated by Muslims. That's what I think is going on.
Well, you know, they could feel the pressure from losing jobs, losing land.
Who was employing them?
You know,
who do you think was employing them?
You know, they had jobs.
Yes.
There.
Working for
already.
Mm-hmm. Working for who?
They're working in mills.
In mills that were owned by?
You tell me.
Okay. So it was a largely agricultural society, which was then being modernized by Jews. The Jews had a modern idea of a nation state, the way we see all over the world, and modernization. So, for example, the Jews took a malarial swamp north of Jaffa and created Tel Aviv. It was completely created from scratch from 1920 or so and moving forward. So, and as a result, Arabs...
1926,
Thank you. Arabs from all over the Arab world, from Egypt and from even from Turkey, from Morocco, even Muslims from they all flocked to that region for the jobs that you mentioned. By the people, they were industrializing. Before this, they were pre-industrial. So yes, there was a conflict between a traditional, agricultural society and a rapidly industrializing society.
So you meant there was a conflict?
Yes, it was a conflict of civilization.
And so they were losing employment because of this conflict.
I would say they were gaining employment, and then when they revolted, that was reversed. They were not necessarily there to begin with. They were being employed in the industrialization, and when they wanted to stage a revolt, then they were no longer going to be employed by the people that they were sabotaging. again, it's a kind of a resistance of what you could now call Westernization. People wanted to be modern. They wanted to have modern cities. Now, I don't know how you feel about that. I mean, I feel like modernization, Westernization, I feel that that's inevitable in the world. Globalization, development is an irresistible force. And people who want to, it would be like American indigenous people wanting to go back to pre-industrialization. It doesn't work. And that was the problem. So that was part of the conflict of civilizations. So modern societies.
Okay, so can I just, Norm, the Druzim were not considered people of the book, and under the Ottomans into the late 20th century, they still used the system, the jizya system, so you were identified on your ID card according to religion, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, and then other, right? So that would include Druzim.
Oh my God, I sense a problem in here. We have somebody bad on stage.
It's really weird, like, it's so sad how badly you want my attention. Anyways,
no, that's what you do to
so
me
the
whenever
Druze were actually very sort of tribalistic and had a lot of ethnic wars. They had a huge war in 1925, the Syrian Druze with the Lebanese Druze.
Just let them know
and this really caught
D-R-U-S-E, because it sounds
Druze, yeah, the Druzim. So they are not actually Muslim or Christian or Jewish. They have their own religion, which is considered a pagan religion.
It's a little
And
bit
so because of that, under the Muslim rule, they would not have been identified under that jizya system, and they would have been right at the bottom. So they were not in factories, they were not working. Most of the people that were in the urban lifestyle would have been your Turks, your Lebanese Christians, Europeans, because Syria, Damascus, was right up until the 1930s was still controlled by France. So you have a lot of European influence as well in this area. Can't tell you how far off you guys are. I don't know what to say.
Well, we weren't talking about the Druze. We're talking about the Arabs and the Muslims, Yasmin. I mentioned the Druze as one of the many ethnic groups that were indigenous to the region.
They're not actually. They're from, the Druzim are an Iranic group that started, the leader came from Iran, but it was established in Egypt in, I believe, the Middle Ages sometime, maybe like late 16th century. I don't know. But they're actually Iranian. Yeah, they're actually originated from the Tsars. Yeah.
Do you think after a few hundred years, I think it's fair to regard them as indigenous?
I don't think the word indigenous means anything. I think it's irrelevant, and it's just sort of like a filibuster.
We're trying to describe the people who are there.
Yeah, so the idea is that actually nobody on the planet is indigenous to anywhere, because the entirety of, just hold on a second, I know this is going to hurt your feelings. The entirety of human history has been characterized and detailed by mass migration, chain migration, and by expulsions, war. Our entire history as a humanity is shaped by this movement. And in the 20th century, we see an incredible amount of mass migration across the globe. Yeah, I understand it's very hard to hear a woman that's intelligent. It's hard. The only people talking on the stage right now are
but you're not saying anything intelligent. We all know about human migration to human history. This is retarded.
I cannot dumb myself down for you. I cannot dumb myself down to like appease you. It's not my fault you are dumber than me and less informed than me. Honestly, I have more knowledge than you.
You're saying something that is already...
Learn something.
We literally...
You are dumb. You are ignorant. You don't know anything. It's crazy.
Okay, so I moved the catfish for the base to the audience, but she doesn't know how to stop yelling over everybody.
Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. We love you, but what the hell? You really think I'm this black or this dark and I'm not indigenous to South Sudan? Fuck off.
No, you brought me to
You're talking about, bro. Really?
Well, yes, we all understand. We can do the out of Africa theory. We can talk about Neanderthals, and we can hold on, check. So we can talk. Okay, there we go. Go ahead and mute you up. So yeah, we know that yes, the people that are the current lands today, we're not just going to the audience. Move into the audience. Move to the audience. There we go. Stop chipping out. But yes, we get all of that. But at the end of the day, like the Native Americans, they were obviously here first. That's why we say they're native to the Americas. I mean, Jesus
Christ. Okay, that's what indigeneity means. But to make it to try to sum it, you know, if I really wanted to use that logic, I could say Jews have no indigeneity everywhere, so get the fuck out of Israel. They have no right to it. So where do you want to go with this? There's no indigeneity. And nobody has a fucking land. It's all for grabs.
All I wanted to say is that.
Hello, Pepe. Hello, everybody.
Thank you for kicking that.
I just want to go back to Othello for a second. So the original British mandate of Palestine and Eretz Yisrael is the complete name. It wasn't just Palestine. Included all of Jordan. So the Arabs got all of that. No Jews there at all. And the Arabs got 21 other countries in the region. You can name them. You rattle them off from the Arabian Peninsula, and all of the oil, which meant that they would never have to work again. And the Jews got a tiny little thing the size of, as has been pointed out, just almost the size of
What
a
did the
suburb.
Christians get?
Lebanon. The Jews got a tiny little thing the size of a
Can you
suburb.
stop saying Jews?
Yes, the Jews.
Jewish.
Jews, the Jews.
But Anne also Christian city. I mean, there were Christian cities, Nazareth, Bethlehem.
Or maybe
it's not like
is a Jew, so he's not using an insult.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like I usually like the way you say it. I'm so sorry.
the Yahuds, if you prefer. So
No,
it's not as if, I'm kidding. So it's not as if the Arabs were cheated. In fact, they got almost the entire region. And again, the Jews got a little slur to as their homeland. I mean, Jewish for 3,000 years, and so it's Jewish capital as it is now. So Othello, to sort of try to depict this as Arabs being is really story, and it flies in the face of history. And if you want support for this, just look at the map and see how many nations the Arabs got. As like I said, there was 21. You include Jordan, and the Jews got one tiny little strip. And agree with.
So if you are a Jewish person out there, Shabbat Shalom.
Hare Krishna to you too.
I didn't get it. I'm so sorry. I didn't get it.
Any questions, Othello?
Oh no, I just said I disagree with certain parts.
Well, tell us what. Let's talk about it. Maybe we can figure it out. What would you like to discuss? Yeah. Which part?
Of your
Which
argument.
part? Sure. Which part?
But I don't really feel like going.
Don't have any. Have nothing.
It's the Brits, Norm. Actually, Joe here was calling me. I got to put you back.
Yeah, I'm sure Anne will want to give her perspective.
Listen out. Where you live at? The country you live in.
This is nigga asking what country you live in. Nigga, shut up. Your name is Omen.
So why you call me nigga? You are disrespecting already. Did I ever disrespect you, sir?
I'm curious, someone put in the chat, I don't know if Coco can come and talk about this. I did not know about these places in Michigan where they have the forts that were built. That's interesting. You guys reading this?
Well, I was talking about the I can never say it, Zoo.
They're talking about forts being built during World War II in Michigan. I did not know this.
What's up, Matt? What's up, Pepe? What's up, everybody? Just sorry.
Yeah, I did see this strait is closed a couple hours ago. I heard a video where there was this Indian ship. They're like, "Sir, please stop! Why you shoot at me?" And then and he said he was going to turn around. Sorry for the Indian accent. It's a bad job.
Bad action.
Can you please bring up your name, please? If you brought up your...
Why are you going to bring
I like her.
Did you say we usually gotten along too. She just gets a little sassy and condescending, yells over everybody.
You can't do it with me. I would tell this just she came from. We should have an Arabic. Thank you.
I don't see her.
Can I ask this Trump guy having a conversation with people?
Like what for them?
Mr. Mikhail?
Is that English?
Hold on.
Mikhail is very aggressive. I like conversation.
Oh, he's just a gay guy that likes to troll and insult people. That's what he does. No, literally, he is. He's open about it.
Can I ask a side? Everyone, did you see the statement from Trump today about psychedelic drugs?
Yeah, there's a really weird. So like some research. I don't know if they're gonna make. I really hope they don't make it like easy for people to get
the LSD.
Yeah, no, that's a fucking disaster waiting to happen. But they did. There was like this. There was a drug that was developed where they switched some things around. I'm obviously missed, but where it's basically LSD with a few things changed, and it won't make you. It can basically rebuild pathways, including like spine.
Tusi? Tusi. There's big cocaine. Tusi.
No. This is like a drug made by a drug company.
Ibogaine? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But see, Pepe, that's not LSD. That's an actual plant from Africa that they've been using for thousands.
Like psilocybin, kind of similar.
Psilocybin comes from the mushroom.
Right, I knew that.
Ibogaine comes from the iboga plant, which they have, a lot of research and a lot of Americans with to take the iboga, and it's radically breaking addictions.
I heard that.
You talking about
I would hear more.
Yeah, iboga
You're
plant.
talking about Ibogaine?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been 40 years, and it's been touted as for heroin addiction, but I think that is a mythical claim.
But there is a drug that I don't know how valid the claims are. Apparently, it's really popular with veterans that with PTSD, or I don't want to say a lot of them, but they'll go to South America, and it's ayahuasca. It's like a drink that will make you hallucinate, and it can apparently make you sick. But it apparently can supposedly have therapeutic effects on PTSD and also drug addiction.
But this is.
Hold on. So when we talk about plant medicine, it's real. South America and take the ayahuasca, right? Like with and do the same. That's a whole different experience than taking that same drug that's been synthesized by a company, right? And so I'm a little weird.
How so?
Because these plants synthetic, and you take them out of their original state, right? And you take them away from the original ritual. Or shaman, right? You don't really have a guide. You don't really have someone through the plant working with you on a
Who oversees people doing this all the time? But I mean, and I'm I don't even know. So what does this bill do? What is it legalizing exactly?
It's easing regulation.
Oh, it's only for therapy though. So these will still actual drugs for recreation.
It's easing regulations so that, you know, if like our veterans, you know, maybe they can get with a doctor or something. And I just worry about like the UTIP, the Pacific U, which they were originally crushing to make our taxane, our cancer medicine. But the problem was that they were crushing too many of the actual trees. If a lot of people don't know, it comes from the Pacific yew tree. So a lot of people just buy the powder and take it in small doses. It may not be as bioavailable as the organic actual plant compound. So I worry and I hope that the regulation that you said, Pepe, doesn't just open this up to be abused.
Yeah, I mean, I would have fears of things like LSD.
It's very dangerous.
Because I have heard people. There's even like there's a DEA agent who they busted a lab in San Francisco in like the 60s or 70s, and he got exposure to like several hundred doses, basically absorbed through his skin, and he had like lifelong damage, neurological damage. And I have heard from people, it's been decades, but like they'll call it being like they don't like hallucinate or anything, but there's like visual disturbances and stuff they'd see. And obviously, it's not going to affect every. Some people I think could have like really reactions to it. And LSD I think is something that did occur and was like it could grow on. It was like a fungal yeast bread.
Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, rye bread. Yeah.
I'm just using it with penicillin, but yes, occur in molds.
Well, I mean, if you synthesize something, it has to act on receptors, something natural does, right? So I think that's kind of a way to look at even whatever people want to microdose.
Avocado don't have any microdose. It's not mushroom.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is that it's a totally different experience to work with, let's say, peyote. Like there's the peyote church for the Native Americans.
Have you done that before?
Yes. And
me too. Good times, bro.
And you sit with them for 12 hours, right? Did you do that?
No, I did it. I would do it during detention in high school.
Oh God.
Did you chew it? Did you see that?
I'm kidding, but you know, believe it or not, I've never done a hard drug in my life. I've never even tried cocaine, none of that. Smoking weed is the only thing I've ever done, and I never really liked it. But
you need to do a line. Trust me, do a line. It'll feel good.
But when it comes, by the way, people doing acid during detention, that was very common in high school. I don't know how they did it.
You know what acid?
They were special characters.
Acid, making bubbles on your spine. Once in a while, those bubbles are pumped. I start tripping again. That's so weird. I never tried it, but
I've heard of that, like cracking your back and your knuckles, but I always thought that was like a myth.
But you know that I wouldn't lump the LSD with the iboga, the peyote, and the ayahuasca. The LSD, that shit come from a lab.
yeah, different shit.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't even go near LSD.
So peyote is something. Isn't that what you chewed? It was Carlos Castaneda that wrote all those books about it, and you chew it.
And the Huichol people in Mexico who take that yearly pilgrimage to go gather, when they actually did a study on their blood compared to the other tribes' blood, their blood is like 98% clean.
You know, it's
just free of impurities.
Because of peyote, you're saying, Abdullah?
Yes.
And how do they make that correlation?
Some scientists, I'm the first one to go get the report, but some scientists basically studied the blood samples from the Huichol people, look them up, the Huichol people, and the neighboring tribes who don't work with the peyote at all. And so the peyote is, everybody gets scared. They're like, oh, I'm going to go see like unicorns and shit. The peyote actually is much more anti-inflammation than it is psychedelic. And that's a little gem I'll leave for you guys.
So does it make you hallucinate?
Of course it does. You don't want to trip.
It's not as crazy. It's not.
The answer is yes. It makes you hallucinate.
Well, I mean, there's a writer that wrote high school. People would they would have what they call microdots, and kids like this. I went to a few high schools, but the public high school I went to in Scottsdale, you kind of had some kids with money, and the fuck ups and bad kids have little extra change to spend on drugs and experiment a lot. But I remember the microdot peyote was something they would do as well. And obviously, I'm guessing they wouldn't take it if it didn't make them trip out. It's like they were used to doing LSD too.
It's more of like an inner vision, and take it with what you will. It's more of an inner vision.
Like Stevie Wonder.
Yeah, then it is like seeing like some fake unicorn or some alien. You know what I mean? Like across down the street. It's more of an inner vision because the plants, they work on the subconscious, the same place where the trauma that our veterans have, that all the people that's going to flock to get this medicine, that subconscious trauma, which the Carl Jungs and all these different people, the Freuds talk about, the plants go in and work on the subconscious realm to help heal, to assist. I'm not going to say it's 100% healing, but it assists with that healing.
So you guys did know the 1920s, they used to use Coke and Coca-Cola. Do you guys know why they stopped it?
No idea. Because it's illegal.
Because, okay.
They also
That was illegal. Because it helps your brain think way over your brain thinking.
It's a natural. It's a
surgery too. They still
psychomotor stimulant. So like it does it like the rate at which your brain will metabolize like glucose. It's like any central nervous system stimulant. It's going to make you sharper, increase your focus, all of that shit. But
that's what
the real reason though is I don't want to. There was it was a demographic in America that was utilizing it, and they were becoming very violent, and it was causing a lot of problems.
But it's still used surgically. I mean, they use it in like certain types of surgeries. But have you been to Peru, where you buy the leaves in the markets? You buy the coca leaves.
Never been.
So you just go in the market there and buy a bag of these leaves, and the Incas will chew them, and it has like an analgesic value too. Yeah, the Peruvians believe in it, and like if you have a sore throat or something, they chew the coca leaves, but they use it also for the altitude issues there in Peru.
And also,
but you just can't bring them into the U.S. It's illegal.
And also, you know what? Smoking weed was very fucking healthy, and you know how long they were stopped us as it was legal for a long time? You know how many things the weed helped the smoking marijuana?
And so Pepe, one last thing I will say is that the reason why I'm a little wary is because when you work with this plant medicine with the actual tribe, like say you're going through a repressed thought, which is where a lot of trauma and shame and all these different things, and that's why we have therapists and different things. So the shaman or the medicine man, they know the song. Some of their songs are like 10,000 years old. They know the song, they know the instrument, they know how to guide you through that repressed thought. Whereas if you're just taking it as a 13-year-old in detention, You know what I mean? Like, that could lead you down a crazy path, and that's what gives it the mystique, and that's what gives it kind of like a bad name when people abuse it in that way and don't go through the right channels with the right practitioners.
Who are the right practitioners? I'm just curious.
There are a lot of in Joshua Tree. There's a lot of places people go to do some of the ayahuasca.
Are you talking with Joshua? Are you talking about like Mojave Desert?
Yeah, in Joshua Tree, that area.
That's like, I don't, well, are you in the Mojave Desert technically?
I don't know, technically, maybe I am technically. I didn't think about that. Are you?
No, we're Sonoran Desert.
I think I might, that's a good question. I think I am.
It's like, the Mojave Desert has like a really bad reputation. I don't know if you heard like that whole area, like from Riverside, basically Riverside to the east and north into northwestern Arizona, and has always been kind of like a really seedy place.
Oh, I agree with you. I drive through it all the time to get to Palm Springs. I don't think Nevada's Mojave. We're different, but I know exactly what you're talking about. But that doing these drugs, when you're asking where the shamans are and where people go to do it, that's one of the destinations is Joshua Tree National Park.
Yeah, or look up the actual tribe, like in the Amazon, in Africa. You can look up the Iboga and what tribes work with it. A lot of people fly out there. I know somebody that took their parents and went and, so.
Actually,
someone asking
I
about
might
where
be
the
part of
Mojave
it.
is?
Yeah, I actually think I am in part of it.
Las Vegas is in the Mojave.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like the bottom of Nevada is.
Look up the Native American Church too. I'm so thankful that Trump did this too, because they were suffering a lot, because a lot of the peyote is down here in Texas, on the border between Monterey and Texas.
So where's peyote? I know peyote comes from a cactus, but if I recall correctly, it wasn't a cactus found here in Arizona. It was like, I think it might have only been northern Mexico and Texas.
Yeah, and down in
the small area.
And down in Mexico, northern Mexico. So yeah, it's a very condensed area where it's found.
We have a complete community called the Potawatomi Indians up here in Indiana, close to the Great Lake.
Do they smoke the peace pipe?
They do.
Oh yeah, smoking rock in it. I bet. That'd be cool people.
But you smoke weed, right?
No, I never. It never made me, smoking weed always gave me a bad feeling, not a good one. So I never got into the habit of smoking it.
You're smoking the right people.
No, I would. And like, I tried it. The last time I tried it was, I was 36. So it's like almost 9 years ago. It was actually, you had recreational use was allowed in Alaska when I was living up there. And so I was at my ex's family's for New Year's, and they had a bunch of family like in, and then they had a bunch of, like, a lot of them were pre-rolled joints, and the one they were smoking was like they said it was just like, it was not like some exotic strand. It was kind of what you would consider like, I don't know, normal weed. And I took a couple hits, and then it's just driving back, or my girlfriend back, and it's just like it was just like when she's driving, but why does this feel like it's taking a minute? Why is everything freezing in time? Why is it when I close my eyes, like I see these bright colors and shit? And it's just like, and I'd just feel like shit. I was like, my stomach was stuffed, and it's like, but I was like craving food, and it's just a shitty feeling. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I never smoke outside the house. And really, I spend more time cleaning my house before I smoke, you know what I mean, than actual. So, it's all about, like, someone putting it's about the right mental state and environment for everything.
Sorry to hear that.
just how I'm wired, because like I would trip out and have really bad experience with it. Like I woke up when I was like 15. My brother at the time, like really tripping out, and like my brother and my high, but they felt okay, but I just didn't handle it well.
Yeah, because marijuana is some people cannot.
Yeah. I think that's largely the reason why I never did drugs is because, like almost everybody, I started with pot, and then pot was not a good experience for me, so I just was like, nah, I'm good.
I've been experimenting kind of coke and weed, that's all I did. Yeah, I've tried as much weed. I think the most powerful one that is that David Chappelle. You need to come Chicago with that. Night out, man. Chicago. I'll show you very good thing.
I'm sure.
Visit me in Bar, and I have a small house.
Indiana?
South Bend.
Oh my God, you're from Indiana.
Well, keep at it. Haven't been here recently. It's blown up, but travel.
I got there on my car to get back to Chicago. I love Michigan.
Oh, Coco responded. Thank you, Coco. Really, truly take my offer up. It's a nice place. It's less than a year old. Clean, convenient. 2-bedroom, 1 bath, full bath. It's got a fridge and a plate.
Can you not have food kitchen? I really want to know.
Hey, Jennifer, I invited. Well, of course, Southwest Michigan is quite beautiful. Those
So beautiful, and then like spring and by the fall, the trees are like 10 colors. Oh, I love it.
I'm done with that.
And I'm like, I'm sorry.
So is it find how Trump has changed America? I didn't think so. I don't feel like the world is laughing, Ben. I don't like the world knows. Seriously.
everybody's having dinner, I guess.
Matt and Bieber, are you here? Everyone's still here.
Hey guys, I have a question. Did you guys hear about Nick Shirley Act in California? And I want to get your feedback on that.
you're shortening your lifespan, and he was talking about ways. Yeah, and he was talking about how to extend it so that you can actually extend it. Yeah, like motherfuckers really be breaking down the science with it.
Titty milk and cheddar biscuit. Yeah, I saw some cheddar biscuits at the store. I was gonna take a picture. I'm gonna take a picture next time I go. I saw cheddar biscuits.
Was they the Red Lobster joints?
No. They got some organic.
Hey, you know they really got the Red Lobster frozen joints, so you could just have a box of these bitches.
Oh, word? That's crazy. Yeah, these are like the organic, no weed, no bullshit in it. It's like, oh, okay. It's just said cheddar biscuits. I was like, damn.
Yeah, they got the kind in the box too. At Walmart where you can make it, they got the mix.
I'll be lifting up your own cheddar biscuits. That's crazy.
Yes, sir.
Those are the best ones.
Now that I think about it, my Empress, she made biscuits, but like my grandma used to make homemade rolls. I never really grew up eating biscuits and shit, bro.
But since I don't eat dairy, I still make them without the cheese. They're still amazing.
There's so much shit I don't eat no more.
See, I take the rolls over the biscuits though, DJ. I don't think your grandmother's on the sleep.
Yeah, biscuits be dry as fuck.
Yo, you gotta have something to drink nearby, otherwise you're gonna be fine.
No, I love he got my grandma a recipe for that shit because she used to make them shits rise overnight and everything. Like she used to make pans for the churches. That shit used to piss me off. I'm like, stop cooking for these motherfuckers.
Yeah, that was back in the day when grandmothers just loved to cook.
Bro, almost every weekend she cooking for these niggas. I'm like,
yeah.
Me and my grandma really had a back and forth. I'm like, why you always feeding these people? I was like 16, I was pissed because I had wanted something and then she had cooked to come to find out it was for some niggas that wasn't even in the house. I'm like, why you giving them this shit?
It was probably people up there she knew didn't have.
No, people used to pay my grandma to make rolls and stuff, man. Like,
oh, okay.
But my people, like around the holidays, my family did move and give to families. My mom got the ministry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my grandmother used to. She was just like me. We'd be sitting around watching TV or whatever. She'd say, I think I want something sweet. And she would get in the kitchen, make a cake, make rolls. We put jelly on them. Just.
Girl, you just remind me when I used to, and my mom, she used to make the 7-Up cakes and shit back in the day. And he was like, man, your mom can cook. He was like, that's why she. I was like, nigga, but he told me to only deal with a woman who can cook.
Right?
Yeah, because mine can cook her ass off.
Hey, not gonna lie, man. Hey, I definitely need a shorty that can cook, bruh.
Like, my pops was serious about that shit. He was like, that is one of the first qualities that you make sure is present in a woman. She can nourish you and she clean. And I was like, if you got, he was like, don't eat nothing from no dirty woman. He was like, if she can cook. He was like, figure it out, bro. Crazy thing is that woman be smart. She like, that's the only reason why you bring me to me because I be cooking. I be like, I be feeding myself though. Like, it's not even that serious.
But on the flip side, it play a part.
It's completely different when she cooks versus I cook because I don't give a damn.
So that just kind of sounds like you just be throwing some shit together. Wait a minute.
Girl, I eat to make it through the day so I don't pass out. I don't care about shit else. Like if you would just see what I ate when I just left the gym, it should be crazy the way I be throwing food together some days because it's just about making sure that I'm hitting them calories and them protein deficits for me.
Oh,
I grew
hell
up
no. You
eating.
one of them.
I grew up eating like military style, so I can just. But I like really good food, but like if I'm in the midst of the day and I'm sliding, I'm like fuck it, protein shake, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm not putting no sweeteners nothing in there. I'm like we vibing. We just I gotta go.
You probably have nice skin.
I actually do, and I drink hella water. And my people got pissed off when I started tattooing my body.
Mm. Yeah. Well, the sugar and all of the refined foods and all of that I'm cutting back on, that'll really do your skin in. That's why some people look so young. They stay away from all the sugar and fried foods and all that stuff that mess up your system. I actually at least try to do like detoxes, like go a month or two without no fried foods, no sweets, no sugar, sodas, and that type of shit too. Give yourself some time to try to like clear out a little bit.
When I started off changing my diet, we did. I'm not even about to entertain you niggas. It was meatless Mondays and wheatless Wednesdays. That was how we started. In like my first like few weeks, like removing like chicken and all that other stuff from my diet. This is years ago. That shit made me very fucking angry, dog. Even when I did like a 3-day fast, after once I hit the third day, I'd be about ready to kill someone.
The withdrawals, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. That motherfucker be feeling like that off food.
And what's wild is like when you go off of it, because I had stopped eating meat for 5 years. I was quote unquote dating this Muslim, if there is such a thing. And so I didn't eat meat for like 5 years. But it became problematic because I had gotten so small. I was 95 pounds. It was just my body needed that protein. But yeah, I tell people if you're having off the weight or whatever, get rid of that red meat.
But then I be looking at the world, I'm like, are you niggas supposed to be this big?
No.
Because my waist is small as hell, and I'm like, not even, I'm like, my body is built to my bone structure. I am very healthy. I have a very fit body. And I just be thinking, I be like, whenever I go past my weight threshold, I start to feel heavy. I start to feel like pressure on my knees. And even, yeah, and I'm a little like, who the fuck is saying to weigh this much? Because this shit don't feel good. It don't.
Thanks. I can get like extra 10, 15 pounds and I can tell the difference. Like you said, my knees and my ankles and shit be hurt. You can see the difference too. Like I've been the same weight forever. Like I ain't been no more than 130 type shit. So if I get to 135, 145, some type of shit, I can literally tell and feel that shit. And it's only gonna take like 2-3 days, maybe a week to get it all back off. And that's just something we only eat fruits and vegetables though. No meat. Yeah, that meat sticks on you. Yeah, if you're not working at all, it's just gonna sit there. Calories and it's gonna, you're gonna look like you look.
But shit, like how fast my metabolism is. When I was in a car accident and I wasn't able to work out for like a year and a half, and then I got cleared, and then I injured my neck again. And this entire time I'm fucking sitting around smoking weed, eating, and no way I actually lost weight. So now I'm aiming to get that shit back, and it's just great. It really be based on your body type, your metabolism. Because most people I know who sit around and eat, them motherfuckers get fat, not me. And that shit irritates me because me and Smurf had this conversation the other day. Motherfuckers like, oh, when you hit around like in your 30s, shit, your metabolism gonna slow down. Why? Bitches, shit ain't changed but what? I think the shit sped up even more.
Yeah, most of the people in your family is small.
No, they not.
They not?
No.
Still got fat ass family.
I'm the only, but I'm like the only athletic person in my family for real.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, like everybody like super musically inclined are retired military. Even the retired military people musically inclined. Them motherfuckers is band and choir church people and shit. Like I'm the only one who ball.
Hey, DJ, that's funny as fuck. How much shit is on both my sides. Military men and shit, but like all they all spit and shit, but then the women, they all short, dubbed up, extra big ass titties. I was like, nah, never gonna be me. But like my mom and our generation, we didn't necessarily get that trait, you know?
Yeah, I'm like, I know I'm not picking the female genetics. Also, I'm like, I was the first male in my family. So my uncles and all of them is really fortunate. I try not to use the word spoiled. Yeah, I got whatever the fuck I wanted when I was younger, for sure.
Also, man, I ain't gonna cap. I was spoiled as fuck because I was the favorite. I was the youngest, so I got to get on it.
My mom said something to me.
Hey, DJ, this how bad this be bad. Fuck it over there. These motherfuckers put me in a dryer and turned that bitch on because I was getting shit they wasn't type shit. They used to torture me.
My sister one time.
You ain't shit either, bro.
No, she actually get put in that bitch.
I ain't asked. I was bad. I was hot as motherfucker.
Hey, that's a dangerous motherfucking place to be, dog. Just imagine if motherfuckers tied up in the fucking dryer just rolling.
Fuck no.
Dang, 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 dang.
Yeah, no.
Hey, what's today? Saturday.
Saturday.
Titty milk t-shirts drop on today. Titty milk t-shirts on Tuesday. Be ready. Just what y'all think these graphics gonna look like?
I don't even. Man, I can only imagine, man. I can even try to get a preview. Nah.
Damn, see what DMV saying? Ain't no fucking hope. I gotta eat like I smoke weed all day to put on weight. That's why I say 45 and shit still the same. Niggas are liars.
What's the same?
His metabolism at 45. That means he can't gain weight either.
Genetics.
Trust me, like the older I get, like I be thankful, like I'm like, damn, I'm like, you always gonna have like a 6-pack or 8-pack. I'm like, that's good for you. Some niggas don't have no shit.
You also work out though.
Yeah, I have a preventative lifestyle, I do, but I naturally have lean genetics.
Like those dudes who don't keep working out, they want to start drinking their beer, eat their burgers all the time, hang with the dudes, going to the bar. Those people.
That's one thing I don't do. I don't drink beer.
That's what I'm saying. And there's a lot of folks who do, and those who don't. Or any, that's just an allegory to some of the stuff that occurs. When that goes on, a lot of those dudes all of a sudden, they're about to have twins.
As far as I know, drinking, like, they used to tell me this shit when I was in the South, especially when I was in high school and shit. They were like, drinking beer help, like, add weight on. And when I did start drinking beer in the South, that was the biggest I ever was, the biggest and the strongest I was in my life. Them fucking southern diets and workouts is crazy.
And that's what I'm saying. Those are things that affect metabolism. So you're doing things to keep yourself in a particular way. Where then all these, like, you'll see the guy that looked like an athlete, but then, they do what they think men can do, which is eat differently than what you're doing. Put it that
people should eat. People should eat to what their body needs. Let me say it that way. And I'm not in a place to dictate what that is for anyone. Just as long as
you should eat whatever you desire, right?
No, that's how you niggas die. Because
what if you want to live and die?
Let's just say, one moment a motherfucker just decides they want to get high on something, right? Then a motherfucker has the desire to eat a crack rock. How is that gonna work out for them? No, you should not.
It's free will.
You desire. No, you know the reason why niggas backs is
you can't make people eat what they don't want to eat though.
That's literally why my 600-pound life exists. Because niggas just want to eat what they desire. No, man.
You can live how you want to live though.
What puff say? Close your suck hole. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
My diet requires a cinnamon a month, at least once or two a month.
1 or 2 a month? I have one like 1 or 2 every few years.
I go through at least 2 boxes of oatmeal cookies. I probably go through a week type shit. Like, but they vegan.
A box from where?
Sprouts.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you on game. You get the I think it's Duncan Hines.
I can't eat them. Them shit's got dairy in them, bro.
Do it?
Yeah.
Nah.
You better start reading the back of them boxes, Pierre.
No.
Duncan Hines ain't got shit vegan.
No.
She talking about no. You better start reading your boxes.
Throw them out. No. Yes, Pierre, throw them out. I know it sounds like you're
you know how much shit I gotta read when I go to the store, because they be they be flipping shit on this. You still gotta read it. It don't matter how many years you bought that shit.
Oh no.
That explain why your back was hurting. Eating that shit.
Explain why I was congested and couldn't understand why.
Yeah.
Don't care.
That shit didn't happen to me. Somebody that gave me a snack. And I'm like, why the fuck is my allergy sleep? Motherfucker that gave me some dairy.
I don't do cheese, I don't do milk, I don't do...
I need my shirt before them shirts go for sale though.
We about to, I'm gonna shoot you a message in a little bit. I'm probably gonna take my computer to the speakeasy tonight. So I'm gonna sit down and do that shit before. For real, if Niles is fucking free, I want his input on that shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got you, girl.
Did I miss part of the conversation?
No, that was my Nas voice. That's all. That's usually me saying, yeah.
I'm like, I'm going on.
Yeah, don't eat that.
My bad.
Bro, fuck your mother, bro.
You took too much, man. Shut up, bro.
How about I beat you up in a knife fight?
How about I'm going to California for the World Cup, innit? So meet me in Cali, innit? Put your girls on.
Don't nobody like Cali. You can come to Miami.
What's in Miami, bro?
Me, motherfucker, come get your ass beat.
I'm no way I'm traveling there just to get my ass beat by no man thing. Like, chill, fam. Listen, I'm going to
I'm about to say, if you going to Cali, I'll just tell Brown to come smack you, bro.
Oh, shit. You pay like that, man.
Yeah, right.
You paying people to be pen, bro. Hey, listen, bro. You need to humble yourself, bro.
I think not. You bitches stay telling somebody you think low of themselves. I'm gonna fuck you and your mother. What is wrong with you bitches? Don't tell me you think low.
Hey, yo, I'm my mother's son too, you know.
You're thinking small. Never me. You think small, motherfucker. Not I.
I'm sorry, big man.
Think big.
Right.
Think big. You
Yes, Debbie, you're right. So, yeah. That's all I was saying before, isn't it?
Bro, I low-key wish you was going to Chicago or somewhere in the Midwest, boy. We'll show you such a good time.
Hey, yo.
You never come back to
Like that shit, bro. You might go to the shower,
Hey.
You see the nigga get money by the side, bro.
I'm gonna tell you what, stay the fuck out of Rodeo Drive.
Stop smoking weed, man. Stop smoking weed, man. It's not good for you, man. Your lungs don't agree with you, man.
It's just great for me. You wanna know why? Because it keeps me from punching people like you in the face. So you should tell me to smoke more.
Man, that's like, impulse control, bro. Like, what the fuck? You get angry at your employees? Like, what?
No, I had enough to get that black belt.
Oh, what? Are you martial arts, chef? Okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm so comfortable telling people I'll smack the dog shit out of them, bro.
Well done, bro. That's good, man. You can protect yourself, and it's good stuff. Still.
Be careful in LA, bro. Shit not as sweet as you motherfuckers think.
I'm not staying in the ghetto, man. I don't care about it.
I'm not. You don't have to be in the ghetto in LA. You fucking foreigners don't know how to take a warning, bro. I'm really trying to tell you to be fucking safe in LA.
Bro. I got a British accent, fam. I can do what I want over there.
Alright, when they tap your pockets with your dumb ass, you niggas swear shit sweet over here. Literally trying to warn you stupid ass. That is literally one of that's now, bro.
Be careful on Hollywood Boulevard. Be careful on.
Don't tell her shit. Let his dumb ass get robbed, Debbie. Let his dumb ass get robbed.
Sunset.
Thank you, David. I appreciate your last one. Thank you. But I'm going there anyway because I love football, innit? So I'm going to go there, watch my team win. You get me? Smack
Hey,
yeah,
I'm outside, Goofy. Trying to tell you.
Outside to do what?
Really? We from over. We don't even work. I'll tell you.
Wear a jury. Why?
Alright.
Why did you wear a jury, fam?
I'm gonna have some motherfuckers in blue come run down and take off you, nigga.
That's crazy. You know why it's crazy? It must be different over there, you know, because I remember I wore my Rolex here in the most like dangerous part of London.
It is
You can really can't wear a jury, bro. So what, fam? Fight, innit?
This nigga said fight. This nigga said fight.
Yeah, bro. The fuck you scared of, man? The fuck?
Boy, they will PNB motherfucking pop smoke your dumb ass.
Nipsey Hussle, yo, man.
Well, yeah, because you don't. No, Tiger, Timmy Tiger. And that's the difference, though.
Don't talk to me, bro.
No, all of them motherfuckers died in California.
Even speaking about you, still.
All of them died in California. That's why we said those names, bro.
Well, the guy, PNB Rock, innit? Is that PNB Rock?
Yeah, he died in California. Out of fucking
right. I was just saying, Nipsey died too in California, right by his house.
Well, I've almost died a few times, innit? Like, due to stupid decisions, innit? So I think I feel comfortable there, innit? Yeah.
My son almost died on the banana boat.
Hey, I low-key want you to go check in.
We didn't check in with the hotel one night, yeah?
They gonna rob this shit out this nigga.
Hey, but why don't we want you from? You're rich, bro. The fuck? I can tell you good money. Do you talking?
Nah.
Yeah, you see, I know you got money, bro. It's time, man. You see? Or you got money, no thanks. Or you're a Nepo baby. Which one is it? You must be, bro. The way this guy talking.
I went to private school.
Yeah, I know, bro.
My name is Clarence. I got real good parents. All that shit.
Shit. What are you not saying, though? What are you not talking about today in this room? I love this room. But it's talking about shit like that. What are you not talking about? You're not bored, isn't it?
We've been talking about Janelle. How do you pronounce that girl's name? The one whose boyfriend killed her over in,
Ashley Jeanette.
Oh, shit.
Ashley Jeanette.
Oh, what? Is that,
her.
Okay. What else?
We were talking about food. We were talking about conspiracies. The usual.
usual. That's what that is from. The usual stuff. I know what I can expect in this room stuff. Hey, what? So what do you think? I think I met a few women like this, right? And I ain't got no qualms with who you love in it because there's only one race, the human race, innit? I think it's a bit dodgy in these times that
that's cap, bro. That's cap.
Of course it's cap, but you know what I'm going, bro. But this guy, well, GOD, bro, listen, bro.
What's dodgy?
Yeah, go
What's
ahead.
a bit dodgy?
That sounds Australian still, I can't lie.
I know, it was terrible, I know.
You're getting it though. Wait, what state you from, Pure? What state you from?
I live in Cali, but my
you live you're from the
Midwest, Cali, and East Coast.
No, I don't want to meet nobody from Clubhouse for hard life, but this is Clubhouse people from. It's not from me.
He's a kid.
Hey, what kind of milk?
No, shit. I thought, it's crazy. It's crazy. I thought I was eating steaks out here, but she's not eating milk and cookies. Alright, cool. Come in. So what? So you're from Cali. So what was your experience growing up in Cali then? Was it good? Was it the same as that? What's happening?
It's a good experience, yes.
Is there like bougie places in California? I don't like to go to ghetto, innit? I like to go to bougie places, innit?
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
And go to Calabasas, Newport Beach.
Go to Pasadena, go to the Huntington Library, go to the Getty Museum too. Go up to the observatory too.
This one got a trustful voice, so I trust this lady. Who's that?
He got over here. Did you hear him? He let the voice hit him. He gonna ride. He is just about to take you from all your fucking you ain't even gotta worry about the gangbangers. The girls gonna run you. You don't even know what it's like over here.
If they need it, they need it. Yeah, go take
it. The Getty Museum is beautiful. I saw I think it's the Codex. It's the oldest book in the Americas that they have here. I got to see that. And then the Huntington Library and Museum is in Pasadena. It's beautiful. We were talking about that last night. I put a video up of that. And then, what is it? Griffith Observatory? Yeah, go there. It's a beautiful view. Observatory is up top.
Thank you, Camille. See, that's some responsible advice I can absorb in it. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Here, do you second all of those suggestions?
Go to Calabasas, Calabasas.
I definitely do.
What about the weed? Can I get free weed over there?
No, it's really cookies places. I don't know.
It's not free, but you can legally get it in California. You can just go into a store and go buy it. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm like an immigrant, so if I was to go over there, like for example,
all you gotta do is show your ID and they'll let you go in the store and buy it, bro. You cool. The state, it's legal in that state.
So if I show them my British passport or my diplomat passport, which one should I do? Well, which one will get me free weed?
Your British passport, bro.
Yeah, you like how he just, nonchalantly threw out the diplomat thing. You know what I mean? Like, what's happening right now, man?
I'm not saying you're an African diplomat.
You notice we start talking about money about the money.
Right. You need to go to Malibu, bro. Malibu.
You said you're not the diplomat. You said somebody else is.
No, not me. I'm not a diplomat.
Oh, you see that? Look.
Shit.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't.
When we're in this back, I want to run back the ID thing because I'm learning something new. So if somebody come and they visit in here and they want to go to the dispensary, then they just show their ID to a school. Because it's just,
as long as it's a recreational state, you gotta be a rec state. Okay. Cali rec, New York rec, Michigan rec, ones like that. You can just literally go on the store, and even if you're a new customer, they be discounts, all types of shit.
Are y'all going anywhere to days for 420?
No.
Wait,
I got an event over here.
No, you good, Kevin. was just saying, like, when you go to the dispensary and you a member or whatever, that most of them give you like a half or a zip for free. You get free pre-rolls and shit like that.
A half for free?
You get a free zip or you become a member.
Yeah.
Anybody giving away no free house? Y'all niggas retarded. Y'all ain't never been nowhere. Tiger ain't never been out 2 states away. Like, she told me.
Shut up, nigga. I done lived in like
I came here and told y'all about the clubs. You could get 25 to 30 to 40 and up.
Exactly.
You can get 3 fires for like $6.
Wait, I'm gonna get some free houses, man. Wherever y'all at.
No, like, like you become a member at the dispensary and they will literally give you, most of them will give you a free zip. Or you spend $100.
Yeah, I know the pre-rolls be free sometimes, though.
Smoking pre-rolls is like eating McDonald's burgers in my mind. Don't just be letting niggas give you shit you don't know what it is.
DJ, wait, hold on now, hold on.
The pre-rolls free though, bro.
No, the pre-rolls. And look, it's not, you can't just get a regular one. It gotta be infused or something if you do get one.
You gotta get the sauce Blanca free roll.
No. But
so what is it? Is it buy one get one?
I'm into the raw black cones now, but listen, you could just stuff your own cone, like fuck it, like get your own, cause you could get
better off doing
like,
that.
Yeah, like you could get, so like at certain places they got like silver, gold, and platinum tier, and you can get like buy one get one free zips of each tier. Like if you get a strain of gold tier, then you can get buy one get one silver, etc. You can't like.
When y'all say zip, y'all talking about 28 ounces? Is that amount of the same thing? Like 28?
No, we got to the same thing. That's crazy.
So you can get 2.5 ounces per purchase. Like they put a cap like 70, so you can get 2.5 zips per purchase. And then some of the places you gotta leave and come back in, and some you just close out your 70 grams and then.
So you buy 1 kilo P, you get one free.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we have that in America, man.
That's a good question.
I'm in North Carolina. We ain't got none of this shit legal in North Carolina. Oh, you don't got that deal legal? Nah, we like the last state. Virginia is legal. DC.
Y'all new to this shit.
Except North Carolina, South Carolina.
You get that though. You get that.
They ain't never gonna legalize it.
These free parties tonight.
Like, I'm finna PTR in a second. I'm finna show you what the 420 deal is to one of the spots we be going to in Michigan. What they like giving away.
Dispensary send me menus already for folks.
Yeah, they already sending shit to us.
Yeah.
We gotta celebrate tomorrow though, right? Because niggas going to work on Monday. Yeah.
Tomorrow we gotta go to work.
Yeah. I don't recommend partaking in any free weed.
Tell me about it, Kira. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, nigga.
You can have a free ounce. Like, what? A free ounce?
You know how many times I've done that?
I swear to God, I was like, God, if you let me down from this high, I will never do shit again. And I haven't.
Where do you get it? Because why are you giving me free weed?
No, you get some pack.
Now, if you're talking about some shit off the street, motherfucker just trying to get you hell, no, that's different, bro. You going to a dispensary.
So wait, this is the question I had, right? So if I was to buy weed from the dispensary, right, and buy weed from the normal, like the niggas from the block and that, right? So is it different, or is it the same weed?
It's different. Sometimes it depends. Sometimes the person might have what the dispensary is, but niggas on the street be just making up names and saying whatever. But the dispensary, it tell you how much terpenes, it tell you what's in it, and you can look it up on like Leafly if it's a valid strain or not. You can compare it and look. Like if it says unicorn piss, and you put up the picture and you look at that shit, you can see that shit. You know, that's the difference.
That's how you know them dispensaries be lying about their names too, because they definitely do. Because you already do.
Hey, Tiger, can I ask you a question real quick? So, yeah, what's up? You good?
your question.
That cool. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. So you know, like when you buy that from the dispensaries and that, you say you got free weed, yeah. So do you get free weed because like you spend a certain amount in there? Is that why? Or is
Some of them, yes, but you gotta be the first 100 or 200 person in the door too. So you potentially can get like a zip and a half for free. If it's 100 person, you getting a half a zip, and then if you spend 100, you getting a zip half.
Yeah, it's no matter how much you spend. Some of them matter how much you spend, but some just saying like literally going to the dispensary and joining their becoming a member, you literally get a perk of getting a free fucking zip or a half a weed type shit.
Yeah, that's
a free budget, no?
So look at my PTR. That's what my one of my spots is giving away to the first 200 people.
What? Wait, is that a new place or what? Like, how's that from?
It's in my PTR.
Yeah, but I live in England. I can't even do that. Like, you don't do that for me, no? Nah, I can't do that. You get
You can't see the picture.
You stay in Soho. It's like that.
Yeah, see, I can't post mine, but you know, yeah, type shit. I got yeah, just get menus. All you gotta do is really, if you want to do some shit like that, just go in there, ask them what's the menu, what's so special for the day, type shit. Like, you gotta know what
you gotta ask them stuff. Yeah, you gotta know what to say too.
They have the blueberry Stardust, cream cake, Ultra Plus, Ultra.
Like I go in and I ask like, what's the bud of the day? Like I need the freshest shit you got. I don't want no shit you have sitting in the back type shit.
Don't want that.
Yeah, I don't want that dry ass shit, because they're not going back there burping on bags and shit like that.
You can't. Here's what I'm saying though, yeah? When I go to California, I know California's got some good weed in it, yeah? So I'm gonna go over there, I'm actually not going to the stadium to match, I'm gonna go watch it in a bar or club, innit? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Just find a cookie dispensary, and you'll be good.
Yeah.
What's up?
It's pretty, they really starting to.
Teams would go to USA. And you got lit over there, so I can't lie. I can't wait to go back there. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'll go to California this time, and Boston will kind of dead, innit? So I'll go California, okay? And
go to Denver or Vegas while you over there in Cali.
No, I'm going Vegas for my bachelor party, innit? I ain't going Vegas right now, cause yeah, but yeah, it's a good choice though. It's good advice though. You're right. So, but Denver, what's Denver like? Is that Midwest? I'm learning from you guys.
Denver, West Coast.
West Coast, the best coast.
Yeah, man. So what's that? What's Denver like? What's in Denver? Are they pretty women? What's going on?
Everybody high, the altitude, get high with that altitude. Go to Red Rock Amphitheater in Denver and Meow Wolf or some shit. It's a real trippy trip.
Okay. Less oxygen than that. Come on.
I like that botanical garden too. Denver Botanical Garden is nice. Everywhere I go, I try and go to the botanical garden there. So I'm always recommend the botanical garden and the art museum in the city.
Yeah,
Denver, they got homeless people though. Like Cali is crazy. It's crazy, but I think Cali the worst though. They on the highway.
Damn, I thought California was like a utopia and that. But anyway, I'm gonna go there anyway.
If you gonna go to Hollywood, you gonna think it's gonna be stars and people walking down with fur coats? No, nigga, it's not like how you think. It's gonna be tents and homeless people on Hollywood.
So LA, so Hollywood is in California, yeah?
Yeah, go to like.
Okay.
I mean, it's nice place in LA, but it ain't how you think. I'm just saying that. When you get to Hollywood, you gonna be like, what? When some of them stars where they at?
The Hollywood ghetto as hell.
You gonna be like, this is not how I thought.
That shit ghetto, you can get some crack on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yes.
You say yes. See, it's a good crack again. Hey, yeah.
That's what I told you. Be careful.
You gonna see some old ass stars.
Boulevard, and there's one other one I told you.
I seen that nigga on a TV show 30 years ago. He was outside dancing.
You gonna do shit sweet.
They gonna be outside dancing in front of the little on the block in front of the stars.
It was Santa Monica Boulevard.
Like, damn, I seen you 10 years ago on BET. And they're gonna be outside selling DVDs.
Shut up, y'all. I need to get my fat back out the way.
You like, damn, nigga, you selling DVDs now? That's you in the shop.
Is Westwood in the Hills, Debbie?
No.
Okay, I gotta look. It's this bakery, and it was somewhere in a fancy little uppity area, but it was a fat burger there.
Westwood's
What
really nice.
Huh? You said what?
Westwood's nice.
Do Westwood got a fat burger?
They're kind of like all over. And there might be one adjacent to it.
What about any fat burgers in a super bougie neighborhood?
Not usually, no.
What is that fat
Bougie
burger
is
like?
fat burger. Where is that? What neighborhood?
Is fat burger like the one of those bougie ghetto restaurants and that?
No, it's a burger.
I don't know, but it's a burger joint. In and Out is like the Cali burger joint, but I got a secret. Fat burger is better, but I like In and Out too though.
What did you order from there? So let's just
Ain't nothing better than Steve's Burgers.
Yeah,
Jackson, Mississippi.
Oh, the sauce is good.
What's the animal? Ain't that the In and Out burger that you're supposed to get?
So what would you order from the menu from that burger?
Double bacon.
I can't really hear, because what are you asking me?
Oh,
shit. I said, ain't it the animal burgers from In and Out that people say to get? It's different ones, but ain't that the one?
It might be. I never got that one. I just got like other things that I thought was good, but that might be it.
So
Shake Shack good, Steak and Shack good.
What's your go-to meal when you go to these places? Like, so I can order the same thing. I trust you got taste buds, innit? If you can taste it like that, what do you order from that burger place? I'm so excited.
Well, when I go to Fat Burger, I like fat fries. They got skinny fries and fat fries. I don't remember what kind of burger. I just know the burger was good. And I might have had Tommy burgers too. I might have had that. If it's in Cali, it was another spot that they said.
The thing about that animal burger is that it's on the secret menu. Like, that's why it has that mystique about it. So you have to ask for it because you won't necessarily see it. But if you say, okay, I like the animal burger, if you know, then like, okay. That's the deal with that.
Oh, and you gotta get a shake. Like, you got to get a shake from In and Out.
What flavor? Strawberry,
I
vanilla,
get chocolate. That's my favorite. But you got to get a shake with it.
I trust you. Kimmo got a nice. I trust Kimmo. Okay. When I go there, I'll take a picture of it with my feature.
Wait, Jenny, do you co-sign that, or do you ain't into shakes like that?
Which shake did you say?
You got to get a shake with the burger and stuff at In and Out.
I agree.
Yeah.
Shakes are good. I agree with that.
If Debbie says it, you gotta believe it, man.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all where the
it's like AI, bro. That's Debbie.
and the food at where I go. I'm gonna let you know where to go.
You know what was really weird is when I first got here, I didn't like In-N-Out Burger. For some reason, the location I went to was packed. And one day I was starving, and I was like, let me try this In-N-Out Burger again. Everybody keeps on saying it's the best, it's the best. And I went to a different location, and I was like, you know what?
Fire. Hey, y'all got Carl Jr. there too. And we have Hardee's here, but Carl Jr. better than Hardee's.
It
It tastes better. I don't know.
And yes, there is a Camille. There is a fat burger in Westwood. You are correct.
Yeah, that's where it's a bakery right next to that. It's a bakery. Yes, my fat back ass is talking about.
For real, right?
Yes.
It shocked you too?
That bakery next to that fat burger.
What was that? Yeah. But I think it was because I jumped out of bed.
It's a bakery right next to that Fat Burger, like right around the corner from that Fat Burger, like right there. It's so good.
I think Five Guys has the best burgers.
What? I don't know. It's some other places.
Like where?
Like, well, you know what? Steak and Shake is like in and out to me. What they put it in there?
What about cookout burgers though?
Oh, the cookout. Oh, what you know about that? He was in Carolina.
That shit good as fuck.
They got one here.
Cookout burger. They got it here.
I like the cookout. I like Culver's. We got Culver's.
We got one in Columbia Heights too, where I'm from.
I like them. I'm trying to think. Shake Shack got some good burgers too, though. Now.
Debbie know about Columbia Heights.
You better eat it hot though.
What?
Shake Shack.
Oh yeah, you better eat it hot.
Shake Shack disgusting, man. That's just.
With the mushroom on top, with the cheesy mushroom.
What about Checkers burgers?
Checkers got the best fries.
Hell yeah.
Alright, I don't care if somebody call me no fat pack.
I used to get the chili cheese fries.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. I could fit my pants. I couldn't fit for 6 months. So fuck them. Okay.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. If you are happy, if you feel safe, if you feel loved, then it don't matter.
Cause I'ma eat my Cinnabons after 7. Ooh, today I got a fast snack, y'all. I ain't never seen it before. They got like Philly cream cheese, cheesecake stuff in a tub. Y'all seen that yet?
Hey, I tell you, emergency room open after 7 too, but you know.
Listen here, Kira, don't you? We're gonna say, don't you? You're my
This resolution.
emergency room. We gonna review that.
I'm like, should I do this?
You gotta review that.
Do this, Joker, though.
Come in, you're mad later about that Philly cheesecake, homemade cheesecake.
Well, I done found it, baby. Ooh, tear it up. I got some pecans too. Ooh. And D living in my hair is free. I hate you, DJ, because when I be getting snacks and shit, I be hearing a fat back. Shut your ass up and smirch.
Give us some pecans.
Big back. You said what, Ollie?
Are you gonna use the biscotti cookie?
Yes. Dorje sent me some stuff. She sent me the ingredients, but not like the measurements. I already had some, and OMG, I'm gonna be having that. That's gonna be my Cinnabon this summer, the biscotti.
I'm afraid to make homemade cinnamon. I'm afraid the dough gonna be hard. Let me know how they come out.
You know what? I was talking about the biscotti cake, but
the biscotti.
But I do gotta cause I got like all the stuff that I like from restaurants. I got copycat recipes from Pinterest. Damn, I ain't been in Pinterest in a long time. Is it still up?
Yep. I'll look at
so I got all the copycatties. I got like all the copycats for all my stuff. And
hey, I'm gonna tell y'all this recipe one more time because yesterday I ate it again. I'm like, damn, it's so simple. You boil your pasta, whatever type of pasta you like. You take some tomatoes, garlic, onions if you like onions. You saute those, and then you drain your pasta and put it in the tomatoes and garlic and olive oil and whatever meat you like. If it's meat, I like shrimp. If you like chicken, throw that off in there, and baby, it takes you like 15 minutes to do that. The longest thing it takes is boiling the pasta. It is so good. It's so simple.
Wait a minute, because you said it was simple, but there was a few steps. So wait, let me get this correct. You boil the pasta, you saute the onions, and did you say peppers?
Garlic.
Oh damn, I'm wrong already. See what I'm saying? So the tomato, garlic, you saute whatever, and you mix the pasta, the meat, and whatever all together with olive oil. Okay. So tomato, garlic, onion.
Onion if you like it, yeah. Some people don't.
Maybe we'll throw some mushroom in there.
Ooh, that's what I'm putting next time.
Or even some spinach. Ooh. Yes.
I didn't have any. I did it with arugula last time, which was still amazing.
Okay.
Don't do it with peas. The peas are too sweet. I did it once with peas. No.
Y'all, don't think I'm weird for this, but I want to do this. You know how people be foraging in a natural area?
You did? You went foraging?
No, but I'm gonna be kicking it with some naturalists, and I want to learn, like, if it's like something that happened, like if I had to forage for food, like stuff we can eat. But not only do I want to learn that here where I'm at, I want to learn it at other places near my area. But I want to eat some stuff with the stuff that I will forage from here, so I can get a liking to the stuff in my area. What if I gotta start eating this stuff? I don't want to be shell shocked.
I know, right? Because a lot of it is bitter. But we should eat more bitter foods. Like the arugula, I mixed it with salt, pepper, and lemon, and it cuts that bitter right out. It's so good.
Yep, and I want to eat more stuff with dandelions.
Yeah. Dandelions are real earthy. But I do like them every once in a while.
I seen where this lady steeped some dandelions, and then she put some honey in the water, and then she added gelatin, but I know it's something else you could use, but she made gummies.
My grandma used to put the dandelion leaves in her greens. I do remember that. The dandelions are really, really good for you. I'll get some dandelion gummies. How about that? I bet you it's really good.
Ooh, I got an update later. I can't do it now, but I'm gonna do an update later.
Ooh, I'm waiting. I'm so waiting. I was wondering. I didn't want to be pushing it around. Like, I wonder how Camille doing. Like, I was like, I hope she's all right. You gonna do what kind of update? What are y'all talking about?
Really quick, I had to knock this little young girl upside her head a couple of times, real quick. And I did not start this fight.
But you don't finish it. Please don't tell me you was in the Walmart.
But I had to finish it. No, I was inside my house.
You talking about your child? Your KID?
No, his girlfriend.
Oh. Late night info. It was so good. It was a good story.
Yeah, the saga continues. No drama. Nothing for me to have to knock her head back, but now she thinking about all this shit. I'll say that. I'll tell y'all later though. I can't really get into it right now. You said what?
She rethinking her life now.
Yes.
Camille said, oops, upside your head. I said, oops, upside your head. Every time I think of it, I start singing that. I'm saying you had to lay hands on somebody's child, for real?
No, for real. Like, I'm so mad. I am 48 years old. Like, you little bitch. I'm not supposed to be fighting like for what? Like, I'm so mad I had to do that. When it was happening and my hands was going and I was like, it literally, I'm not trying to be funny, but you know how people be hitting the little punching bag that be hanging? How they supposed to hit it? That's literally how I had to boop her upside her head real quick.
What did you do?
What was swinging at me?
For what?
Well,
pourquoi? See, I didn't hear during the late night.
Later period.
Okay.
was trying to save her from getting beat
Damn,
down.
you had to two-beat somebody? No beat?
Trying to save her pure from getting mollywopped by my best friend, Jacarzi. But then she decided to then turn on me. I guess she just was like, fuck you. And maybe she thought we was trying to jump on her, but we wasn't. But I tried to even think of that. I'm trying to look at all these angles to why she was swinging at me. Because she had a pause moment. She seen it was me and she still did it.
What? It was one of them, it was too late. Fuck it, I might as well keep going.
Yeah, so.
No, not too late. Fuck it.
So I'm swinging. I'm
Yeah,
like,
wow.
what is happening? What the fuck is going on? Why the fuck is we fighting? Like, what the fuck? Like, this is crazy.
It's one of the moments when you swing, you hit the wrong person, like, oh shit, fuck it, I'm gonna teach him again, type shit.
Oh my god.
But yeah, so that's what had happened. But yeah, I mean, if you want like a detailed version, you gotta wait till later. But that's basically it.
I just wanted to know who said something. What the hell did they say? That's all I need is that part. And I can put the rest together.
A lot.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, it's a long story to what was said to how we got here.
Okay. All right. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I just really hope I don't have to do it again. That's all I hope.
Why would you have to do it again? If that happened, I wouldn't be back over there. I would not come back over there.
Well, she not from here. She not from here. So she kind of came from another state.
Oh, she there visiting you. That's where she's staying at right now?
Man, y'all not catching on.
Y'all know I always got questions. I need clarity. I ain't gonna assume shit.
Damn, man, say it ain't so. That's crazy.
Right.
Hey, she gotta do what she gotta do.
I'm scanning the area.
You scanning the area right now?
Who you need me to go down to the room for real quick?
Nobody. Everybody good. Okay, Pierre, look, I'm gonna tell you a shortened version, but with the details. The chick been here from New York over about a year and a half.
Ooh.
There's other details, but this the most important. Ain't paid.
Oh.
So, had some problems with having to pay. An altercation with my son, like hitting on him and stuff, and not just him telling me actually hearing the shit going on, shit being broke up and shit. We went to the house to kind of de-escalate, cause you know he a big boy. I don't want him going to jail, her calling her doing stupid shit when she's the aggressor.
Right.
And she tearing up the house. So we go over there. We did not go over there to fight her. We went over there to. She gotta go. Where's she gonna go? I know she ain't from here. Does she got a friend? Like, what's she gonna do? She gotta go though. We here to make sure this happens. Ain't no more breaking up shit and hitting. And then quickly things escalated because when we got there, she wasn't there. So she came in on 2000. My friend already spicy, and she a little younger than me, and she's spicy. It popped off. She was mad disrespectful. When I say mad disrespectful, called us all kind of Milwaukee bitches and Milwaukee hoes. Mad disrespectful. And so my friend just started thumping her upside her head, and boom, the rest of the story, which you know. In short, that's the short version.
Right, got it. Okay, got it. That's crazy.
And I'm peaceful. I don't be wanting to do that. Like, For what reason would I even come to that? These days, I've got no beef like that.
You pieced it up. Come here.
I didn't really. It was just like 3-4 pops upside her head. I didn't really
gave her that
get
fifth
it.
piece, that 4-piece, huh?
Yeah, I didn't get to get
Double
it.
size.
Cause once I started getting involved, of course my son like, hey, hold on now. So he like in between everything, and like I said, he wasn't. She wasn't really reaching around him. Now I could have kept getting her though, but hey, I wasn't really on that. I could have tussled around him probably. I don't know. I might not have been able to reach around him either. He just got in the middle of us. He like 6'4" and 200 plus pounds.
Oh, he just a wall.
Yeah, basically. Like wasn't really moving around him. And the way that he had her, like we couldn't go around him to get to her. So he was basically, yeah.
How are you dealing with it?
You said what?
How's he dealing with it?
He feel bad because she trying to figure out whatever, but he's still ready for her to go. You know, he feel kind of torn, but he ready for her to go. He just want her to go home. Pretty much. And it's too far gone. Like we can leave and like they know what's up and they like on her head on sight. Like we got plenty females and cousins, you know what I'm saying? So it just wouldn't really be a good idea anyway. And she can't stay in my house. Not after the disrespect. So she ain't gotta leave Milwaukee, but she gotta get out of our house. And you know it is unfortunate. Me and my friend talked about it. It could have been a whole different way, but really, if y'all would have seen how it went down, y'all would have said we gave her so much grace because I bet we got age differences in here too. I bet if y'all would have seen what happened when she walked through the door, some of y'all would have hit her in her fucking mouth right there.
So she not working?
Yeah, she worked. He just lost his job just recently.
So yeah. She don't want to contribute?
She had a problem with it. She want to be a princess.
Honey, no.
But she's way older than my son too.
Wow.
Maybe you went through that because it's hard when you got a adult son to make him do something and take primary. You know, you don't want to see your son go through that. Sometimes you Easter shit, but there's sometimes you can't give a shit either, you know. But I hope that you come to results.
What happened to her is she been on a visit for 1.5 years, okay?
She been on a visa?
Yeah, she left. She came but never left.
No, she planned to come, but she had asked if she visiting. And I'm just basically telling Pure like she came here, never visited here before, and then just here and moved here.
Wow.
Yeah, bad for business.
Yeah. And then she got a problem.
I mean,
Why she gotta carry the weight? Well, he ain't working right now, so you still gotta pay. You gotta pay. You can't stay for free.
that's his girl.
Like it's a series of stuff. Like I said, like later, but it seemed like I'm going into stuff, but it's so much more that she had problems with. And he basically earlier that day he had confessed to me that she be putting her hands on him. And he was really getting tired of that happening. And I was like, now you telling me that's like you pressing a button. It's a go button now. You pressing a button now. You want me to deal with this now if you're letting me know this. And I said, I'm going to tell you one thing. The next time this happens, I'm going to be right over there. Because that's not cool. She's going to have to go.
That's ridiculous, yeah.
And then he brought me. And the shit literally was going on. I heard it happening. And he was like, dude, my mom is on the phone. He was calm, chill, dude. Go upstairs. Stop. Go on. Get out of my face. He was like, because if you hit her, you already know, especially with him being so big. And I've always taught him that they gonna always look at him as the aggressor just because. So I told him he had to find other ways to assert himself other than physical force, unless it's necessary. And so he know how to act. He already know. I told him about girls like her. Like, they'll try and get him in trouble. Like, restrain her if you have to, but leave. Remove yourself. You know, so I taught him these things. So he called me. Like, Mom, I really need you to come here. Well, actually, he told me to call his auntie, my best friend, basically. He was like, call her, like, basically, like, it's time for y'all to come over here. Y'all might have to remove her or not, but it has to happen. And so we went. And we nice. We would have made sure she got where she had to go and everything. But she came in the house on fuck shit. Like, straight disrespectful ass fuck shit. Like, did you hit a crack pipe before you walked in this bitch? I'm gonna say he got scratches on him. I took pictures of that. I took pictures of the shit she fucked up in the house.
Camille, snakes in the grass, you gotta make sure you cut it low.
Yeah. She is for real. She was displaying like crazy mental patient behavior.
It's not a good time to be in a labeled relationship with the frequencies, politics, all kind of stuff triggering. I mean, it's not like you could be with somebody, but like as far as like yeah, we together, cause that I don't know, that just it makes it's not a good time to for until it all it all mellows out, all like type stuff. It's not like for him to even. I wouldn't even suggest my own children. Big Dad, I'm in a relationship. No, that's just stupid because anything can happen, and it's just a crash out error. From both sides. At all.
Man, he's just so young.
That's what I'm saying. I'm 19. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like cause man, I mean, think about it. This y'all, that's my girl. Like we in a relationship. That's y'all just need to. And I don't know when it's gonna end, but look, people getting in relationship. Look, 2 houses. I'm talking about. That's the only way I'm getting in a relationship.
Well, this
she got on.
She need an old man. She need her sugar daddy. She want a soft.
Oh no, come on.
He's 20. Like what?
Right.
He just taking care of himself.
every day you gotta fight that triggering itch. You know, it's at an all-time high right now. You know.
Do y'all feel like younger couples, it's a younger men and women thing, like that crash out thing, and it's hands on? Cause I hear a lot of young men saying that these young ladies be putting hands on them. Is that like a thing?
Now, Camille, it's the thing. It's the thing now. Like, women be beating the niggas up, bro. Like, it's not new, but now it's more prevalent.
No, it seems like it's more prevalent.
No, it's more prevalent.
Or is that
no, it's an actual thing.
I mean, it's a thing for sure. Like, shit, one of my homies, girl, just punched him in the mouth, busted shit. The police laughing his ass. They ain't do shit to that nigga, girl.
And that's the problem, because they think it's funny, and like, it's like when you live in a society where it's like, it's not expected. Before, you know, women always been beating niggas up. Like, it's just more prevalent than men were the ones that, you know, when they do it, they get caught. But these women don't, like, if you speak to them a certain way, the younger ones, they go punch you.
So, from my understanding, the reason why it's so fucked up right now is because men don't hit women no more. Like, when women knew that it was a possibility they can get knocked the fuck out, they operate completely fucking different, right?
Hey, DJ, I was watching a video where a woman was beating this man up in the dollar store, like beating this nigga ass. As soon as the man turned around to actually like throw a smack or a punch at her, everybody jumped him. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy. This woman got this nigga by the dreads. She beating by the lock. She beating the shit out of him. And then y'all decide to beat him up because he started to defend himself. And that's the problem, because a woman can throw a few punches at you, and then as soon as you throw a punch, everybody's like, yo, that's a woman, my nigga. You can never put your hands on a woman.
Bullshit.
They did a social experiment.
Clothes off the dryer, fuck around, play.
Yeah, they did a social experiment on YouTube. They had a girl beating up her boyfriend. It was all staged, but the beat up part, and like nobody would come and help him. Like, she was just beating his ass in public. And then they did the opposite, of course. You know, the guy hitting the girl, hitting the woman, and then of course, you know, everybody reacted like you just. And so,
the same reason why women is fucking all the younger men and the young girls in the school now. No men are in the school, so you can't blame the men no more.
Hey man, act accordingly. Stay 3 more steps ahead of that shit. You know, like you ain't gonna change the way society functions. So just know how to play within it, so that you don't get taken out.
And it's not a sexist thing. I'm not saying it in the aspect of men versus women, but it's what happens with society when it's like you call one group, but the other group starts to gain power, and then the other group gains power that was once victimized. How do you call a former victimized, like people that were victims previously?
How about everybody just keep their fucking hands to themselves? And for real, if they get, like, I recommend y'all learn about pressure points, bro, because I'm not wrestling with no fucking female, you going to sleep.
I think it's deeper than that, though.
She going to sleep.
Bro, I'm not
Camille should have put her to sleep.
Go night. I mean, look at it. If I tell you that my grandmother never told me she loved me, and she died like that, right? And I'm telling my girl at 20, I'm 20, 21, and I'm telling her all the dark shit, and she used it. I don't think we equipped to handle. Oh, that's why your grandmother died. She ain't never told you nothing you love. You know what I'm saying? That's why you
You're talking about the weaponization of information?
Right. You know, and listen, let me tell you something. I can contest to this because my dad never taught me about that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just pouring it out to my first baby mama. Pouring it out, blah, 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 everything, and at the time, like you
say we used to love and all that, but guess what? When it get dark, oh my God. You know?
He said, oh my God.
You think they're on your team. You think they're on your team until you find out, like, maybe they're just gonna decide not to. They're like sometimes on the team. They're like what's that when the teacher comes in? It's not the real teacher. It's the
Substitute?
Yeah. They're like, I'm a substitute team player. If your team sounds good, I'm on it. As soon as your team sounds bad, not my side.
That'd be the crazy part. It's like somebody that you trust enough to sleep, lay your head next to, and you got a partner where everything you confide in them about, they use against you. That shit's crazy, bro. I ain't gonna fucking lie. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's why you don't do it.
That's why you said what now?
That's why you don't do it.
Yeah, and then people be like, oh, I want my partner to confide in me more. I'm like, bro, I think, we've had these discussions in here.
Hey, I seen the video where it was a woman that kept nagging her husband about telling her, like, nah, I'm good. Then she was like fucking with him for weeks and weeks and asking him what's going on. And he basically was like, man, work is hard as shit. He broke down basically talking about how difficult life was. And then she said that, well, I don't think I'm attracted to him because he told me all this information and I feel like he's less than a man. Like that shit,
exactly.
This shit is crazy for you to think that because you harassed me to tell you how I felt. I tell you how you feel. Now I'm less than a man from telling you how I feel. And now you ready to leave. You're ready to go try with someone else.
Right. That's like, the only thing you can provide for a woman is a vibe. Like, you can't be vulnerable or just communicate about anything. Just provide a vibe. Just a fun time. And you'll be good. Even if your fucking world is upside down, nah. Just fake it.
As long as she good, I'm okay.
Yeah, just fake it.
I think all the makeup has taught them that that's all life is a big fake. Now, ladies, I hope that doesn't come off the wrong way, but it's like you're very used to portraying yourself a little bit different than maybe you actually are. Where men, maybe we do too, but maybe you guys are just better at it. So we're like trying to play cat.
That's why you would say men had like multiple families. He's like, fuck, man. I'm about to go see Sharonda. Fucking Sharonda fucking up, I'm about to go see Roxanne. She fucking up, I'm about to see Gloria.
So question.
On the argument. Go ahead, Oscar.
I was gonna say, if a woman puts on makeup on a first date, is she leading with deception?
First off, you better have on some goddamn makeup. But isn't that their right
the ladies
to be prepared for a man that they need to be able to just.
That's kind of like a man leading with money, right? If a woman puts
Yeah.
But I want to answer y'all question. What's the?
Yeah, and I also want to hear Dolly too at that. You also kind of in the Matrix, Katrina. Yeah, you going in and out. Try to see if you can come back, leave and come back so we can hear you.
I'll rephrase the question. I was saying, is a woman wearing makeup on the first date the same thing as a man leading with money? Because she's leading with deception and she don't really look like that.
That's crazy.
Wouldn't you have backup prior to take care of? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, so now y'all said a woman wearing makeup to a date is deception. I don't agree with that because
It's a can it be?
I'll try to see if you have maybe turn your Wi-Fi off, or vice versa.
Like, but what if a nigga pull up to a date with like Beijing and all that? Like, pull up.
Say too, Bobby. I was like, that's the same shit. Niggas nowadays don't even have their own hair.
Bro, I heard of niggas getting extensions, and I was like, where they do that at, bro? It's different, bro.
Nah, you still struggling, baby girl.
At this point, you might even be typing at this. Marco.
The Matrix demon got you.
The shower could have been an
I'm like, dang, I wanted to hear what she was saying, but I can't hear.
Hey, but did you meet her with makeup on, or you did? Or she just jumped? That's what I'm saying.
Regardless, though, like, it can't be that bad for that to be like, damn, like, y'all talking about some, you got a Hollywood face on, like you became a whole different character. That might be just an issue regardless.
But he's saying,
I don't think it was ever that serious, though.
But Bobby, he's saying the same thing, because imagine, like, I was like, yo, Bob, let me get your car, bro. I got the shorty I'm about to go take out. So now I'm going out, driving your really, really nice car, flexing, because I just got paid. It's Friday, taking her out, trying to, we might go somewhere. She's going to get a nice steak. Everything on me. The whole time, that's just, like, my paycheck. And, I'm driving your car and shit. And she think that I'm flexing. But I'm really out here hurting, but I'm trying to impress her.
Wait, what Charlie gonna say something too?
Yeah,
I got a question for. Oh, I was gonna say.
Please. We really want to hear you, but it's beating your ass.
Yes, it is.
It's a little bit of everything. It's choppy, statically, in and out.
Choppy, in and out. I heard you, but it's like choppy and in and out. It sounds like Transformers.
No, my phone does that sometimes. You really just might have to restart your shit from top to bottom. Just go ahead and restart it.
Even G, damn.
Right, G.
I'm G.
So,
I'm still on the ship right now.
To the corner.
Are you on the ship?
I think makeup for the most part, in most cases, unless people is using it to do certain stuff like, the artists and stuff, for the most part, it's accenting the woman's natural features. Now, it is some women that I've seen, and there was some rare cases and videos and stuff, where it is a complete metamorphosis. They do look
accents.
They do, like you wear earrings. It's like a face accessory, in a sense.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's ever that serious for real to where it's like you're obscured. I agree with that.
Yeah, but if you look like a whole different person without it on, then I think it's a deception. But if you don't and it's just an accent, or you put a little lip color on, or whatever, some people have full face, but it's still accented and they look how they look. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't really.
Camille is the same way if a nigga try to take you out and say that he about to take you over his house and it's his homeboy house.
I don't know.
You ain't never know nobody experienced it. I feel like it's deceptive. That's deceptive.
I think makeup is just an accent. I don't think it totally changed how they be looking.
No, I don't know, Camille. What?
I say they like that. I don't know makeup like on the.
Katrina, you might as well just be a listener, because is she in the Matrix or something?
Nah, she in the Matrix.
No, I feel like I don't know, I like lip color. I will usually have a lip color. I don't wear full face or nothing like that.
Your lip color.
But I like how I look. I like the colors.
Camille.
I like the accent.
The shirt you got on, not your skin either.
Yeah, but that
right,
it's an accent. It's an extra thing.
Exactly, it accentuates what you got going on, but at the same time.
So like when my lips be
I
popping.
feel you, bro. I feel you.
My lips is popping. I like when they shiny without color. I like when they have color and shiny. It just depends on my mood that day. But I don't like typically like I don't have lashes or nothing. I don't knock that or anything. What I'm saying is I'm telling y'all about me. Now it's some women who gotta have on makeup before they leave the house. Or some who gotta put on a little bit before they leave. Like it's different people like what they feel comfortable with accenting, I guess. And then some women have all the accessories. They got the hair accessories. They got the earrings. They got the bracelets, the rings. It's like I look at makeup like an accessory.
But Camille, that's what I'm saying. What if it's both? Like Katrina, like you trying, but it's really hurting us.
Man, the closest thing to makeup for dudes though.
But nah, that's
my mind gotta be facial hair, cause bro, I understand what a weak chin is, right? Like I have a pretty good chin, but I see niggas get rid of their beards, bro, and it's like their neck and their mandible. You don't know where it begins and where it ends.
Hell no, that shit natural though, bro.
What for your chin to be
no,
stripped?
Hey, Boppy, but that's why I brought up like for men, like niggas do dumb shit. Like I said, like I'ma borrow your car. Like two deceptive people really belong together. Like niggas be deceptive and women be deceptive.
Oh no, I get what he's saying. You're saying it's natural for us to grow the facial hair.
Yeah.
Whereas
They don't. That's all I'm like. That's not your natural lip color.
I mean, that's the closest thing I can get to it though. So like, if it's not that, what is something that we would wear? Like
That's not what we wear. No, remember Oscar brought up about us using money as deception. That's why I brought up niggas like not niggas, men saying like say I got your boy got a condo, penthouse joint, so he out of town. I'm bringing these women through a.
It's a motherfucker down here doing that shit right now.
I'm just saying.
Bitches in the house, right? I just left that apartment, dog.
You see what I'm saying? So now now he got her like, look, we outside the balcony. He rapping to her like, look, in the morning we gonna wake up to this all the time. You know what it is. So I'm just saying, the same way she came in with the makeup, and she being deceptive to him, he being deceptive to her. So it's like match made in heaven.
I feel you if you like abstracted to being appearances, but like, I like where something like that's more one-to-one. I really can't rest until I figure that out. Cause yeah, it has to do with appearances, like you keeping them up. But one's like applied to you, and the other one just like an asset in that regard. Like,
but Bobby, when you dog, is she gonna talk to you when she find out that you don't have that penthouse job?
But that's the thing, though. So that's another thing. I'm trying to find for the comparison.
She gonna call you all types of bums. I just say
So there's a big difference when we talk about the makeup is just like accentuating their natural features, right? So say like, all right, I'm rocking with you, and I'm walking with you. Having these assets, these possessions is like the makeup that's not yours. Are you still lit without it? Like, are you still attracted without that makeup? Because it's not a deal breaker to me if you are. So if conversely these things are one-to-one, like is you still lit without?
But see, that's what Oscar was asking more so. It's like because off initial introduction, like how am I supposed to know if you lit like this if you covering it up? Because you could be we didn't see. Y'all done seen some of them IG videos of how they be doing the makeup. Motherfuckers be and then somebody come through with a brush and some fucking foundation concealer and they done turn them into a whole new face.
And that's really deceptive.
That's what I was saying. The average woman makeup like just accenting her face or whatever, and not that total deception like the ones you talking about, DJ, which is what I brought up. That's
no, even covering up bad skin.
Bigger makeup? Is that all that a filter is?
Filters is cheating too. But like even like when women just cover up that they like naturally don't have clear skin, that shit is who shit how is that? What is that?
That's why
what the fuck is that?
That's why I use the example of what I do, because I don't do that, I don't knock that either. But Like I use lip color. I don't typically wear like all that other stuff, but I do like my lip color or my lip shine or whatever the fuck. I think my lips not to look dry and they just natural regular color. I think it's cheating when people draw themselves lips that are not their lips. I really despise when women draw on the outside of their mouths or like outline their lips to make their lips look like a shape that's not their lip shape, and then they put the plumper stuff on there, and I don't like it.
Ooh, you would hate this fucking Latino girl I was with last night, cause she for sure do that shit to her lips.
It's the ladies who cut off the eyebrows. Not if you don't have none for whatever reason, then you draw them off. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's strange to cut them off to draw something. Even if we do that, people
serious question.
The correct color for their skin. So, for instance, the people that get those like tattoos or those like dyes or whatever you call it, their hair would be like a chestnut brown, and then they'll get them hard, super dark ass tattooed ass fucking eyebrows that be 16 centimeters thick.
Hey, look, a serious question. They're like, do any of y'all women have long eyelashes?
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes I do only because I don't wear fake lashes. The fake lashes, false lashes pull your natural lashes off, and it's like the equivalent of somebody snatching your ponytail every day, and a few of the hairs you keep gluing that shit on there like that. You can put like Vaseline, or you can naturally grow and curl your own lashes if you would like to, but most women don't. That's why they don't have any.
Hey, Lachey, can you give me a quick crash course then on what the difference is between the ones that go on the top or the bottom of your eyelids? One girl trying to tell me, and honestly, it didn't.
I don't know because I don't wear them. I don't even. I know it's something called clusters, and then
clusters. That's all I remember was the word clusters. You know, I don't remember anything else. But she's telling me it's like it has to do with the direction or
I only know about this because some of my cousins do these shits, and like my mom used to do them when I was younger. The clusters, them the ones that they look thicker, and I don't know why girls be doing that shit. I guess it gives them a different look. It's like they stick them shits together. And then there's some girls who do the individuals, like they go one by one. Apparently, individuals is apparently more expensive, and it's like
and
that's just supposed to be safe.
Expose you to more of a issue. If anything, is you have to have like basically the perfect settings and conditions and be very sterile. Because people, I don't know if you've seen this, but people usually get a sty on their eye, and it is probably covered up because they put more of the fucking lashes over it. But they break out and get a lot of infections for that on that shit, and I don't think that they amplify that as much as they amplify the ones that don't go bad. But it is a lot of times that shit go bad because you're putting it directly on your eye, your tear ducts.
They be red-eyed as fuck. Like, every woman I see on the pages and shit, like, it look like y'all going through the most pain ever. Nobody comes out that shit looking like they're having a good time. Everybody look like, oh, is something bothering you? And you gotta be like, no. That's the face.
What, didn't Beyonce have a song or something like Beauty Hurts or some shit like that?
That's probably good.
I'm like, you should... I'm like, you should just be able... I'm like, I remember looking at a lot of the older movies and videos when like women was walking around with natural hair, body, all that shit, and motherfuckers really... Even makeup wasn't as excessive in the 90s as it is today. Because I ain't seeing this shit motherfuckers be doing.
Camille was describing it in the 90s. You saw a very soft blush or like rosy cheeks. Their eyebrows were arched with the motherfucking razor and not with no motherfucking shoe polish paint. There was not this craze for wigs. Right. Even if they did have wigs though, it was like a wiggy wig that you just knew was a wig. They wasn't trying to like make it not look like a wig, if that makes sense.
Yeah, at this point, like...
So y'all all deal with...
You can't trust the bitch you meet outside, because that ain't hurt. That's like it's like bumping into a superhero. Like nigga, that's not Clark Kent. Nigga, that's Superman. Like you don't know who the fuck that is.
Beauty standards and the way that they are changing is kind of making it easier for me to make money doing less, because it's like I don't know if people are looking for something different or trying to stand out, but I don't know. Like I went from doing knotless braids to something called miracle knots. That's like a quarter of the time, and I get to charge more money. But it's because people are so a lot of people are hell bent on doing what they see other people do, and it's like a trend or a fad. And I don't know, like I said, like if Beyonce, Alicia Keys, or somebody makes a hairstyle popular that doesn't take long and it doesn't even have to look good, it helps me make money because people think that they think that they're going to look as beautiful as whomever they seen it with. But people forget, like you don't have the same kind of like circumference of head. You don't got the same texture of hair, so even though you get the style, you're not gonna look like that nigga looked at it. But anyway, I like it because I get to do less and get paid more. So y'all keep it up. Start wearing a natural ponytails again.
And some people don't have natural photos because I had to go do some work. I ended up going, and this is like when it was cold out. I went inside a sugar factory to warm back up, and I'm looking at the wall. I'm like, damn, all these people been here. Like I missed the wave. I was there late. Business was not booming in there, but at one time it was a big thing. You see the Kardashians on the wall, and their pictures looked very waxy. Like they were all taken by the people that are at Sugar Factory with the same camera. Everybody else's pictures look normal, and theirs was heavily retouched. So like the idea that you're gonna look like these people because you got the same thing, like the image that you probably seen has been retouched, and that retouching probably got a retouching too. So it's just interesting how like people's perception will lead them to go out and go do something, realizing that this shit is heavily redacted on.
You're keeping up with a false image. Shit, at least you know, like
the stylist because they still be ugly when they get up. And it's like, nigga, you asked me to do this hairstyle, not a miracle.
But like when we was watching Dragon Ball Z and shit when we was younger, like at least we knew like getting muscles as something that's obtainable. Like and actually like genetically like natural. Like we can do that. We're not stepping outside of ourselves to do these things. Now when you start beat like what y'all call that when the little shit they do to their beard, the and the pencil lines and shit, I don't know what that shit is. But when you start doing shit like that, that's extra. That's extra. Like that's no different to me than when we put makeup on. Yeah.
So there's a whole play, and I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it, but it's a whole play called Cyrano de Bergerac. And it's by Edmond Rostand, and it's a famous French play from 1897, and they have redone this in movies and on television. I know there was a version of it on Everybody Loves Raymond, over and over again, where it's about a poet and swordsman with a large nose who believes his appearance makes him unworthy of love, especially from his, now we got the kissing cousins, but that's what they were doing. His cousin, now this play was in 1879, from his cousin Roxanne, who falls for the handsome and inarticulate Christian. And so Cyrano secretly helps Christian woo Roxanne by writing eloquent letters for him, sacrificing his own heart in the process. But this concept of deception goes back to that time. It's not new. Just to put that out there.
Wait, hey,
because it goes along with what O'Dane was saying. Like now it's you pretend to drive a car, or you pretend that this apartment or this nice condo or home is yours, and it's really not. So that type of thing is still going on since way back, and this play kind of shows that, documents it. Yes, GLS.
Phenomenal. That was an amazingly phenomenal breakdown of that play. It's almost like I was going to ask if you were reading it off or something. That was a really great breakdown of that damn play.
No, I remember it.
Get a room.
But
you remember it.
Swampers.
No, the question was asked, is it a deception? Like, a man leading with money, a woman leading with makeup on the front?
A man leaving with money who doesn't have money? Yeah.
Hey,
that's a deception. All right.
Do you if you go to a woman's house and she got makeup on, do y'all think that's deceiving? Like, if you actually go to her house and like it's after 11 o'clock and she got makeup on, do you think that's deceiving?
Yeah,
I'm
either
gonna be
that
honest.
or she might be an escort. Cause why you made up that late? You supposed to get in the tub, baby. You supposed to wash it off. Maybe some people think it's impressive. Maybe they think men like that because a lot of women is doing that. You know what I think, y'all? I think somebody should come up with a reality show that requires people that are interested in dating or like meeting other people. It requires them to not have any accessories for like the first X amount of days while they get to know each other, and then on
like naked and afraid.
Is that I've never seen that before. Not naked, but with like.
Well, not naked, but like
some type of.
No, what I mean naked and afraid be like no makeup, no nothing.
No waist trainers, no nothing. Just your original package, your original teeth, everything that you was born. If we still have people like that, I'm still in my original shit. You know, I ain't hit my midlife crisis yet. I ain't trying to go and like, but if there are people left that have not had those types of enhancement, I think it would be interesting to see them interact with each other, and then like on one final day, they get to do whatever their thing is that makes them feel good about themselves, so that they can be in front of the other person like that.
I'm gonna a hot take. I think makeup is so ubiquitous these days. It's got to be the deception, but and I have no problem with women who wear hair weaves and stuff like that. None at all. I actually consider that to be perhaps more of a deception than anything, though. That's my hot take.
So you ain't seen the videos of these girls whose whole face look different when they get that shit done?
I mean, that's a deception, but I don't think like regular.
That shit crazy.
Where they still look like they self and it's just accenting is like a deception. But yeah, like that's what I brought up when I said what I said. I said I don't think the accent is is bad, but I think when they look like a totally different person, that's deception. If you don't look like the person that I met or with this makeup on, like if you go into the store and you purchase something and it has picture A on the box, and you only bought the box because you saw picture A, right? But then when you open the box, you see picture B. Would you tell them to give you your fucking money back, or would you be like, oh, okay, I mean, I guess it's some different shit?
Probably the latter.
Right, so if I'm buying a piece of chicken and then I find a fucking hot dog, don't get mad at me for being mad because you made me think you was chicken.
I ain't gonna lie, I like the natural look, but I don't mind, a little makeup and what have you.
I was just gonna ask y'all, so do the women like that y'all typically talk to, or they got like all natural hair and don't wear makeup or not? I'm always my full self. Now that I got older, I don't perform for people, but I also am not against compromise. Like that's a ladder conversation, but I don't perform. If I fucking like to lick my fingers after I eat my food, I'm not gonna not do that because I'm dating somebody. But if that person says, hey, I think it's weird that you lick your fingers, maybe wash your hands, I'm like, you know what? You're right. I'll just bring hand sanitizer. Like I could compromise, but I'm not going to perform. I'm not performative, and I'm not going to try to appease somebody or try to market myself to them to reel them in. We want there to be any surprises, but I also want them to be comfortable to theirs, because I need to. I remember one of my deal breakers is crumpled up money in your pocket, and a lot of people got down bad on me about that, but I don't fuck with that. If your shit ain't, if it's all balled up in your pocket, I don't want to know nothing else.
I actually get that because it is a reflection of the mindset, subconsciously or subliminally, about how they approach money.
Yeah.
I get that.
That's crazy. I used to iron my money when I was younger. I would never.
See?
When you're earning money, you're actually acting a fucking.
Yes, I used to iron my money when I was in elementary school, bro. On the iron book.
See, and then that's crazy too. Because my thing is, I get how you can talk about how crumpling up a dollar bill will make you look right. And granted, you were a kid, right? So like, don't take it too crazy. But you earn that money to iron your clothes. Like, I don't even like touching bills.
I'm for sure ironing my fucking clothes, bro.
Nah, for sure. But I'm saying you went from the money to the clothes, though, is what I'm saying. Like, having the same service, like, you could have your idiosyncrasies, your thing. I don't like outside clothes on my shit. Like, I will take off all of my clothes before I lay anywhere. You feel me? So it's like, I would never let my iron that I would touch my clothes.
Maybe he had 2 irons. Maybe he had 2 irons.
Did you have 2 irons?
No.
Okay,
we all got a.
Do you think that money wasn't just wallow? It was just OCD when I was younger.